Oh my god, your head. So big. Gosh. There we go. Ah, I'm wet. Fuck the clutter. Go. Now where we going? Oh.
Stream elements. Stream elements bot running. Chili Bite 117. Memes. Stream elements. Memes. Shame. No. Really. Yolly. Das right. Garbage. Fadeco. Proeco. Congrats. Fail. Hi. Chill. Yes. Sorry. Lady. Chili Bite 117. Yay. It worked. And it.
Number two, I do keep on, stay with with you. Take a infinite while you hang me out to dry. I can see you every night. Free. How's everyone going this, well, I mean, it's Friday night for me, 7:44 p.m. I should just get a clock. That's what I should do. I should just get a clock so you always know what time it is. I don't know why we wouldn't have a clock in our heads-up display. Oh well. The point is, it's Friday night. I've been doing a lot of uni work. Fucking algebra. Just a lot of fucking algebra in relation to networking. Alright, my brain is very tired. My brain is very tired. I got to spend all morning doing programming, and then spend all afternoon doing fucking networking. My brain, not so good, you know? Not so good, alright? But it's Friday, you know? I want to get cushy. I want to get comfy. We can always work tomorrow. Or, you know, we might end up working tonight. Sometimes, work is fun. Which is probably the most Asian thing you're ever gonna hear. But
NAR_near. Congrats.
Nah, still won't work, Len. I don't have it working for anything else. It only works with the tiny little screen in the bottom corner.
CXVO. Oh Chili, you have no gun. You want a gun, but you're weak AF.
Yes, I do wish I had a gun. We all do. But alas, we mere mortals can only live in envy, can't we? Ooh, actually, on the topic of which, I do believe there is some new. No, I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure there's a new video on our Sunset Media. Otherwise, I would be very excited to watch the Review Tech USA documentary. An hour-long premiere about the fat, useless fuck that we've only just discovered. But holy crap! In such a short span of time, he's lost all respect I could possibly have. So, I don't know. What do you got, actually? I'm sure it's going to be very visual, the documentary.
NAR_near. Bald boy has a doc already?
Oh, yeah.
CXVO.
Full on.
Chili can't even digest 5 dinners in 10 minutes like other YouTubers.
No. Unlike other YouTubers, I'm afraid I can't. I'm not a fat alcoholic. Shameful, I know. You know? I just not like all the other girls, you know? I'm that weird one that hangs out in the corner that nobody likes. Alas. Sad violins in the background. .wav. Alas.
CXVO. Don't watch RTU for another hour as I am busy with work.
Okay. Alright. We got time to kill then. Hit us up when you get back and we'll get real cushy. Well, in the meantime then, I don't need to think too much about this. I'm gonna go play Age of Empires. Yes! Age of Empires. Yes! Migrant Crisis. Yes! We'll go play Age of Empires for a bit. I guess when we get back and we go watch the documentary, I might go, I might do... either do some dumb doodling on Krita, or, I should probably actually work on the new Corona Chan animation. Get onto that, eh? Alright. Alright, we got our strat, we got it all planned out. Let's do this. Oh, and now we're on the main screen, so you can start spamming shit. Otherwise, if you want some crap noise in the background, we got this. Quantum mysticism is stupid. I don't even know what quantum mysticism is, but it sounds, well, sounds stupid. I do love pseudoscience, you know? People that just use really scientific terms when they clearly don't know what they're talking about. What's it called? Jargon, that's the one. Just a whole lot of jargon. Otherwise, if you're really excited for something really fucking boring, Parliament Question Time has restarted.
New age bullshit.
Yeah, boy. Fucking essential oils and all that other good shit. But yeah, Parliament Question Time's finally restarted. So we can listen to half of the Parliament try to be useful and the other half going, yeah, but jobs and growth. Now, let's go for some quantum...
Hey,
ooh, and it's just about an hour.
You know, I am fascinated with the way the public perceives science, and in particular, the broad pseudoscientific trends that crop up in our culture, influencing the masses to varying degrees.
There we go.
I like to identify them, diagnose them, and
oh, that's right. Yeah. Dawn of the Dukes is coming out. We're getting some new DLC.
Related to the field of physics that has been picking up steam since the 1990s, and that is quantum mysticism. What the heck is quantum mysticism, you ask? Excellent question. It's challenging to encapsulate this phenomenon in a sentence, but I believe I can do it fairly well. The essence of quantum mysticism goes like
I think they're adding 3 new races.
Physics is confusing.
I can't remember what they are. I think it's...
if magic can be framed using...
No, we'll have to look it up. I can't remember off the top of my head. All I know is new DLC.
You see, quantum theory...
And I think actually more info on Age of Empires 4 is coming out as well. We might go quickly check that out.
Almost mystical tone, as though it were akin to the occult. This is largely due to the fact that it is very hard to understand. True comprehension is reserved for physicists and mathematicians who can complex equations, as the power of this theory lies exclusively in the math itself. Everyone else must be satisfied with hollow, often misleading conceptual explanations, and that is indeed the way this topic is typically explained to the masses, who demand explanations under the false assumption that this area of science must somehow be immediately and fully transparent to them. For whatever reason, people tend to be interested only in the frontier of scientific fields. So instead of wanting to learn about Newton's laws, which they would have a solid chance of understanding with some competence in basic high school algebra, they want to talk about things like quantum mechanics, which most of us have zero chance of fundamentally comprehending, given the lack of prerequisite knowledge faced by anyone.
To put it another way, for this guy, everyone wants to drive the Ferrari before they actually learn how to drive, you know?
Known. They take lots of liberties and make lots of...
Like with all things in life, it's slow, sluggish, and boring. That's why no one likes reality. Reality's boring. Until you figure out how it works. Then it's hilarious, because everywhere you go, there's a colossal fuck-up getting hundreds of people killed.
Or worse still, a head full of lies. This confusion can lead people to purchase whimsical books and expensive seminars from ridiculous false prophets. Forgo legitimate medical treatment in favor
here we go.
of unsubstantiated healers and gurus.
So we got 2 new civilizations.
There are many flavors of this fad, and a bit later we will get to the meat of the deception, which invariably involves misuse of the word quantum and deliberate misinterpretation of something called the double slit.
Oh, and 3 new fully voiced campaigns.
But I would like to start somewhere more fundamental. Let's begin with the core confusion that enables the whole show. Much like other scams and pseudoscience, it all stems from a misunderstanding of basic scientific concepts and terminology.
And,
in this case, it is the word energy.
The former
is
boosts
energy.
their roster of
Even
gunpowder
just
units,
hearing
while the
that
latter
word
improves
out
amongst
loud,
the monasteries.
dozens
What
of
is the other one called?
connotations probably come to mind.
The
Here's
Obuch.
the way quantum mystics
Polish
on the
unique
internet
unit is the
use
Obuch, a
word
brutal infantryman
incorrectly.
whose
They
warhammer
talk about
tears the
something
armor
called spirit,
from enemy
an
units.
energy, an invisible force. that
Obuchs
seems to
are
be
best used
controlling
against
who and what we
expensive,
really
heavily
are.
armored units that might
Quantum
otherwise pose a
physics
deadly threat to the rest of your
emphasize
army.
that the universe
I
is
know!
not
A
really
counter to my
split into
tectonic
two
knights!
realms, a material realm and an
And look at the winged
energetic realm.
hussars.
Quantum physics reveals that everything is made out of energy. What we perceive
Oh,
as
they scare a
matter
unit with
is
the
actually an
Lithuanians.
illusion of energy and light. That there is
Additionally, the
nothing
pulse of
physical.
building, the
So as you
folwark,
can
which
see,
it
to the
replaces the
quantum
mill
mystic,
and
energy
increases the
is a
efficiency of
synonym
nearby
for
farms.
magic.
Ooh!
It means whatever they want it to mean in order to sell to the suggestible viewer whatever it is that they're selling.
Marketplace.
But in science,
You've
this
conquered a great
word has a
trade
very
post.
specific
Let me look at
definition,
it.
which we must learn
Use
now.
markets to gain.
For maximum effect, please purge yourself
what?
of
Use-
every
use
connotation you are
markets to
aware
gain
of
an
for the
advantage.
word energy, as the term has been completely convoluted by
that's
society,
the opposition.
so we
Fucking
need
hell.
to start from a blank
Fucking
slate.
oath, eh? How are we
Act
gonna
as
pull
if
that one
you've
off?
never heard this word before. Are you ready? Here it comes. Energy is the
go for the Viet
capacity to do work. The end.
Fuck you,
Now, to
GI!
further clarify,
Fuck
we should
you,
also
GI!
define work. Again, in society, this word means many things. It can refer to a profession, an action, or even a location. So let's again purge ourselves of these connotations
Alright.
so that we can
Let's do
learn
this.
what it means in science. Work refers to an action done on an object whereby an applied force causes a displacement of that object. So work is about motion. When you apply a force to an object and it moves, like pushing a box across the floor, you're doing work. So energy is the capacity to do work, which is what causes motion. And that's all there is to it. Energy is a property of a system and nothing more. To elucidate further still, we could highlight different forms of energy. Kinetic energy is the energy an object possesses by virtue of its motion, which can be transferred to other objects through collisions. Potential energy is the energy an object possesses by virtue of its position in a field. Lifting an object into the air increases its gravitational potential energy, which is then converted into kinetic energy as it falls, just the way a compressed spring has a lot of potential energy, which is released as it expands. Thermal energy, or heat, is just a transfer of kinetic energy, and temperature is a
basic
measure of the
thermodynamics.
average kinetic
Yeah, boy.
energy of the
Hot.
particles in a system.
Literally hot.
Hotter systems of particles are moving faster on average. Colder systems of particles are moving slower on average. Chemical energy is a kind of potential energy which describes the potential of some molecule to undergo a particular chemical reaction, which is simply a rearrangement of atoms. All of the above is explained in far greater detail over in my classical physics playlist, should you wish to learn about these concepts. Finally, matter itself is a form of energy, according to the most famous equation of all time, Einstein's E equals mc squared. E is energy, m is mass, and c is the speed of light, which is a big number, and when squared is an even bigger number. So matter times this big number equals lots of
NAR
energy.
underscore near.
But even this form of energy
I am
is
already
not
lost on
mystical
what
in
this
any way.
dude be spouting.
When matter is converted
It's just-
to
it's just
energy
going on
in a
about,
fusion
basic
reactor or a
thermodynamics.
nuclear bomb, it is still the same phenomenon we have been describing. It can be defined rigorously and measured quantitatively.
Edrus Rex.
So even in this abstract
them.
context, it is
Get them
never
good.
ill-defined or vague.
We got a
When
crop
you
of
see-
good,
when
eh,
we
boss?
say everything is energy, it's actually a true statement, because matter is a form of energy. But this does not mean that there is a magical spiritual world. It does not mean you can heal yourself with your mind, or any of the other bogus claims we will investigate in a moment. Energy is not an object. It is not a substance. It is not an essence, or a life force, or a magical realm. It is a property of an object or system that can be transferred into another object or system, typically in the form of work. That's what
Edrus
energy
Rex.
is, and that's the
Also,
only thing that
I've got
energy
another
is.
VTuber interested in armor on the hook.
Unfortunately,
Luker, can we
colloquial
cool if
usage
I
of the
pass
word
on the
energy
Discord in
has
your name?
muddied
Ooh,
and
yeah, sure.
obscured this definition. People say things like, "This room has such good energy." This is a metaphorical usage of the word, which is acceptable if acknowledged as strictly metaphorical. It means that one gets
Hectic
a good
vibes,
impression
bro.
from the room. It conveys a
Yo,
feeling
man, I'm
in a
totally
fun,
vibing
poetic
this
way.
room right
It does
now,
not
man.
mean that there is a literal substance emanating from the room that we call good energy, which is magically perceived by your third eye in some way that
Edrew's
science
Rex.
can't comprehend.
Sweet
Further
deal.
compounding the confusion
Hectic
is the
vibes
fact
intensify.
that in physics, quantitative measurements of energy, in particular potential energy, can have positive or negative values. Positive means greater than 0, negative means less than 0. It's just math and the way we define systems in physics. By sheer linguistic coincidence, we also use the word positive to mean good, and negative to mean bad, as in having a positive or negative experience. But these two connotations are totally unrelated. So when people remove the concept of
Rex.
positive or negative energy,
Remember
from the
that other
arithmetic
VTuber with the
domain
huge
in which it
tracts
has
of land
actual
I was
meaning,
mentioning?
and take these phrases
Fish
to
is
mean
doing a
good or
subathon.
bad energy,
Miss me with
the
that
result
gay
is
shit.
totally meaningless. There is no such
Huge
thing
tracts
as
of
good
land I was
energy
mentioning.
or bad energy. There is no context in which this makes any sense.
I don't remember anything about land.
Metaphorical. So when these terms are used improperly, it is simply an unfortunate side effect of allowing words to have multiple meanings in a language. The literalization of this metaphorical usage confuses people and renders them susceptible to cranks and con men who exploit this confusion for financial gain. Speaking of cranks and con men, let's get to them now. I want to start with one of the primary figures, if not the primary figure, responsible for the popularization of quantum mysticism in the
Rex.
1990s.
Oh, you
That is
remember
the
her huge
glammed-out
tracts of
guru
land.
himself,
Don't play.
Deepak Chopra.
Oh,
The
I
one
see.
who I was
Deepak rose to
deriding for
prominence
wearing
on
a
the
sweater and
success of his
skirt but not
1993
showing the
book,
thighs.
Ageless
Alright,
Body,
not
Timeless
land, you
Mind,
mean her
Quantum
autocannons.
Alternative to Growing Old. This, along with his previous book called Quantum Healing, piggybacked on the broader New Age movement that was picking up steam, and he rode the tidal wave of
Rex.
science-flavored self-help themed
her chest-mounted
to significant
autocannons.
fame and fortune. As you can see,
Shit, I'm already fucked
quantum
up.
is a very important buzzword for this brand of deception, and it only serves to disguise mysticism as science. Given that Chopra has published nearly 100 books,
Rex.
there is no time to go
More
into every
Demolisher
single thing
cannons,
he's written,
I'd
nor would
say.
I ever subject myself to that kind of torture. But a pervading theme across his body of work is the power of the
So
mind.
she wants a suit of
The
armor.
mind, according to
Good.
him, has limitless power.
We'll
in
get it
healing
geared for
oneself,
war.
as well as shaping or even manifesting aspects of physical reality. He
Edrew's
describes
Rex.
the phenomenon of
No,
perfect
no,
health,
not
the
her.
title of another one of his books, and a selling point for
Well, then
his
she's nothing but dead meat.
ultra-expensive He advertises
She
that
is
those
weak
who
and
read,
inferior.
pretend, and learn these techniques, which we could call sorcery, can be totally free of disease, never feel pain, and even halt the aging process, all simply with the mind. Of course, it seems that even Deepak himself was unable to put that last technique
Edrew's
into
Rex.
practice, as he is 74
Another one,
years old.
a guy
and he looks
VTuber.
his age. His
He's
other
got a
favorite thing to
Scion
talk
model
about
and
is
has
how
some
physics
interesting
tells us
looking
that
plate armor on his
consciousness
2D
creates
model.
reality, another hallmark of the quantum
Links.
mystic. Here's a taste.
There is no universe. It's a human construct.
Oh, what?
It's a human construct for a mode of
There is
knowing
no
and
such thing as
perception.
reality. It's a
There are
human
no
construct.
electromagnetic fields or molecules or atoms or waves of particles. These are human constructs for modes of knowing and experience in human consciousness. The only thing we can say with certainty about the universe, what's it made of, is it's made of
Edrew's
nothing.
Rex.
Non-locality.
The
if you
ebb
tickle
and
the
flow of
universe here,
tachyon particles
it
that you
lasts
perceive
there.
as the
You
passage
ask
of
a question
time.
Here, it answers there because consciousness non-locally is correlated everywhere. That's the deeper question. There's mathematics to prove that.
So as we can see, even for those who aren't specifically looking to be healed, there is still plenty to bait you with. The selling points of consciousness creating reality pretty much write themselves. Realizing your infinite potential, manifesting your desires. These are all attractive notions which can ensnare suggestible people who are dissatisfied with their lives or otherwise overwhelmed by reality. It's emptiness disguised as transcendental self-improvement, something which has served as the basis for Scientology and other successful criminal organizations.
Edrew's Rex.
To be fair, not
But
every
yet,
quantum mystic
British
has
girl
their own
interested
cult,
in power
but some
armor,
of them do.
Scion
And even
guy
those that
interested in
don't,
plate
should we
armor,
really look the
and
other
that
way
smirks
when
guy
people
who's
make a
got the
fortune from
robot avatar.
deliberately misleading the public?
Not a bad lineup.
How is it that they
Eh?
are able to
Yeah,
do
nice.
this? The success of Deepak
Yeah,
stems
boy.
from two things. First, he uses his
We're gonna
identity
fully get
and
Chili
calm,
Corp going, yeah,
calculated
boy.
manner of speech
We're gonna
to
sell
put
armor
out
all
an
across the
air
world.
of
I'm pretty
ancient
much gonna be a
Eastern
VTuber, illegal
wisdom. To the
arms dealer.
untrained ear, he sounds like a wise sage. And he
Like all
also
the
was at
favorite
one point a
companies in
real
real
doctor,
life.
so he appears to have credibility. Second, he is a third-degree black belt in the art of pseudoscientific word salad. He may be the best there's ever been at this impressive skill. He knows precisely which buzzwords to use and in precisely
Rex.
which combinations so
Also,
as to present
let
what
me know if
sounds
you
to
ever
many
want
like
me to chill out
profound
mentioning
truths,
your skill
when in
set.
reality,
I
most
don't
of what
want
he
to
says
swamp
is
you with
utterly
too much
meaningless.
while you've also
In
got
fact, there
uni
was a
going
Deepak
XD.
Chopra
No
quote
worries,
generator
I'll be
online
fine for now.
called Wisdom
Nothing
of
interesting is
Chopra,
really happening.
which is programmed with vocabulary from his Twitter feed and equipped with a randomizer, which will spit out randomly generated blocks of text that are completely indistinguishable from what he actually says. Here, I'll show you. These are all statements that were randomly generated for me by Wisdom of Chopra, except one, which is something Deepak actually
Edrus Rex.
said. See if you can
Sounds
pick
good
out
to
the
me.
genuine quote.
Yeah, boy.
And here it is. Did you get it? Don't worry if you didn't, you're not missing anything. So as you can see, it's a simple formula. Dazzle people with spiritual sounding nonsense until their eyes glaze over and they open up their wallets nice and wide. And given Chopra's net worth of $150 million, it would seem that it is quite an effective formula as well. You see, this particular flavor of gibberish resonates strongly with a certain type of person.
I'm gonna go splat
This
it.
would be the secular individual who is
How's it going,
filled with
splat
the
it?
longing for worship, but has no institutionalized God to put it upon. We all possess certain neural proclivities towards seeking and affirming divinity, and to this end, quantum mysticism offers the universe as God, along with all the transcendence, permanence, interconnectedness, and self-empowerment, without any of the burdens of organized religion. It's a vapid stand-in for spirituality that avoids the outdated social practices and conservatism of the more popular faiths, but keeps the perceived ties to the ancient world.
How's it
Wild,
going,
unsubstantiated
Chili?
claims
Not too
about
bad, mate.
reality,
Yourself?
plus bonus cheese
Just
and
standing off for
chocolates.
some aged vampires?
Even for
I'll be
those
honest,
who
pretty sure I'm
aren't
about to get
looking for
myself
God, there is
murdered, but
plenty
you
to
know
work
what?
with,
That's just
since
the way
all
life is
humans have
sometimes.
certain desires that are easy to tap into. We see this with virtually all of Chopra's book titles. The spontaneous fulfillment of desire, You Are the Universe, Boundless Energy, The Wisdom Within. It's marketing. People want their anxieties to congeal into serenity, which gives way to perfect control over their lives and
Oh,
lives.
and we're listening into the
People
background
want
about
to
some
feel relevant in
pseudoscience
the
stuff.
universe
Quantum
and
mysticism,
connected
that's
to
what it's
everything
called.
in it. Quantum mystics are attuned to the deep longings of their target demographic in order to most effectively exploit them, and to that end, they are selling one thing only: identity. You see, a brand of razor blade may be selling masculinity. A brand of fragrance may be selling elegance. A brand of soft drink might even sell the feeling of being extreme. But the quantum mystic, on the other hand, is selling artificial transcendence. It's the convenient sale of an enlightened self-image for the spiritual warrior in a hurry.
Fuck!
Given that we live in the
guys
internet
advancing so
age,
quickly,
this
man.
fad is not limited to a handful of authors and gurus. Many versions of this narrative can be found all over YouTube. There are hundreds of such channels, each with their own flavor,
How did that
but
guy
the
get
core
inside?
message tends to be pretty much the
I see.
same. So I'll just pick on one of the bigger
Splattered.
ones, which is called
Interesting.
Spirit Science. Here we find mystical ramblings amidst a backdrop of delightful animations. Let's take a listen to one about crystals.
Yeah, energy crystals!
No, seriously, look at all these amazing structures and forms. They're beautiful, they're powerful, and they're life. Crystals are the essence of life manifesting within the earth. The neurological process. Recognition of these energies and forms of crystals can greatly benefit your personal growth. It is a very basic consciousness, not as intricate or advanced as some life on Earth. Crystals definitely don't have the thinking capacity of humans, or even the biological reproductive systems of plants, but they are life.
No, crystals are not alive.
They're-
very specific
they're a rock.
criteria that qualify something as being alive, including metabolic
Hashtag
activity,
rock lives
the
matter,
response of
everybody.
chemistry happening
Rock lives
inside at
matter.
the time, response to stimuli, growth, and reproduction. Crystals are inert. They are not alive, period. The word life has a rigorous definition, and it can't just be applied to any random object.
Crystals are defined as being a mineralogical body with a characteristic internal structure and enclosed by a symmetry of plane faces. They are, however, much more than that.
No, they are not.
We've discussed before that everything in the universe is a vibration, existing through many frequencies at once. Our physical bodies are on this physical plane.
Total
but
vibes,
sounds
man!
that appear
Total
vibrate
vibes!
frequency, as with smells and even thoughts. Crystals also vibrate to many frequencies at once.
We are discovering some more key buzzwords for the quantum mystic.
Hippie crusher.
Vibration and
Raised
frequency.
fist.
These are used just like
How's it
energy
going, hippie?
as being
Edrew's
synonymous
Rex.
with magic. That
Hashtag
atoms and
just vibe
molecules
things,
vibrate
Brett.
doesn't mean they can cast magic spells. And frequency is just a word that means number of cycles per unit time and has no significance when not applied to a concretely defined phenomenon. When the mystic says higher frequencies, they mean good frequencies, which doesn't mean anything, just like good energy doesn't mean anything. When the quantum mystic says that something is emitting frequencies or vibrating to frequencies, they mean that it is magic, and they want to use a scientific vocabulary word to pretend that magic is real.
Health is the natural state of any form in the universe. Considering the vibrational existence of reality, health comes when frequencies of anything are in balance and harmony with itself.
Health is not the natural state of things. Disease is natural.
Yeah.
Death is natural. This is the setup for a snake oil pitch, and it's a classic
Splattered.
one. Then again with the
Is that one
buzzwords.
of your anime girls
Frequencies
you've
of
designed
what?
with Blender?
The word frequency doesn't mean anything.
not
if
Blender,
directly
V-Roy.
referencing a physical phenomenon that can possess a frequency, like light or sound.
I could.
When
I have
powers
been looking to
are affected,
do some
we
stuff in
experience a
Blender.
state which we know as disease,
Fiddle
which
around
is
with
a
it.
body
I have done
that
Blender
This
ages
graphic
ago.
is meaningless. We don't have orbs of colored light around us.
Hang on a minute,
Disease
sorry.
has a
I'm just a
molecular
little distracted
basis.
at the moment.
It does not have a basis in invisible personal rainbows that definitely do not exist.
The
Splattered.
resistant discordant
Oh.
energy patterning is responsible for every negative symptom we experience. Everything from headache to
Yeah.
cancer.
Again,
I have been meaning
what
to
is
do,
this?
like a
Frequency
Mark
of
II
what? This
sort
has
of
no
armor.
correlation with anything in physical reality.
That guy's dead.
Headaches and cancer are not caused by little quivering lines. This is such unadulterated fantasy that there isn't even anything to debunk.
In the physical world, you pick up a crystal and feel it as something separate from you that you're just holding. But on higher frequencies, you're actually interacting with that stone energetically.
Edrew's
This interaction
Rex.
then causes changes to your
A
structure
suit that'll
and
actually
psychology through
protect
your
her
own
thighs
energetic
Luker
systems.
Kawi.
No,
Ted?
this does not happen. If it did, it could be
Yep,
measured
actual
in
armor as
Edrew's
opposed to
Rex.
ceremonial
It is a
armor.
Cause
fabrication.
those
Oh,
to
shit.
see thighs
People
save
who don't
lives.
require evidence in order to believe something.
Now, consciousness is, of course, the determining factor of if you are going to be accepting of these new
No.
frequencies
Shit.
coming into your being through
Does he
crystals.
know?
I'm not going to say crystals will heal you, because if you
No.
fight them and are non-receptive to these frequencies, you will continue to create the disharmony within
Alright.
yourself.
The translation here is that crystal healing works
Alright,
by
that- hopefully that
placebo
should
effect.
distract him
So
long
if
enough
you
that he
don't
doesn't
think they will
realize.
work, they won't work, because they only work
Alright.
when you trick yourself into thinking that they work.
Remember the 5
Placebo
platonic forms?
effect.
Science understands that all atomic patterns and molecular structures were based on these 5 forms.
No, they aren't. That doesn't mean anything. Molecular geometries do not exclusively resemble platonic solids.
One of the biggest things about crystals is that they can transmit frequencies. From a scientific perspective, we can
Technically,
transmit
everything
thoughts
can
and emotions
transmit-
through crystals.
transmit
But
frequencies.
scientifically, does that make sense?
No, it doesn't make sense. It sounds like magic. Just saying, doesn't that make sense, is not an argument.
Science found in the 50s that silicon shows the same principles of life as carbon. Exactly 1 octave down on the periodic table from carbon is silicon.
They are called periods, not octaves. The periodic table is not a piano.
Sponges in the ocean are 100% silicon was also discovered, which shows that silicon life doesn't just work in theory, but they actually exist right here on this planet.
There are no sponges made of 100% silicon. If something is made of 100% silicon, it is silicon. This is one of the dumbest sentences I've ever heard. I can't understand how any human person doesn't just laugh out loud when they hear things like that.
I
Okay,
did.
that's enough on crystals. Let's hear some commentary on physics.
What physics is telling us is that everything comes down to geometry and the interactions between elementary particles. Things can happen only when things are perfectly balanced.
This doesn't mean anything. It's just more
Edrew's
vague
Rex.
nonsense intended to get
This
people
guy
nodding
is
their heads,
naysaying a lot.
pretending they are learning
Does
about
he have
deep truths
quantum
in physics.
mysticism to back up his
Garrett demonstrates to
criticism?
us how the
Ted.
particles that create point particles
I
really
think
work.
not.
He shows that when you
Get
plot them
wrecked,
out and how they
commentator.
move, this is what they look like. The times and
Heresy.
scales of the universe and how it works is very beautiful.
What is this?
Tit.
Subatomic particles are not colored squares and circles and triangles. What are we looking at? What do these symbols represent? Not even a half-assed attempt to explain anything is offered, just random images acting as a backdrop for word salad.
Now, look at this. This is one of the ways that these charges branch off from each other. As you can see, it flows in a hexagonal pattern, the same pattern that we found in the expanded flower of life. Then, if you rotate this pattern in 6-dimensional charge fields, you see it forms yet another pattern. Many of you will recognize this as the shape of the Star of David, but its true name is the star tetrahedron, which is directly over the fruit of
Take
life.
that, Uden!
People love cool shapes, so the quantum mystic shows lots of cool shapes. Again, meaningless.
This shape, as we learned, is not only the root of all mathematical proportion, light, the platonic solids, but is also the source of every musical system in the universe, including systems both used and unknown to modern man.
I'm sorry, how? This shape is the root of light? What does that mean? Where are the platonic solids in here?
Yes, I'm
How
about
does
to kill
this
so many
shape
horsemen.
produce musical systems? Please explain. My favorite part is how it's the source of musical systems that are unknown. So we don't know them, but they're still based on this? That's about enough, but here's one more tidbit.
While today there are many sciences and researches delving into that ultimate question, what is a soul? There is still no concrete answers to this question.
A soul isn't
No,
real!
there are no scientists trying to explain what a soul is, because that is not a scientific concept. Science is the study of the physical world. Anything supernatural, by definition, is not science, and there is no evidence that anything supernatural exists. This disconnect encapsulates the problem with quantum mystics. If someone wants to believe in a soul or speculate about the supernatural, they can go ahead and do so. But to pretend that it is supported
Oh,
by
I just realized my
science
whole army's
is
fucking dead.
ludicrous.
Shit.
Videos like these are just rapid-fire lies over stock footage aimed at people who want to believe in magic, but also want to feign compatibility with real science. They are willfully ignorant to the point where they can't be bothered to even Google a word to find out if it's being used properly, because the story they've chosen to believe takes precedent over fact. And these are the types that will buy the 7-day transformation course and attend the retreats, and otherwise fork over the cash that makes these channels lucrative. Getting back to a more general discussion, as we can now see, from Deepak to YouTube, a central theme of quantum mysticism has been identified.
Physicists are being forced to admit that the universe is a mental construction.
Told you I fucked that one up.
Because new physics is
Edrew's
finally
Rex.
discovering that the
Is
observer
GG?
shapes the reality.
Yeah.
Edrew's Rex.
Quantum scientists are
Is
now
GG.
conducting
I wasted my army.
measurable
I sent my army in
experiments
to go die for
never
no
before
reason.
thought possible to
I fucked up
prove
the start.
theory.
The second I hit that
Consciousness creates
population cap at
reality.
the start, that was me done.
So that's the story. Consciousness creates
Also, this is a
reality.
retarded map.
There is
I've
no
never
such
been on this
thing
map
as a
before.
physical world. Consciousness is all that exists. Now, this little hypothesis is all well and good if uttered between stoned philosophy undergrads at a party. But no, the quantum mystic insists that this notion is physics, that this deep truth is derived directly from empirical science. Well, it absolutely isn't, but that then begs the question,
Not good enough.
where did this
Just not
lie
good
come
enough.
from? It's obvious that it's just a self-help sales pitch. It's quantum Tony Robbins.
Does conscious intention create
just fucking
reality?
wasted the troops I had.
This question
Completely
comes
wasted
with
them.
a number of other questions. Does this mean we as individuals can
Alright,
shape
let's go for
and
another
create
game.
whatever reality we'd like for ourselves? Does it mean
I should have just
we
gone
can manifest
Japanese. I don't think the
a certain
Vietnamese are very
lifestyle,
good on their own.
attract certain experiences?
Manifest
They're
your
a good
desires
support.
with
They're
only
a very
4
good
easy
support
payments
army.
of $19.99.
They're a very good support
So again, if the
civilization,
notion
but
of consciousness creating
they
reality
don't really
has
stand on
nothing
their
to
own
do
2
with
feet.
quantum physics, how can these mystics claim as much? This is very easy to answer.
Edrew's
All
Rex.
of this woo stems from
You're not
deliberate
very good on your own
misinterpretations
C.
of key experiments in 20th century physics. The most
Normally I go
notable
the
such
Huns or the
misinterpretation
Japanese
is
when I'm
related
going
to
solo.
the famous double slit experiment.
Japanese
I have a
infantry are
tutorial
fucking
on this
ludicrously
topic, as well as
powerful,
many
and
other
the
key
Huns have a
aspects of
really good
quantum
rush.
physics in my modern physics playlist.
Sometimes the
So
Teutons
please head
are
over
also
there
pretty good
after
solo.
this video if you're interested in learning more about it. But to
I don't know if
briefly
I've ever been
summarize the
successful
issue
with the
that is
Vietnamese
relevant
solo.
here, the
Not
double
really.
slit experiment was pivotal in demonstrating something called wave-particle duality. In short, everything is both particles and waves. Light is waves, but it's also particles.
Just
called
shit.
photons.
Just shit. That's all it boils down
Electrons
to.
are particles, but they are also waves of probability density. When you get down to the tiniest things, everything is particles and waves, and it doesn't matter that it doesn't make sense to us. It doesn't matter that we can't visualize it or rationalize it.
We'll give it another
That's
go,
what
right?
the math tells us, so that's how reality works. The way
Edrus
the
Rex.
double-slit experiment works
What you
is
should have
that
done is
particles are
started a
allowed to
migrant
diffract
crisis
through
and
two
dug an
slits
expansive
to
tunnel
generate an
network under the
interference
map.
pattern on a detector.
That's how you win.
As makes sense.
No, that only
Wait,
works against
we can
Americans.
do this with light. We can also do this with electrons, and in fact, we can even do it with an individual.
I mean, hey, that's probably
The
why I
diffraction
didn't
of an
win. I didn't build
individual
anywhere near
electron
enough
is a
rice
compelling
paddies.
demonstration of the wave nature of matter.
I should have just
Now,
had farms
here's the
all
kicker.
across the map.
When we are not interfering with the process, the particle appears to pass through both slits.
Let's go.
just
Edrus
like a wave.
Rex.
But when we try
Are
to
you telling me
determine which
Ethan wasn't
slit
American?
passes through, it appears
Ma'am?
to only pass through one, like a particle.
No.
It's incredible. The act of
Edrus
observing
Rex.
the particle
I was
changed
up to
its
my knees in
behavior.
rice paddies.
The very act of measuring or observing which slit it went
Hang on.
through meant it only went through one, not both. The electron decided to act differently.
Oh shit, this is
So
dramatic.
it was aware it was being watched.
Observations influence external reality. At least that's the pseudoscientific narrative that charlatans spin. In fact, it is impossible to observe a tiny particle, like an electron, without affecting the system. Observation requires physically interacting with such a particle.
Oh, here's a fun fact that you probably never noticed. You know light has weight to it. Not a lot of weight, but it does have weight to it. If you shoot a laser at like if you have a concentrated enough light, like a really, really powerful laser, you can actually push an object with raw light. Fun fact. I know there's I've seen it where you can if you put like a piece of paper on like a spotlight and then you turn on the spotlight, it will push up the piece of paper.
In the submicroscopic realm, observation
Just a little
is
fun
not
fact.
a passive process. We can't spy on an electron the way we can peek at our neighbor through the window. Animating a little eyeball simply watching the electron
And
is
they are
misleading
underscore
and
near.
inaccurate.
No
Measuring
fucking
something
way.
about an
Yeah, true,
electron
man.
Edrus
involves
Rex.
True shit,
interacting
man.
with it.
That's called heat
Detection
rising.
requires
Chilly.
the emission of photons that interact with the electron and thereby
Well, pretty
affect
much.
certain properties of the electron.
Light creates heat.
It is the physical
And
act
that- yeah.
of taking a measurement that affects the
I've
system,
completely fucked this up
not
already.
Consciousness.
I'm so
There
retarded.
is no
I'm
magic.
fucked.
There
Damn
is
it.
no voodoo.
I'm too
And
busy
there
trying
is no
to trying to
basis
talk
with
about
which
light
to
physics.
conclude that particles know they are being watched.
But yeah,
or that
heat
we can
is the,
create alternate realities with our minds.
You're right, light
Something
does
similar
generate
can be
heat,
said
and yeah,
for
that's the physical
quantum
force it
mystics'
uses.
interpretation of the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, the concept of superposition, and any other aspect of legitimate physics.
Alright,
they
but I will
attempt to
say,
reference, which
if we
means
end up losing this,
absolutely
this is
nothing
entirely
if we
your
don't
fault,
do
Rex. Is
anything
that fair?
There is nothing in physics that lends any credibility to the notion that the universe is immaterial, or some kind of mental construct. One can engage in such philosophical speculation if they choose, and it's not a totally
Edrus
meritless
Rex.
intellectual exercise.
The friction in
But
the
to
bulb
say
from
that
the
such
resistor
ideas have
creates
some kind
heat.
of empirical
That's what
basis in
creates the
physics
heat on the
is
air under the
objectively
paper and
false.
pushes it up.
Anyone who says anything of the sort either doesn't understand physics or is lying, or both.
Actually, answer this.
Then,
Look
of
like a
course,
Google.
there is the word quantum itself.
Oh
It is
boy,
a far more
science!
boring word than many people presume. Quantum simply refers to the minimum amount of any physical entity involved in an interaction. So, for example, photons are quanta. A photon is the smallest amount of light there can be. This idea of quantization tells us that physical properties consist strictly of integer multiples of some tiniest indivisible subunit. So there is a tiniest quantity possible for energy, space, and time, and all values are multiples of that unbelievably tiny subunit. Quantization is a core principle of quantum mechanics, and that's what this word refers to. It does not refer to lasers or interdimensional travel or whatever other unadulterated fantasy.
God, look at that
mystics
rod
seeks
at the
to
bottom.
infuse it with.
Disgusting.
So apart from the self-help
Edrus
snake oil,
Rex.
courtesy of Deepak and
Cause
pals,
the paper is
where
there.
else does this
It's
narrative
trapping
rear
the
its ugly
particles in
head?
the air,
Who else
as well
lines
as
their
the light,
pockets with this
and they
brand
build
of
up more
pseudoscience?
energy,
Let's head
making
over
more
to the
heat,
medical realm.
until they push
Another
up the paper
facet
enough
of
to
quantum
escape.
mysticism involves a total
Yeah, yeah.
distrust of Western
I understand your
medicine.
argument you're going for.
According to the mystic,
And quite frankly,
the body
actually,
can
yeah, I
heal
got my
itself.
money on your
so
side.
real medicine
But
is just
I still want to
big
look it up
pharma
just to be
trying
sure.
to make a buck. This is
I will have to
another
do that in a
example
bit.
of how the alt-health industry fosters and exploits anti-establishment bias. There are some people who so desperately want to believe that every perceived authority is
NAR
wrong
underscore
that
near.
they will blindly trust
Look at you
anyone
nerds.
who tells them so.
Edru's
and in
Rex.
this realm, it means avoiding
Thermodynamics
drugs and
are cool.
doctors in favor of magic crystals and healers.
Thermodynamics
As the
is OP
narrative
as
goes,
fuck, man.
Western medicine treats the symptoms, while alternative medicine treats the
You know,
cause.
all human
In fact,
civilization
this is the
centers
precise
around fire.
opposite of the truth, as these
I know that
treatments
for absolute
operate
certainty.
exclusively by placebo effect, which is the slight mitigation of physical
All
symptoms
technology,
brought on
all human
purely by
civilization
expectation.
centers around fire.
Essentially, if you believe your pain should be alleviated by pretty rocks, or someone floating their hands over your body, then a shallow, fleeting period of pain relief can be experienced. But it is not causally related to the item or practice in question. It can be achieved by waving a magic wand and shouting abracadabra, if the subject is prone to believing that should work.
Expecto
So all the power
Patronum!
of the mind rhetoric is not entirely without basis, but this palliative effect, apart from disappearing rapidly, does nothing whatsoever to address the cause of the ailment. All disease has a molecular basis, and real medicine addresses that molecular basis with molecules, like drugs. These are compounds that interact with proteins in your body, like enzymes and receptors, so as to induce a physiological change in your body, which
Edru's Rex.
reverses or otherwise addresses
Did you know I
some
could be
unintended
theoretically
biological
possible to make a
activity?
piston that gets
We don't
heated
really
by
have
the
time
air
to
around
talk in
magma
depth
enough to
about how
push it up,
medicine works, as
since
that's
the
not
heated
point
air
of
will
this
push it
video,
up,
but I have a
and then pushed
pharmacology
back down
playlist
by
if
the
you're
frigid air
interested,
back at
as
the
well as
surface,
others on
and that could in
biochemistry and
theory be a
biology for
perpetual power
relevant
source.
background information. Otherwise, rest assured, alternative medicine treats the symptoms, and
Interesting.
poorly at that. Western medicine treats the cause. Anyone who says otherwise is a duper or one who has been duped.
Edru's Rex.
So what are these treatments
Hang on.
precisely?
Let me
Well,
grab
as
the
we
video
said,
on
lots
it.
of people
Yeah,
believe
boy.
that crystals have magical healing powers. Pushers of this narrative display
Fuck,
such
we're actually gonna have to
disregard
sit down
for
and watch
physical
it.
reality that beyond not feeling obligated to substantiate these claims in the slightest, they even tend to throw out vaguely scientific-sounding word salads as justification, knowing that their target demographic will not scrutinize them for a single second. Their customers want to believe that magic is real, and are willing to pay money to a practitioner to perpetuate this delusion. This could take the form of placing
NAR
stones on the
underscore
body,
near.
or the not
So
as
what is the
ancient as
stopping it from
advertised
being real?
practice of Reiki, which is just waving one's hands over the body to channel healing energy from a universal source.
I think it would
It's
be getting
essentially
close enough to
Rex.
magma
with
without
Asian
bursting.
mysticism
The
instead
practicality of the
Christian God.
cost, and
Each
materials that
charlatan
could
has
stand
their
up
own
to those
jargon and
forces.
Yeah, yeah.
specialized accoutrement, but at their
You
core,
know,
they're all the same. They use words like quantum, vibration,
Like, pretty much, magma is so
frequency,
hot
and
to the
energy,
point, if
all
you're-
incorrectly,
if you
with
touch
the goal
it,
of propping up pseudoscience so
well,
blatant
pretty much if
that
you
it's
touch it, you
legitimately
basically
offensive.
explode. It
All
hyper.
the while, the story
I
is
can't remember
spun
the exact
of how
terminology,
arrogant
but
scientists
basically,
and doctors must be to
when
ignore these
hydrogen
powerful healing techniques,
encounters
thinking themselves
such a high
bigger
degree
than
of
Edru's
heat
Rex.
in such a short amount of time,
Also,
it detonates.
the ID
lies
is up
in the
in the
fact that
Discord,
it is the
and I
healer
won't be
who
able
is
to
so
chat more since I need to
arrogant
make
that they
breakfast for
literally
the
believe
hotel.
They have magic powers, like
Yep,
a
no
wizard,
worries, bud.
that they are so wise,
yeah, we'll go watch that in a
so
bit.
enlightened
I'll
that
see
they
if I
have
can.
access
I'll see
to
if
a
I'm.
tier of
I'll
reality
see if I'm
that
talking out my
eludes the
ass with
rest
about
of
the
the
light
species.
physics thing.
What could be a more narcissistic and childish delusion than this?
Oh, for
Now, to
fuck's
be
sake.
fair, we would do well to temper the outrage. Let's say someone goes to a Reiki session with a little back pain.
God
They
fucking
find the
damn.
practitioner
I
to
fucked
be
this up
warm
so
and
goddamn
personable.
bad, man.
They have a little chit-chat. They lie down in a room with calming colored lights and pleasant ambiance.
I'm so
There's some
shit.
Enya playing, or whatever those types of people are listening to these days. It all
Fuck!
adds up to a legitimately therapeutic experience, leading to a placebo effect that makes them feel a little better. So where's the harm? Well, in such a case, one could say that there is no tremendous harm, and if you are looking to pay the price of a massage but not get one, then that's really up to you. And in fairness,
Splattered.
most practitioners of these
LOL.
treatments are somewhat honest about their limitations, stating that they are not legitimate solutions for serious medical
God damn
conditions
it, man.
or life-threatening
I'm so
emergencies.
goddamn dead.
But not everyone in this culture displays this absolutely minimal modicum of ethical behavior. Some people get swept up in the notion that this sort of paradigm is the only true medicine, and that doctors and hospitals are not to be trusted under any circumstance. It goes without saying that this is a dangerous way of thinking, and when people forego actual medical treatment in favor of New Age voodoo, if this is prompted or encouraged by some perceived authority, it is a criminal act. People who prevent those in need of medical attention from getting that help should be formally prosecuted, especially in the case of parents acting on behalf of their sick children. Beyond these extreme circumstances, it is an enormous problem that the alt-health industry is not regulated whatsoever. What this means is that when a healer makes some dubious claim in their shop or on a website, it is not scrutinized, nor are they made accountable for its veracity in any way. There is no entity in place to monitor any of this activity because it does not fall under the domain
Seth
of any
Belmont.
kind of actual science
Age
or
of
medicine,
Empires.
such
All
that
the
existing
memories.
regulatory
Yeah, boy.
bodies would have jurisdiction.
And I'm doing
Imagine what
fucking
would happen
awful
if
so
a
far.
pharmaceutical company advertised that their new drug was a treatment
I am
for
the the
some kind
anchor
of
that
heart
is holding
disease,
the. I am
when
the
in
anchor that
fact,
is
it's
sinking
just
the
a
ship.
sugar cube. In what world would that be allowed to happen? Within legitimate industries, these kinds of bald-faced lies are impossible, but in the alt-health realm, it's the norm. Homeopathic healers sell treatments that are truly nothing, just little globules that may as well be sugar cubes. If the consumer doesn't have the sense to see through the lies, that's on them. Regulation of any kind would mean the death of alt-health, as virtually nothing in it can be substantiated in any manner so as to be considered legitimate. So as we can now
How's it going,
hopefully
mate?
see, the
I
narrative
hope you're
of the
doing a hell of a lot better
quantum
than I
mystic
am at
is
Age of
preposterous.
Empires.
The notion that all of these healing techniques and ancient practices constitute some kind of ultimate truth, and that big medicine wants to hide these truths away to pump you full of nasty chemicals to make money, is childish and in itself money-driven. Humans had an average lifespan of 30 all the way until the turn of the 20th century. Our current lifespan and quality of life is owed almost exclusively to scientific advancements enabling the treatment and in some cases total eradication of infectious diseases and other maladies. Science is the real deal, and Western medicine is science-based medicine. The mystics are the ones slinging snake oil for cash, as this crystal, frivolously labeled Magic Wand of Universal Power, $50,
It's like a fucking. It's like a fucking artifact you get from
this
killing
is
a
where
boss.
one must distinguish between your everyday self-help grifter and the much more damaging narrative of the quantum mystic. The former may be vague and hollow, but ultimately in some cases does actually help people. The path to happiness is inward and subjective, so if someone attains happiness and personal growth through some cookie-cutter self-help seminar, there's no real basis for anyone to tell them that they didn't. The quantum mystic, however, makes concrete, highly specific claims about the nature of external reality that are objectively false. These false claims lead people away from medical treatment and sow the seeds of distrust in the scientific community, which inevitably rears its ugly head in the form of the anti-vaccine movement and other cultural defects that end up killing people. In short, this is not a phenomenon that should be ignored. It should be exposed and deflated to prevent further damage. If you doubt how far this can go, you underestimate the degree of deception some people are willing to commit, as well as the capacity of the average person to fall for it. I'm talking about cults.
Yeah,
Quantum
boy!
mysticism is fertile
Yeah,
territory
boy!
for
Let's get the
wannabe
cults into the equation, man.
Take, for example, a YouTube channel called actualized.org, which has a little over 1 million subscribers. At first glance, this self-proclaimed prophet, a guy named Leo Gura, offers the same transparent self-help mumbo-jumbo as 1,000 salesmen before him. But as he evolved, his tactics went beyond this. Allow me to briefly demonstrate that Leo is a cult leader. I'm not being facetious here. When I say that someone is a cult leader, I mean that literally. But every cult has a story, so let's see how this one started. Again, like many cults, Leo started out in the self-help realm. How to be attractive, how to get money, how to get girls, how to make said girls squirt once you get them. Obviously some very highbrow stuff. Before long, he took a dive into the pool of mysticism. Here's him warming up with some of the compulsory jargon.
My thesis is that quantum mechanics corroborates non-duality. Quantum mechanics conclusively debunks materialism and the notion of there being an objective reality or physicality. The only way to really understand the full consequences of quantum mechanics is to transcend the human mind. It's not merely that we don't know where the particle is because our instruments aren't accurate enough. It was literally discovered that there is no such thing as a particle. It was also discovered that observation affects all measurements, such that you can't actually take a measurement of anything without affecting the thing that you're measuring. When you're not looking at your child, that child exists as infinity. When you're not looking at an elephant, it's infinity. It's nothing.
Is this guy saying
when you're not looking at
objects?
your house, it's infinity.
Does this
It's
guy
nothingness.
not understand object permanence?
That's what it is.
So, like many others, quantum mechanics is the well he draws his lies from. What's the central theme?
There is no physical reality and no physical universe. The Big Bang never happened. You are not actually sitting on the planet Earth. Billion years have never passed.
By the way,
There
the
is
planet
space,
isn't called
there is
Earth,
no
it's called
time.
Terra.
You are not a biological living
pretty
creature.
fucking hot.
In fact, you were never even born. You did not have parents. You did not have a childhood. You did not grow up. You did not press play at the beginning of this video. You imagined all of that.
Well, we've heard this
Wake
script
up!
before. Physical reality isn't real. It's all consciousness. Given his confidence on the subject, he must have some training in physics, I bet.
My deepest qualification is not a certificate or a PhD. It's simply that I've thought about this stuff. I've been I've cared about it. And that's really the only qualification you need to understand a thing.
That's called pulling
No,
shit out of
thinking
your
about
ass.
something really hard doesn't magically
NAR_near.
deliver comprehension. It
So
just
if you
leads
don't
people
look
to
at
a
it,
false sense
it's
of
strong?
wisdom, which is fertile grounds for
I
cult
guess.
building. Let's see how Leo does it.
You see, this is very radical. You do not
Totally
understand
radical, bro!
what I'm saying here.
Alright.
And you have a million excuses for why what I'm saying doesn't make sense, and why it is false, and why I'm crazy.
Oh, I'm dead.
But what I'm telling you is the absolute truth. And deep down you know this.
This is what cult leaders do. Insist that they're right, and any doubt
And
or
spread
sentiment
down.
to the contrary is absurd.
Can confirm
That
Terra
voice
has
of
huge
sanity
tracts of
telling you
land,
that this is
Yeah,
and
boy.
she's mad wet,
Don't
bro.
listen to it.
Yeah, man.
Listen to me. Listen only to me.
And you start to feel yourself unravel. And of course all of your emotions kick in to overdrive, to warn you. You know, red warning alarms are sounding in your mind, telling you, do not listen to this
Yes,
anymore.
it's called bullshit
Turn it off,
detector.
turn away.
And everyone,
go
every
do something
brain
else,
has one.
Distract yourself. Forget about it. But that fear is precisely the thing that tells you that what I'm saying is true.
This is called gaslighting. It means to manipulate someone psychologically
Yep.
to get them to question their own sanity. It's what sociopaths do.
It is.
And all cult leaders
It's
are
an
sociopaths.
it is a type of
By what I'm
psychological
saying,
abuse,
if you become
gaslighting
critical of what
someone.
I'm saying, if you leave a nasty comment, or you have an inclination to, or whatever, or you have some objections and you want to dispute this, and you have some brilliant arguments for how to argue with me, there's no arguments here. All of that, those are emotional reactions.
You're
you
wrong
have to
because I
focus
said
on.
you're wrong. I don't need to
All of
prove
those
anything.
equal the proof that you've been looking for. So the
World
proof
is
that
what
you
I
want right
imagined
now,
it to
which
be.
you're not gonna
Reality
believe
is my playground.
Because you're saying that I'm being evasive or whatever. That proof is in your emotional reactions.
I'm dead.
You have to start seeing it how your ego is deceiving you. Your ego, your psyche, that's what we're talking about here, right?
Yeah, but
So basically,
his
I
ego
am
isn't
right because
deceiving
I am
him.
right. And
Not
if
at
you
all.
don't think that I'm right, it's because you are deceiving yourself. Cult leaders always construct ideologies with built-in defense mechanisms so as to be impervious to criticism.
I'm dead.
Kind of like a deity. Speaking of deities,
So right now, I'm completely conscious that I'm God, and I'm completely conscious how I'm creating the entire universe.
Fucking God.
Anything that could ever possibly exist, I am, and it's absolute perfection.
I don't think you
Pure
guys
infinite
realize how
consciousness is
superior
what
I am to you.
I am
Alright?
absolutely everything, and I'm conscious of absolutely everything. I'm completely omniscient. I know everything that's happening in the entire universe all at once, because I am all of it at once.
yes, Leo is God.
Ted!
You're right. He is omniscient.
Wow,
Even
God's
though
pretty
just 2
underwhelming.
minutes before this happened.
I've been going through a total awakening. Hold on, what is at my door? Yes? I'm recording here. Thanks.
Funny how an omniscient deity didn't know who was at his door.
I can kind of keep myself down to that level.
Hey.
Really, yeah.
I mean, he's a god. No one said he was an all-powerful god.
I'm sorry.
Hey, I mean, some gods are pretty underwhelming. You ever read about a... Well, what's that guy's name who just runs really fast? Was it Hermes? No, not Hermes.
You have to think like a monk.
Was it Hermes?
I have to think like an ego. I have to think like a devil, basically. How does God communicate itself to a devil? That's a devil right there on the end of that screen. Anything disconnected from God is a devil.
Passengers, we have reached cruising altitude. At this point, any rational person would conclude that Leo is identical to any lunatic raving on a street corner with tissue boxes for shoes and a frying pan for a hat. He would walk right by having a nice laugh.
Yes.
But try to remember that
Hermes
no
was
one
messenger
is
for the
rational
gods.
100%.
Yeah.
Some people are more gullible.
The most
than others.
useless
Even
fucking
highly
god.
rational, intelligent people can have their judgment and sense of self diminished.
I am Apollo, god of the sun. I am Zeus, god of gods.
Some people follow his instructions to take.
What about you? I'm
Hermes.
Hermes. What do you do? Oh, I'm the messenger.
Some people have experienced intense.
So you're basically a glorified phone. Yes, I'm a glorified phone.
Start out in the self-help realm. It lures in those who look outwards
Migrant
for
crisis.
answers about themselves. But wait a minute. What if you already have a god?
So truly now, my understanding of awakening has become so rich
Edrus Rex.
and so
Hermes
full
was also
that I can
basically the
really
Flash,
appreciate
and you
the
prayed to
subtle
him if you needed
differences between
speed.
different teachers.
If you
and,
need speed, go hit up your
different
dealer.
teachings and different religions and traditions. And basically, what I'm talking about now is a level of
NAR
awakening
underscore
that
near.
transcends everything.
Hermes
Transcends all
equals
teachings,
mailman.
all teachers.
Edrus
Transcends the
Rex.
Buddha, transcends Christ.
When you're running messages around and competing in distance
every
runs,
master that
you
you've
may
heard
as well
about,
have a god for it.
transcends
Like, to be
Buddhism,
fair, that actually would be a very,
Christianity,
very important
all
role
of
in
it.
society.
All
Because, yeah,
of
like
it
I said, there was no
transcends
telephones.
It transcends
Messengers were
chakras,
everything.
It transcends meditation, it transcends yoga. There is no way you can reach this level of awakening through meditation, through yogas, through self-inquiry. Nothing.
That's right, folks. Whatever you worship, it sucks. Leo is better than all gods before him. What does he do with this power?
From this ridiculous state of consciousness, it's possible to do miraculous healing. Only a handful of humans have ever been capable of on the entire planet in the entire history of mankind. And that literally miracles.
Edrus Rex. I also
I don't know,
believe
sounds
Hermes
kind of
became Mercury
Jesus-y
to
to
the
me.
Romans,
So anyway,
though I've been
what's in
wrong
it for
before.
us?
Yeah.
If you're open to that possibility,
I think you're right.
I can show you every single obstacle that is preventing you from realizing that you're God.
Wait a minute. I'm God too?
Hey, everyone's a god.
You realize that you're God.
The fucking Oprah gift. You become a god, and you become a god. Everyone becomes a god.
Not only that, but it will heal you. It will heal you of every disease and problem that you have. That's how powerful this is.
Wow, where do I sign up? By now we have a pretty firm grasp on what Leo is peddling. So where does this get really dangerous and harmful? Let's take a look.
Death is truth. Death is love. Death is infinity. Death is God. Death is consciousness. Death is selflessness. And what you call life, that's selfishness. That's falsehood.
What?
That's delusion. That's identification. That's attachment. That's construction.
If you think it sounds like he is glorifying death, you're not the only one. Let's hear it a little more clearly.
That is otherwise known as physical death.
Is he,
We're asking
like,
to physically die, which of course nobody wants to do, which of course is why this stuff stays relatively unknown.
And one more time.
How do you save a devil? In the end, only death will save a devil.
What?
Remember from his rant before, where
This
he
guy
points
just
into the
advocate
camera,
for fucking
the viewer
murder?
sees the
NAR
devil.
underscore near.
Only death will
Asking
save the
your
viewer.
sheep to die
He is
doesn't work for
actively
your
telling
scam.
people to kill themselves. Later in this
Well, that's
video, he
that's the
issues
thing.
a
I don't think he's here to
disclaimer
scam
stating that
people.
nobody
I
should
think he's a
physically
full-on
harm
cultist.
themselves or others, but it's not enough. Fragile people hear things like this repeatedly, and it affects them. And guess what? Some of them have tried. Here are comments in his forum from some of his followers, outlining suicidal thoughts and actual suicide attempts
Ooh.
as a direct result.
Ooh, this is gonna get dark.
Prior to COVID, Leo was planning a nationwide tour with meetups and mentioned the desire to start a retreat center. So far over the internet, he hasn't been able to physically separate vulnerable people from their support systems. Who knows what he could do in person? So as you can see, actualized.org is a cult. It is one of many cults in this landscape. And what happens when we turn our backs to cults? Very bad things. The most insignificant of these would be irreparable damage to the psyche of cult members. Stepping up from there, cult leaders tend to commit rape and other acts of physical abuse. These people are largely just predatory sociopaths spinning an intricate web of lies to take advantage of others. We tend to mythologize people like Charles Manson and convince ourselves that it's something out of a storybook, but there are a lot of people like that, and they do this stuff all the time. And if you want to see just how bad cults can get, look at Scientology. The amount of suffering this cult has caused is immeasurable. Countless lives wasted and families destroyed. What if someone had stopped it decades ago before it got so out of control? Who could argue that precisely this shouldn't have been done? So why shouldn't we be doing it now to other cults? I don't have the answers regarding this larger goal. It will take a
Is he going to start dropping gas in subways?
Cooperation from various federal and private institutions. But in the meantime, all we can do is identify these.
Alright, that game is entirely your fault, Rex.
Empower them in any way we can.
For making me think about thermodynamics
to
instead
that
of
end, the only way I can help is to offer tips on how to spot misinformation.
Hang on a minute. Oh, right as the video
online,
ends.
such as the false claims of the mystics in this video. As this channel has always been largely academic, beyond the occasional debunk like this one, I've chosen to write a book containing the sort of information we've talked about here today.
Oh yeah, boy, Lindy Beach!
Related to fields from chemistry to medicine to physics.
And does light have weight? Probably should have it mass. Let's go for this one since it's quick, then we'll go for the Lindsay Beige one.
Do you know that sunlight is always exerting a force of 67 billion newtons on the Earth's surface, and that the sun is losing 1.29 times 10 to the 12th power kilograms of mass per second just by the emission of light? These things would suggest that light has mass. Before I continue any further, let's take a look at the difference between rest mass and relativistic mass. Rest mass is the mass of an object when it is at rest relative to its surroundings, and it is always the same, whereas relativistic mass is the mass of a moving body. Consider two identical bodies, one is stationary and the other one moving at a very high speed. Then the mass of the moving body would be much more than the stationary one, as the moving body is having the extra kinetic energy which the stationary one does not. Keep these two terms in mind, as I'll be referring to these later in the video. Now back to the previous question, does light have mass? For that, we need to look at what light is made up of. Light is composed of photons, which are discrete packets of energy and are massless. But wait a second, photons have energy, and according to the most famous equation on Earth, E equals mc squared, anything that has energy has mass. Then how is it possible that photons have energy but no mass? Well, when I say that photons are massless, I actually mean that they do not have rest mass, because anything having rest mass can never reach the speed of light, as it requires infinite amount of energy. And photons do not exist at rest, so the idea of rest mass doesn't really apply to them. Instead, photons have relativistic mass, which is responsible for its energy and momentum, and according to the general theory of relativity, photons can exert gravitational force of attraction and can also be affected by gravity themselves. And now the question arises, if the photons do have relativistic mass, then why do we say that they are massless? It is because, by convection, it is not correct to define the mass of any object by its relativistic mass, as it depends on the velocity of the object, which can of course change. Therefore, instead of having a changing relativistic mass, we prefer to define the mass of any object by its constant rest mass. One more thing, At the beginning of this video, I said that the sunlight is exerting a large amount of force on the Earth. How is that possible? Well, the photons have momentum, and when they strike the Earth, they transfer this momentum to the Earth, exerting a large amount of force. I hope you enjoyed the video. Please like and comment.
So I'm pretty sure me and Rex are actually both correct, because I'm quite certain Rex is correct when he's talking about like the paper would be, if you put a piece of paper on a spotlight, the heat from the spotlight would be pushing the air up as hot air rises, and that would be picking up the paper. But yes, light does have physical property, so it has it has relative mass, not static mass. So we're both correct. And then our powers combine! Fusion! Ho! And I don't know what that makes. I guess we'll end up with a demonic super soldier. Alright, now let's do this one, the Stirling engines.
NAR_near. The more you know.
Yeah, boy.
This is a Stirling engine. And, which is more, it's a Stirling engine. Now, some of you might be thinking, what's a Stirling engine? Well, this is.
Lindy Beige!
Lindy Beige!
Alright, good video, guys, good video.
Edrew's Rex. We either become Chiller Rex or Edrew's Bite.
I think Edrew's bite's way better.
Stayed for more
I think it flows better off the tongue.
Because a lot of people think that if they have a label for something, then they actually know what that thing is. Whereas, in fact, all they've really learned is a label for it. Now, a Stirling engine is a type of engine that, well, there was a time, shortly after its invention in 1816 by one Robert Stirling, after whom it's named, the people thought, well, this is going to revolutionise the world. And people thought that maybe the Industrial Revolution was going to be powered with these things.
Oh, yeah.
Instead, it happened with steam engines. But you know, these things could possibly have powered the Industrial Revolution. Now, imagine some of you are thinking, what's powering it though? I hear no engine running. I hear not the vroom 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 of the explosions of an internal combustion engine. I don't see any steam or exhaust. So what is powering this engine? What is causing this flywheel to go round and round at such a staggeringly slow speed? Well,
I guess this is mostly talking in the background. Let's go for one more game of Age of Empires, eh? Let's see if we can fuck it up one more time.
Right. What we have here is a plastic tub filled with ice. Now, some of you may think, hang on, it's ice powered? That's brilliant! Oh, that's so tremendously cool. An engine that's powered by ice. I mean, just think, you just stick it on an ice sheet in Antarctica and free energy. Well, it's not quite that simple. And others of you who have done more physics at school might be thinking to yourselves, hang on, you can't power an engine using ice. I mean, the ice isn't actually in it. It's just using the coldness of the ice to power the engine. But
I don't know, I've seen junkies powered by ice and, you know, they're pretty fucking powerful. You know, they look scrawny and weak, but they do a hell of a lot of damage.
How can you power something with coldness? Because coldness isn't a source of energy. Coldness is a symptom of a lack of energy. When I put my finger on something cold, I'm losing heat to it. Heat is coming out of my finger into it. It lacks energy. Cold is what we feel when we encounter something that doesn't have very much energy in it. So how can you power an engine with a lack of energy? Well, you sort of can. And then again, you sort of can't. You see, you could say that this is coal-powered. Coal-powered because, yeah, coal was shoveled onto the massive conveyor belt in the power station where it was burnt, created steam, which turned the turbines, which generated electricity, which then came to my fridge freezer, which then froze the ice. And all that energy created a temperature gradient. You see, there are two steel plates here, one at the bottom and one at the top. And this engine runs off the difference in temperature between the two plates. So if you cool down the bottom plate, which is what we have actively done using the energy of that coal, then you get an engine that runs. But you can actually run one of these off heat. And even better is a combination of heat and cold,
Fox
making
Azure.
one plate hot and the other
I
one
just
cold.
got done watching a video of a flash flood in Canberra from 2016, and I thought of you. Here I am.
which is
How's
rather
it going,
nice and
Fox?
rather useful. So,
Flash flooding
the
Canberra.
Stirling engine, ladies and gentlemen, invented, as I say,
don't
in
know if I remember that.
1816, and by 1843,
But then again, I
the
guess I
iron
don't care
foundries
about
of
Canberra,
Dundee were
because they're all a
powered
bunch of
by
cunts.
these.
They're all a bunch
So,
of cunts.
this is a flywheel, which is fairly heavy, has a bit of mass, so as that goes round, you can attach a fan belt to something that can then turn a crankshaft that can power a machine that does good. You go from flywheel to good. And you could perhaps power a locomotive, only they didn't. They used steam power in the end. But in the early days, a lot of people thought these would take over, and they have a number of advantages over steam. Well, for one thing, I'm not being hit in the face by lots of steam. Another thing, they're very, very quiet, which is rather nice. And they don't involve a high-pressure boiler that might explode and kill me. Now, early steam engines did an awful lot of exploding and killing
It looks
people
like a
and
snooty
scalding
city
others.
anyway, but
So,
funny
it was,
AF.
very appealing to have an engine which didn't
Well,
do
if you
that.
don't know about Canberra, Canberra is
but
basically...
Steam engines just created a bit more power, particularly when they got...
I guess it would be the equivalent of Washington, but not really. The Canberra is in the Australian Capital Territory. It is a territory, a mini state that only exists because New South Wales and Victoria got into an argument over where the seat of government should be. So eventually they just broke even and says, "Fuck it, neither of you can have the fucking capital. We'll just start our own we'll start our own state and put the capital there." And so you've got the Australian Capital Territory shoved between both places. Hang on a minute. I need... Japanese. Sugoi ne.
Big. So if you wanted to power a really
And yeah,
massive liner to go across
obviously
the,
being the seat of political power, it's full of extremely stuck-up political elites.
they are, for their power output, a bit heavy. Now, for efficiency, they can be very good. They can reach as much as 50% efficiency, which is about the same as a diesel engine. Wow, you might think. That's amazing. Only if you have a Stirling engine and a diesel engine of equal power, the Stirling engine will weigh an awful lot more. And so if you want to put one on anything that moves, like a car, or even more, something that has to fly, like an aircraft, then maybe these aren't
That's
the engines
hilarious.
for you. Although,
I love learning
thanks
about
to
Australia.
advances in modern materials, in 1986 it was shown as possible to fly an aircraft powered by a Stirling engine. Wow, it's going really slowly now. Yes, in 1986, that's what's probably happened is the temperature difference has evened out. The cold of this ice now has percolated through and cooled the top plate. But maybe if I warm the top plate just with my fingers, that might be enough to get it going again. Go on, yes, there you go. Okay, so it's now being powered by the heat of my hand, and at the moment it's generating something like 1 watt of energy, so yeah, not very much, not very impressive. But this is just a toy demonstration version of a Stirling engine, rather than the full throttle thing. Anyway, so yes, 1986, a plane that weighed all of 2¼ pounds, that's about a kilo, flew for an amazing 6 minutes. It didn't do any acrobatics, it just managed to stay in the air. And of course this was something far too small to carry a person, so don't expect any fighter planes to be powered by Stirling engines in the near future. But it is possible to power useful stuff with one of these, particularly if you want something that's static and on constantly. So if you want to, for instance, power the air in a church organ. Churches traditionally don't move around all that much. And
Musicology.
the airflow that you want
That
through
guy
an
has
organ
a
is
crazy
pretty
sit so
constant.
homeless
So
man look
if
going
you
on.
don't
I love
mind
it.
a very heavy engine, if it's not going anywhere, just sitting on the ground.
He's a
that's
British
fine.
historian. They
Then
all
the
look like
Stirling
fucking
engine could be
they all like
used
really,
because they're
really
very
wealthy
quiet, which is
homeless
good as well.
people.
You want to power a church organ, and there are no emissions. There's no exhaust coming off it, which again you might appreciate.
Dude, there's this British guy I've been watching in relation to
how
Brexit
does
stuff.
it work?
The guy's very intelligent, very switched on.
In the bottom
But
here,
the dude looks like a
there
fucking
is
corpse,
sealed
man.
chamber.
The guy
So
looks
the
like
steel
he's
plate at
dead,
the
bro.
bottom, at the
It's
moment,
fucking
the coal.
hilarious.
I'm on the top, which is
Even when I showed
room
my old
temperature.
man the guy,
And
my old man was just
between
like,
the two, you can
is
see
he alright? He
this
looks like he's dead.
disc, which is a thick insulation foam disc, which is going up and down. Why is it going up and down? Well, there are actually 2 cranks on the top of this, and one of them, this one here in the center, is pulling that disc up and down. And the other one is being driven by this piston. So this is the power crank, if you like. This is what's actually driving the wheel round. and this one is pulling this insulation disc up and down. So what's this insulation disc doing? It's known as a displacer. It displaces the air in the chamber. Well, in this chamber there is air.
Okay, Chilly Willy, I'm black and back.
Yeah, boy.
Musicology.
After this video,
the
we'll get
British
going.
are the homeless souls of humanity.
Well, actually, it's far more true than you realise nowadays.
Insulates the air in the chamber from
Fox
the ice,
Azure.
which means that
The world would not be the same without schizo homeless
when
people.
This cranks down to the top, this then insulates the air from the warmer plate and exposes it to the colder plate, so it cools down. So the air in this chamber is cooling down and then warming
Edrew's
up, and then
Rex.
cooling down and then warming up.
Hey
and then
boys,
cooling down and warming
now
up.
might be a good time to invest
why is
in
that
Greece.
significant? Well,
They're looking hot this
as
morning.
air cools down, it
The
loses
joke is there's a
energy.
bunch
The
of
molecules
forest fires
don't
in
rush
Greece
around
right
so
now.
much, and so they don't bang off the sides.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
of
Yeah,
the,
yeah, yeah. I heard
sealed
about that.
chamber nearly so often, which means that they exert less pressure. And if they're exerting less pressure, then the atmospheric pressure in the room can push this piston down. And this then turns the flywheel, which has got a bit of momentum, which then causes this to pull the disc up to the top. No, sorry, push it down to the bottom, which means that it can then have the chill knocked off it. Now, at the moment, I'm not actively heating the top, but the room is reasonably warm, and so that's enough to speed the molecular movement, the Brownian motion, if you like, of the molecules in the air, and they then exert a greater amount of pressure, and then the whole system is reset because the momentum carries the wheel round again, and then it goes back down to the bottom, the air does, and it then chills again, and then the air pressure in the room pushes this down. So, at the moment, the air pressure in the room is pushing this down, pushing this down, pushing this down.
Oh
So
yeah,
it's
that
being
reminds
driven
me, I
by
recently
the
been to
air
Greece,
pressure in the room,
unrelated to the
pushing
fires
this
of
down
course.
over and over and over again. Notice that I'm just pushing this down.
How'd you like it, man?
I'm not pulling it up.
I
because it's got a flywheel on
my
it.
brother, he went to Greece and Rome when he was on vacation.
Because it's got a flywheel on it, the momentum.
When he visited Greece first, and then he went to Italy, and so because he obviously he's got a bit of an interest in he was a big fan. Like compared to me and him, I was hardcore about Rome. He was hardcore about Sparta.
Greater than atmospheric pressure, and that would be pushing the piston up, so it would be driving the thing on the upstroke rather than the downstroke. And it would go the other way around. It would go the other way around because these two cranks.
And yeah, and fucking when he goes to Greece and then he goes to Rome, and he hit me up when he was over there, and he's just like, dude.
So you were
90 degrees.
He's just like,
what did you do with that can of gas and matches I loaned you while you were there?
Travels in one direction for cold and another direction.
Yeah, he's just like,
for
dude.
hot.
All the Romans did was steal everything Greece had and build it 10 times bigger. And I'm just like, yeah, pretty much.
And now I'm going
That's all
to
the
throw
Romans
this
ever did. They just
rather
stole
beautifully
everyone's
coloured
technology and claimed it was their
bag
idea
of
from the
hot
start.
Water. Right to the very
Fuck, that looks hot.
brim,
Boiling.
like that.
That's
And
an
I stick on my
awfully
stirring
hot
engine,
coffee pot.
and we'll see how long that takes to get going.
Now sometimes they can take a bit of encouragement to get going. Oh, there we go. And we're away. And you can see that it's going a fair bit faster than it did with just the ice. So the temperature gradient between this very hot water and the steel plate now at the top. So now the top is the cold plate and the bottom is the hot plate. The temperature gradient is clearly quite a bit more because it's going around quite a bit faster. So the bigger the temperature gradient, the more efficiently this thing works. Which means that they're not terribly good in very hot places. So if you live near the equator and the sun slams down like a hammer out of the sky, baking the land and heating all the air around it, then these are not tremendously efficient because you can heat the bottom, but the temperature difference between the bottom and the top won't be so great because of all that sun on the top. Whereas if you go into very far northern climes, these work much more efficiently. So if you are, for instance, a company like Google or Facebook, and you're thinking of building an enormous array of servers in a building in northern Finland or something like that, then you might want to stick in a load of Stirling engine, because all those servers are going to create a load of waste heat that you want to get rid of, and that could heat one side of a Stirling engine, which you could mount on the side or the roof of the building, and then the upper plate could be exposed to the icy air of the outside, and you get a tremendous temperature difference from your waste heat that's just waste, it's going to do nothing otherwise, and you could then run loads of Stirling engines off that. Another use for the Stirling engine has been found by the Swedish Navy. Since 1996 they've been putting Stirling engines on their submarines. Yeah, think a submarine is a sealed unit, and you've got a problem with a build-up of heat on the inside, and when you're underwater in your submarine, you want to be stealthy, because submarines are all about stealth, right? So you don't want a load of bubbles coming out, so a type of engine that doesn't have any emissions is rather good, and you also don't want to create a lot of noise, because that's bad. So a quiet Stirling engine that isn't going wrong because of the explosions in an internal combustion engine, or because of all that steam and so forth from a steam engine, a Stirling engine can be rather efficient. You've got the heat from the inside of the submarine, and of course, as the submarine moves through the cold waters of the Baltic, you've got cooling on the outside of the submarine all the time as the cold water goes past, which means that you can create, again, a wonderful temperature difference, and you get loads of, sort of, free energy. It's not free in the sense of breaking laws of thermodynamics, but it's using a temperature difference that exists anyway in practical senses. So, hey, why not make use of it?
Acceptable losses!
Stirling engines have been put to reasonably useful use. It's early days yet, but there's been a revival in interest in these things. In the clean energy market. So, for instance, there are setups in Spain where they've got a dish, and the dish has reflective material on it, and it focuses onto the hot plate of a Stirling engine that's just a few feet away from it. So you can set one of these up in your back garden. It doesn't have to be enormous and focusing beams onto a massive tower that's a long way away. It can be quite small and domestic, and you can focus the sun onto the hot plate of a Stirling engine and get a moderate amount of power out of it. But they're simple and they're quiet, and
all of this just
to some degree, let's not go overboard here, but to some degree these could be the future. Now, can we get this to go any faster? Well, of course, we're heating up the bottom plate, but what if we cool the top plate as well? So let's add some ice, shall we? So, put some ice on the top. Maybe there'll be a detectable increase in the speed. I don't know.
Musicology.
Is that any faster?
Hypothetically, what would you do if this homeless guy came bursting in your rat-infested toilet shack with a gun, forcing useless knowledge on how submarines work while he wets himself?
I'll ask him if he has a license for that.
Yeah, so there you go. Heat on one side and ice on the other. So imagine in some futuristic fantasy, they set up, using technology at the moment, which makes our current technology look puny, they set up enormous power stations. Oh, it's really picking up speed now. Enormous power stations in Antarctica, say. Now, we have reason to believe there's quite a lot of volcanic activity in Antarctica, but we don't know exactly where it is yet, and we can't get to it. But imagine that we can. And we dig down and bury enormous chambers like this in the ground of Antarctica. And these are heated by volcanic heat, and the pistons surge up and push up into the icy air above, cooling everything down, and get the flywheel going around, and you get power stations from Antarctica, and that'll be, okay, again, it's still not exactly free
Musicology.
energy, but it'll be
I didn't know you were British.
At the moment,
I'm not British, but I am Australian, so I know a lot about the British.
But we're going through
most importantly, why I hate them.
at it in order to get better at it, and the Stirling engine might be a way that we improve our energy efficiency. So, for instance, that server array in Finland I mentioned earlier, they won't be able to run the whole server off the power generated by the Stirling engines. That's absurd, because that would require them to be more than 100% efficient. But even if you could, say, generate 30% of the energy you needed to run the array from the Stirling engines in the same building, well, that would be pretty good, wouldn't it? I mean, I imagine that the electricity bill for Google and Facebook is quite large. If you want something to start instantly, then Stirling engine's probably not for you. A petrol engine would be much better. Vroom, and it started. A couple of sparks in the spark plug in the chamber, and bang, the petrol explodes, and you're away. But this is quite a lot faster to get working than, say, a steam engine. With a steam engine, you have to spend quite some while building up the steam pressure from nothing. And if it's a very big steam engine, that can take a while. Whereas these, well, you know, they start okay, not very quickly, but faster than the steam engine, which is good. So in the future, some of these might be used for what's known as combined heat and power. So either you have waste heat, which then generates electricity via the Stirling engine, or you deliberately create heat, which can also heat something else, like your home, to a comfortable temperature, and generate your electricity, which is all rather nice. And because they are simple
Musicology.
and easy to maintain,
You're
they
British,
can be
they
used
told
at a
me
domestic
Australia
level. You
was
don't have to make
basically filled
massive
with British
power
people in
stations out of
burger
them.
education.
And maybe that's another thing which is
No,
good
it's full
about
of
them,
Irish.
because a lot of other engines are very efficient when they're big, whereas these tend to be more efficient.
Why would the
when
British
they're
want to
small,
live in their
up to
own
about
prison?
the 100 kilowatt size. So if it's true that the future is one in which we can have lots and lots of small power stations and people charging up batteries and then selling each other electricity on some complicated grid, then these could play their part. So thank you, Robert Stirling, for inventing the Stirling engine. And it's another first for Britain. The debate! Some while ago, I made a video about Stirling engines,
Rex.
and it was surprisingly successful.
video,
and it might be a good
right?
idea
Yeah,
if you make sure that you've seen that video, because in that I explain how Stirling engines
Lindy Beige
actually
always
work.
good, though.
Something I don't want to repeat in this, the follow-up video on Stirling engines, which has been sponsored by the Great Courses Plus. So be warned, there's an advert coming. Now, in my earlier video, I made a number of predictions and statements, and I've been following up on those. And one of the things I talked about was how the Stirling engine
Musicology.
might be part of the
Is there
future
any
of
country
energy
out there that
production
even slightly
worldwide,
likes the
and
British?
It seems that
No.
already baby
The
steps
British are
being
even more
taken
hated than
in
the
that
Americans,
direction.
man.
My attention has been drawn, for instance, to the work of Swedish Stirling, a company which was part of the development team that came up with the Stirling engines that ingeniously powered Swedish naval submarines through the Baltic, and in one extremely successful military exercise they showed that they could have, I mean they didn't actually, it was an exercise, but they got themselves into a position to sink a very large amount of American naval shipping, and the American Navy was apparently quite alarmed by this and demanded that they be told all about this technology that had just, in theory at least, defeated them. And much to the annoyance of a lot of Swedes, and I do sympathise, because if you've just developed a bit of ingenious military technology, perhaps you do want to keep it to yourself, that's quite understandable. This technology was then shared with the demanding Americans. But anyway, the same company, Stirling, has now branched out into more...
As an American, I make it a point to be an asshole. CXVO. The strongest are always the most hated.
It fits into one container, so you can ship it around in a container ship, stick it onto one lorry and get it into position fairly easily. And in that container there are 14 large Stirling engines which run off the heat produced by waste gases from some other industry. So if you've got some big, I don't know, oil refinery or something like that that has a lot of waste gases that were once just burned off to no effect, those can be used to run these Stirling engines. And they reckon that one of these units should last, if properly maintained, about 25 years and pay for itself in about 5 years.
Rex.
5 years might seem
Stream
like quite a
lagging
long
for
time,
anyone else or just
and indeed,
me.
I suppose a fair while to get your money back. But on the other hand, nuclear power stations, which are stupendously efficient when they are running at full tilt, they do cost an awful lot of money to build in the first place, and an awful lot of money to dismantle safely afterwards, which is something they call decommissioning. And so to pay for themselves overall, they do actually have to be run for really quite a considerable time to stand any decent chance of pulling that feat off. So perhaps viewed in that context, 5 years really isn't so bad.
Musicology.
There's another
More like the
company
most
which has
annoying
decided
is
to
the
call
most
itself
hated.
Azelio.
NAR_near.
Presumably.
Every now and
And
then.
it is also trying to enhance small-ish scale energy production in
ZXVO.
far-off places. And
you're the only
they are
one
particularly
watching the
trying to
gameplay.
increase the efficiency of solar power. Now, there are quite a few problems with solar power. One, for instance, is illustrated by this graph here. Now, you'll see that the hours of the day are illustrated along the bottom, going up to 24 there, and then when dawn breaks and the sun starts shining, you start producing electricity, and then it peaks, and my goodness, what a peak, and then it tails off again, and that's a lot. So, solar power is pretty impressive in the middle of the day, but the rest of the time you're not getting, well, any. And here, unfortunately, is the demand curve. This is what they say is a typical demand curve. I have to say, I suspect that that's a typical demand curve for Sweden, because you'll notice there's quite a lot of energy demand in the middle of the night. And the cold winter nights of Sweden, yes, you do need quite a lot of heating to stop everything from freezing. But I suspect that in the heat of Abu Dhabi or Morocco, where they're also trialing this technology, people are frankly glad of the relief of a bit of cold.
I have harnessed solar power in the palm of my hand every night.
The point is still the same. If you want in Abu Dhabi to play computer games at 10 o'clock at night, you want some electricity, and solar power isn't going to help you there. Not on its own, not without some means of storing that solar power. So what they've come up with is a system that uses Stirling engines. But before we get to the Stirling engine, let's talk about the way they store the heat. They do this with massive lumps of aluminium, which they then melt. Might not seem the most obvious way to store energy, but listen up. You see, there's something called the latent heat of fusion. Now, when you heat up a solid, eventually it gets so hot that it starts to melt and it changes state. On the Azalea website, they talk about phase shift, which is a term which I associate with waveforms and nothing to do with the latent heat of fusion. But when I was at school, we would have called this a change of state. So the states being solid, liquid, and gas. And when you get to the borderline, where one thing changes into another, you get a change of state. And the borderline between solid and liquid involves the latent heat of fusion. So you've got this big lump of aluminium, and why do they use aluminium? Well, it's an awful lot cheaper than gold. It melts at a fairly convenient temperature. It melts at about 660 degrees centigrade, which is not all that hot. Whereas you have to get iron all the way up to 1,538 degrees centigrade before it'll oblige you by melting. And even when you get it to that high temperature, it has a lower latent heat of fusion. You get about 270,000 joules per kilogram out of iron, whereas you'll get 390,000 out of aluminium. So aluminium is just better for this, okay? So that's why they use aluminium.
Musicology.
So, you've got this big solid lump
the
of
next
aluminium,
generation of ad blockers are going to being able to detect if a video has any sponsorship like Raid Shadow Legends or some stupid VPN service no one's ever heard of and skips it. ZXVO. You can test a change from a solid to a liquid by eating Mexican food and drinking Indian water.
Then, to go that little bit extra takes a huge amount more energy. The energy is not going into heating it up, it's going into changing its state. And for aluminium, it takes quite a lot of energy to change from a solid into a liquid. And so it stays at roughly the same temperature for quite some while, and then it melts, and only when it's all molten, then when you put in more energy, then the liquid starts rising in temperature. So why is that good then? That sounds like an inefficiency. Well, yes, it's an inefficiency to heat it up and get it molten in the first place, but it's an efficiency when you think this is about storing energy, because it works both ways. So once you've got it molten, then it'll cool down to almost but not quite freezing temperature, solidifying temperature, temperature for fusion.
Musicology.
And then it'll stay
How
there
does
for
the
quite
water
some
at
while,
Australia
because it has to
taste
cool
like?
down an awful lot.
That depends on what type of water you're drinking.
1,000 joules per kilo before it'll start to solidify. So it's actually a very good way of storing energy long term. So what you do is you melt your aluminium during the day, and then during the night, on demand, someone in Abu Dhabi decides he wants to play computer games, he switches on his computer, and the grid somehow senses this demand and sends word to this setup, and some of the heat is moved from your molten aluminium to the Stirling engine, drives the Stirling engine, which then generates the electricity so that that person in Abu Dhabi can play his computer game. I'm not entirely certain how the heat is transferred from one box to the other. I suspect they don't pump molten aluminium across to the Stirling engine. I suspect they probably pump very hot water that's heated by the molten aluminium. But anyway, somehow they get the heat from the molten aluminium to the Stirling engine, electricity through the night. And this is apparently quite a successful system. It's being trialled at the moment. It's not mainstream by any means yet, but the company itself, in its press releases and conference publicity, and therefore you should take these figures perhaps with a little bit of scepticism, claims that it can produce 1 megawatt hour for just 93 euros, whereas to put that in perspective, it's about 225 euros for diesel and about 135 for taking electricity out of storage in battery form. There are other problems with battery. I mean, admittedly, batteries are coming on in leaps and bounds. For the last 20 years, batteries have got way better than they used to be, but they are possibly approaching their limits. And if you want to charge up a battery over a 6-hour period and then discharge it unevenly over the next 18 and then repeat that over and over, it's not actually the most efficient way to use a battery, nor the greatest way to get the most battery life, and batteries are still expensive, so there are problems with batteries. So one partial solution might be this sort of system. When they tried it in California, they claim they got the energy 53% cheaper and 83%, whatever that means, cleaner. You see, Stirling engines, as I mentioned in my earlier video, have no emissions. They don't give off any exhaust fumes themselves, and they're quiet, so they're sort of clean. Now, a couple of years ago now, the pandemic has somewhat distorted my appreciation of time, but yeah, it was a couple of years ago. I was invited up to Glasgow University to give a speech, and while I was up there, I went to the Hunterian Museum, which I would definitely recommend, by the way. If you find yourself in Glasgow, anywhere near the university, get yourself to the Hunterian Museum. It's got loads of really good exhibitions and one entire wing devoted to science. And they have a lot of the original measuring devices built by famous people you've heard of, like Marconi and Kelvin, and of course Robert Stirling, the inventor of the Stirling engine. And they've got one of Robert Stirling's own Stirling engines. Now, how many Stirling engines do you think Robert, possibly with the help of his brother James, built? The answer is 2, and they've got the Mark II. It seems that he built them. By the way, he built the Mark II in 1816. That's just 1 year after the Battle of Waterloo, which is pretty mind-boggling. Anyway, it seems that he built it. There you go. I've demonstrated the science. It works. Demonstration principle. I think job done. Really, I'll leave it to other people to develop. Anyway, this is what it looks like. Yes, of course it would have turned mahogany supports, because they had standards in those days. And here it is, in all its marvellous simplicity. I think you'll agree that it looks a lot like the engine I showed you in my first video. Kelvin, yes, that Kelvin, Mr. Absolute Zero, found it abandoned in a cluttered room in 1847 and started using it as a teaching aid. Now, for those of you struggling to match it to the engine that I used as a teaching aid, see that the cranks and flywheel are the same, while this column here is the equivalent of this much squatter column, and is where the displacer goes up and down. This piston housing is the equivalent of this piston housing, but whereas the displacer column and piston housing are one on top of the other on the left, on Stirling's Stirling engine, there is a little connecting air pipe that you might have missed. The bottom plates of both machines could be heated. In the case of Stirling's, this was perhaps simply with a candle. Adding to the sophistication, the equivalent of the cooler upper plate on the modern demonstration engine is the upper half of the displacer column, which is housed in a water jacket, which is filled from below by one pipe and drained at the top by another. You can see that this flywheel has a deep groove in it for holding a drive belt, so that it could do practical work, such as oscillating a punch bowl. So, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the engine that didn't quite end up powering the Industrial Revolution as it turned out, but which is today found in some orbiting satellites. Oh, you're still watching? Oh, that's a good sign, because if you've watched this far into a video on the admittedly rather obscure topic of Stirling engines, then you're also probably the sort of fellow who's interested in, oh, you know, science and knowledge and truth and engineering and these sort of things, in which case you're my kind of viewer. And what's more, you're also the sort of person who's likely to benefit from the services of my sponsor, The Great Courses Plus. So if you were to go to, say, thegreatcoursesplus.com/Lindy notice I didn't say www there because I don't have to anymore, because progress. So that's thegreatcoursesplus.com/Lindy, or you could just click the link in the description. Then you could take advantage of the trial period. You could go around the enormous site, have a look at all the thousands of lectures they've got by distinguished university professors from around the world, and just, well, take your pick, watch what you want. And one of the courses is called Understanding the Inventions That Changed the World. And I think that's definitely pertinent to the subject matter of this video. It goes through the ages, it deals with, obviously, the engines. Obviously, I mean, you're bound to have engines in there, but there's other stuff like the potter's wheel and distillation, which is perhaps more significant than you realize. And there's crossbows and gunpowder for those of you who are more military bent. And there's paper and lenses and all sorts of things, right the way up to the internet. Anyway, I know what some of you may be fearing, though. The scholar that we see lecturing us, you know, how are his cradles? And, you know, are his gestures really that good? Well, I have to admit that they're not utterly top-notch. Let's have a look. He opens with a fairly relaxed front interlace there, but after that it's largely asymmetric, one-handed stuff. I wouldn't really use him as a model. Occasionally you see him do some fairly basic parallel waving, but no, I would say that if brushing up on your scholar's cradles is your top priority, possibly you should pick another course. But this one is definitely about science and engineering and knowledge, so it's all good. And there's a 273-page free-to-download PDF guidebook that goes with the course. So that's one of the many courses that you could pick from on my sponsor's website, The Great Courses Plus. Now, another thing which I said in my previous video on Stirling engines, which I don't think you ought to see because it's terribly good, was that an application of the Stirling engine might be to generate electricity from the waste heat that comes out of server centers, data centers, which they build in very cold places like Finland. So you've got a room, massive room, filled with loads and loads of computer arrays, the servers, which are serving the internet and the cloud and all that sort of stuff, and generating a lot of heat, and that heat has to go somewhere, and that's why they build them in very cold places, because they're trying to control the heat generated, the waste product, which is this heat of all these servers, and then you could just cover the building in Stirling engines, which would be hot on one side because of the heat from the data center, and cold on the other because Finland, and then they'd be going like Billio! People used to say it goes like Billio, and I was like, yeah, they don't say that anymore. But anyway, they'd be going like Billio, generating loads of electricity, which you could then use to run the data center. I mean, obviously not you know, it wouldn't be 100% efficient, but you could save the data center some money on electrical costs. So I thought, what a brilliant idea I'd had. But one of my viewers, going by the name of Eugene, wrote in to me saying that he used to work in a server center, and no, that idea is not. No, it's not good. There are problems with it. There's the trouble. Reality always gets in the way. It turns out that real life is always a bit more complicated than that. Well, yes, I suspected it would be. But anyway, he said, for instance, that what you're trying to do is lose heat to Finland through the walls, and that the Stirling engines themselves are trying to retain heat because they want, in order to run better, they want the
well, now I'm dead.
on the inside of the
I got one last chance at a
heating
counter-strike, but I'm dead.
hot.
I am
So
fucking
the
dead.
actual
It's
engine
wasted
is
all me fucking
insulation
nights, man.
on the building.
Fucking retards.
And of course, if you use the electricity from the Stirling engine to run a cooling system, it'll never be 100% efficient. So that's not going to work either. Okay, right. So I immediately wrote back to him with an alternative design. All right, so let's have a very badly insulated building at the bottom with the server center losing heat to Finland, but hot air rises, so we could have the ceiling, which is a great big funnel which leads to a shaft to
Is
another
ETA
room
Counter-Strike
somewhere
Global
else
Offensive?
above, and that room is insulated, and that room gets hot, and that room is covered in Stirling engines, and there you go, he said. And I thought, what if the whole system does overheat, you could have some flaps, perhaps all lining the tunnel that goes up to the top room, and some sort of door that can close that room off. All these flaps could open and just dump all the hot air into Finland. Finland gets a bit warmer, the Finns will be happy with that, and that'll be great. And he wrote back and said, no, they really wouldn't want to do that. You see, in a data center, the air has to be of constant humidity and be very, very clean. And yes, of course, you could chill it, and you could dehumidify it, and you could clean it, but all that is expensive. They'd much rather have the same clean air at constant humidity going round and round and round, and never dump it into the environment. Okay, so that idea didn't quite work out, but I feel that there's still some middle line. What about the exhaust? So you've got all this
Fox Azure.
machinery for circulating
Pillage
the
those
air,
fools.
because of course the data center doesn't generate heat completely evenly. There's certain hot spots in each machine, and you've got to blow air over those hot spots, and so you've got these eddies and currents, and you've got to have fans, and you've got to have power. So there's a system for doing that, and it'll get hot, and so it'll have to have an exhaust somewhere, and that would be presumably outside the building for losing heat. You could then you cover the exhaust. Put them on the exhaust, loads of Stirling engines, and he said no, because the exhaust is meant to be losing heat to the environment. If you cover it in Stirling engines, they'll act as insulation again and stop it cooling down. Well, couldn't you just have the exhaust bigger and just have a few Stirling engines on it? I mean, let's just try it. Well, there you go. Reality always gets in the way of a good idea, but I think there's probably some potential in there somewhere, perhaps. Anyway, the reality can be quite good, and one part of my reality is that people do occasionally send me nice stuff for free.
Where are you guys going?
A company that produces all sorts of model kit engines of various sorts, including Stirling engines. Someone from that company in China saw my previous video, the one I keep going on about Stirling engines, and said, we must send this guy some stuff. So they sent me some stuff. They sent me this kit of the Stirling engine. So the company is called Engine DIY, and they haven't paid me any money to say anything in particular. They've just sent me some free stuff out of the blue. My sole interaction with this company is just having been sent some free stuff by it. So I have no idea what it's like to deal with as a customer, but I can say that looking at the website, they've got a huge number of engines, really quite a surprising and impressive array of options. Anyway, what I thought I'd do is I'd finally get to use the time-lapse feature on my camera and put this together.
Now, holy fuck, I might be able to actually win this.
Disappointed
no fucking
if
way.
The thing they ordered arrives in bits, but I like putting things together. I had some tools standing by, but in the end, I needed only my deft fingers and the Allen keys that came with it. It has little sticky padded feet that hold it steady on the table. The English on the instructions was of the usual entertaining type found in Chinese literature of this sort. The parts were precisely made and fitted fine with a bit of effort. Don't put one of these together over a sewerage grate though, because there are some very small parts and most things you only get one of. If you don't have a cable knit woolly jumper, I suppose you could wear something else, but why risk it? Right, well, I seem to have finished it. According to my cooker timer, it took 38 minutes, although that did include time faffing around with the camera and answering the door for a delivery, so about half an hour, I would say. I wasn't rushing it, and I certainly wasn't trying to present it to the camera, so sorry if my hands got in the way a bit. Right, now according to the instructions, I should use 95% medical alcohol. I don't have any of that, but I do have some 99%, so I'll give that a go. Right, here we go then. Moment of truth.
No, he's gone.
The instructions say to give it half a minute or so to heat up.
Alright, GG. I actually probably could have killed him. But I can't be fucked. I can't get a fucking... If I had at least one castle somewhere. Oh, I probably could have made... Oh, fuck, I should have made use of them. Didn't fucking see those there. Oh well. Oh well. Fucking Chuku newsman.
Heat into light. Kinetic energy.
I reckon if I didn't waste those knights, man, if I still had my fucking cavalry, I could have done some serious damage.
Wow. That thing goes, it really goes. Now, one of the things that Sterling Engine...
Alright. Fucking hard work, cunt. Let's go... what's the cunt's name? Tech USA. No, that's not what I want. Ah, junk media. Here we go. We'll just go rid of the documentary. Ah, the making of an e-beggar. Here we go. Fuck! Ah.
ZXVO. Chilly before you start, go to Review China USA.
Review China USA. Review China USA. I don't think this is what I'm supposed to be looking at. I think you might need to send links. Hang on. Oh no, here we go. Here we go. Ooh.
Edrus Rex. What are we looking for?
Memeology cocked by Review Tech USA.
ZXVO. Play the Anadoyle has returned VID from Review Shinaza. He reveals that junk media was Anadoyle all along. Anadoyle was the greatest hardcore troll of all time.
True, hang on. Where's, where is it? Anadoyle has returned. Oh yeah, the king is back, I get ya. A king named Anna? Wouldn't that be a queen?
Now come the days of the king.
ZXVO. Anadoyle was Rich's absolute nemesis. No wonder he spurged so hard when he saw junk media in chat. Edrus Rex. Dean Thor did the sickest thing a person can do at a party. Lit himself on fire and ran off a cliff.
Yeah, Denethor was so fucking blazed, man. Look at all the fucking Review China USA troll accounts, man.
But to all, let us together rebuild this world, that we may share in the days of peace.
Hang on a minute. I think what we need to do is merely...
Chili Bite 117. Hi. Restream.io. Trophy, congratulations.
And of course that one gets the trophy,
100
man.
messages today with Restream chat.
prophecy has been fulfilled.
Edrus Rex. Shame.
Consul of Rome. To die in this sordid way. Quartered
Ooh,
like
Sierra
some
117.
low thief. Shame.
Fuck yeah, man. Oh man. I feel like I'm learning the lore of a whole new anime. I wanna watch memology get cucked. Fagology!
Edrus Rex. RTU is Nappa. Change my mind.
In my video, between here, a liar and false slave. So review think we straight up called memology a liar and history. Let's see memology's response to this criticism. What the fuck was that? Hang on a minute. If you're on the side of angels, you don't have to worry about me. First of all, extremely pretentious. Second of all, angels are just very well dressed devils. Be honest, technology, how much did you pay to silence you?
I got something for you too. Panhandle this.
Put in a day of work. Now they going crazy because I made it first. See, homie, I just made it work. It's a cold world. That's my old girl. She's in my pain and I ain't even trying to make it hurt.
I'm pretty sure the subscribe thing is supposed to pop up here. I hate this music. Alright, let's go to this one. I got the Netflix logo.
Since Kickstarter thinks that a $600,000 My Little Pony Island is a brilliant idea, and me simply looking to raise a small amount of cash for a camcorder so I could actually do more things with my show isn't a good idea and didn't improve my Kickstarter project, I'm going to go about this the old-fashioned way. And no, I'm not kidding. I guess they must have a thing for bronies. Okay. Yes, I am asking for...
Imagine having your idea look so thoroughly down upon that they gave the brony idea was more credible.
for donations. Yes, I know I'm going to be called an e-beggar no matter what I say.
What is it about fat white American dudes
But
that attracts them to
I'm
being
doing
shitty?
this with a twist
Jarbo,
that no one else has
RTU,
done because I don't just want
who
your
knows how
friggin'
many
money.
others?
I really don't.
Well, I mean... I assume something related to all the McDonald's. But, I mean, in all seriousness, it's just unhealthy, you know? When people, being obese is not healthy. And it fucks with your biochemistry. Majority of, fat people are depressed. Or they have, or at least some level of, psychological disorder. They're usually not happy with themselves. I mean, as the old saying goes, your body is a temple. And I mean, if you don't have the level of self-respect that you can't even maintain, even loosely maintain some level of basic fitness, then, you know, how much respect do you even have?
The self-hate is too much, so they take it out on everybody else.
Yeah. Here's some hectic Chinese wisdom for you. The pain we cause one another is merely...
Obesity made me and my couch depressed. Edrus Rex. At NAR_near makes sense to me.
But yeah, the pain we cause one another is merely the overflow of the pain that has filled us up inside. Happy people don't go around fucking other people's lives up. It's only shitty people whose their own lives are fucked up, so they go around fucking other people's lives up. You can either pull yourself up, or you can drag everyone else down. And trust me, it's just a lot easier and healthier to pull yourself up.
Honestly don't.
Because if you go around trying to pull other people down to your level, it doesn't matter if you succeed in pulling other people down, you're still living in the fucking sewers.
What do I need? I need a camcorder for the show, straight up. Using gameplay footage, I'm constantly dealing with getting
CXVO.
Copyright claims on my videos.
That's true, I laugh at
That's
other
another
because
reason
I
why,
hate my
minus
life.
the fact that I've been insanely busy, that you haven't seen videos. I'll upload a video, do have a commentary news story, and I'll go to work and I'll go to make it
Edrus
public
Rex.
through my cell phone.
But chilly.
And it says
What if
match
I'm up
third
and I
party
push them
content.
down till
So
the
I can't
bubbles
upload
stop?
the video and I have to, dispute the claim, and most of the time I win.
Well, just make sure you hide the body.
Becoming like
Alright?
a huge...
Remember, when you leave bodies in bottom of lakes, they will end up bloating. Okay? So you gotta make sure you have an anchor. Alright? Not that I know anything about this.
chore. It makes it impossible to get stories up on time, so on and so forth. 2, I want to start doing skits for my show. I want to do more reviews, and a flip cam is just not cutting it. I want to film my own face. I can't film my own face with a flip cam. Okay? So what I'm asking for is donations. If you could give 5 cents, if you could give $2. I want to try to raise $500 to get a camcorder. I'm not looking for a red $20,000 camcorder. I'm looking for something basic, clean, 1080p, so I can improve my channel. Now, how is this not e-begging? You're like, Rich, you're doing the same thing everyone else is doing.
What's the short one that works?
A year from when there's 2 things. A year from when I reached the $500 goal.
Which short one that works?
2 days from now, say it's a week from now. A year from that day that I hit the 500, I will donate $500 out of my own money to a charity of your choosing. Period. You have a video up once a year comes around saying, hey, I want to give back. What charity should I donate to? 2, anybody who donates even a penny over $500 is going to get the money returned to them. I'm doing this through PayPal. I'm not looking for free money. I'm not looking to just line my pockets. If you donate more than, if people go over the $500 limit, I'm sending it back to you. I don't just want your money. So this is the way I want to go about it. I want to prove that not everyone who does this is an e-begging scumbag, and I want to do it to improve my show, and I'll prove that I'm doing this for genuine reasons by a year from now giving back to the community. So
NAR_near.
I just want to
This lying sack of shit.
Yeah, dude. Like, how many fucking times have you heard that one? Oh, I'll pay you back. Alright? With absolutely no fucking leverage as well. He's asked, like, he is saying, give me your money, and I'm gonna give you no leverage in return, so you can't retaliate if I just run away with the money. This is why banks have fucking deposits. You know? This is why you can't rent a house without dropping a deposit. So you can't rent a house, fuck it up and leave. Because you put in the deposit, the property owner has leverage against you. That's why banks, you know, if you take out a loan on your house, you know, get a mortgage, if you can't pay off that mortgage, they get to keep the house. Alright? They have leverage against you. It's just common sense to have leverage. You always need some kind of leverage. Because if you have no leverage, then you're relying on the kindness of their heart. And that is an extremely dangerous thing to do. The only time you want to be relying on the goodness of other people are when you've had a long relationship with the person. Where basically your leverage is your friendship. They obviously value the friendship to such a high degree. But you can't have that in this kind of relationship. Because, yeah, a host and his audience, there's no real leverage between them.
ZXVO. This doc will probably include some of the keen drama.
I know what I'm doing is right.
Oh, yeah, look, there he is! Yeah, there he is right there!
If you can't afford to donate a penny,
_near.
all I ask of you is to be
Charity,
a subscriber to this
I'll
channel.
give it back.
If you can, great.
I only
if
need
not,
so
don't worry
much.
about it. Just
I
the
have
fact
heard
that you
those
watch my
fucking
videos
lies
is all the
from
support
many
you need to
YouTuber
do.
scammers.
Yeah, exactly.
This is Rich of Review Tech USA signing out.
And here's the thing, with charity, man, that's the whole point of charity. The whole point of charity is you're basically throwing money away, you know? You never really expect to get the money back from charity. That's not the point of charity. The point of charity is obviously you give the money and the product, quote unquote, the product that the charity is giving you is a good feeling. That feeling that you've done the right thing. That's why things go to shit when people find out that a charity is fucking corrupt. People are fucking furious. I mean, PETA, just look at that. Their reputation is fucking dead in the water. You know? Everyone just knows them as fucking animal killers. No one takes them seriously anymore. And, you know, that's a very... And, you know... Because, yeah, charities are based on goodwill. But, yeah, people who throw money into charity, they have no expectation of getting it back. But, yeah, this cunt, man, promising, I'll pay you back in the future, even though you have no leverage, you know? Like, the only time you ever do this shit, the only time I've known anyone else doing this shit, is when you give them money and they say, I'll pay you back, is when we know where they live. So if they don't fucking pay it back, you go to their house and you take it back. And that is a very messy process, not that I would ever know anything about that.
Guys, this is your Blockbuster critic. And
whoa, that's got a nice stash, man. Nice stash. Oh, and he's got all these Left 4 Dead posters in the background. I like this guy. Already. Oh, and look, there's fucking workout equipment here.
Of a camcorder that I recently bought. You see, things are getting slowly and steadily easier for me in life. So I'm feeling the need to go back to making videos. I enjoyed making videos in the past.
Not that you'd know anything about it,
said, so
or
much
how
needs
it's
to be done.
or
It
did
is
it
time
personally
to do
just
this.
last week.
So I went out and bought
Edru's Rex.
a new tool.
Not like any of that.
A Sony HDR 260V. And let me tell you right now, it is a phenomenal camera. And I bought this with my own money. I bought that. I didn't have to come onto YouTube and make a video begging my subscribers for a camera that I not necessarily needed but wanted. It does serve a purpose, but it is in fact my responsibility for my own equipment. So if there's something I need, I have the pride, the self-respect, and the work ethic to go out, work the extra hours, and make the money to buy the product that I feel that I need. I am not gonna beg my subscribers for money for something that I'm going to own. That's no shot at anyone in particular.
No one in particular. No one in particular.
Hello, Blockbuster Critic. It's your old buddy Rich from Review Tech USA, or Review Beg USA. You've had some colorful things to say about me, but unlike many other people, I'm not afraid to actually talk to you on Skype. So, since you have a lot of things on your mind about me, let's just do it the good old-fashioned way and debate it live on Skype and see how it goes. The offer's on the table, buddy. Hopefully you accept. I'm going to bed. Have a good one.
Colorful. Cause a black guy said it.
I don't know what would you even debate? There is no debate. You're just an e-beggar. Like, own it. You know? Like, what's there to debate? Or I know exactly what he means by a quote-unquote debate. You know, he wants to get him on mic.
NAR_near.
And then he wants to try to threaten
Review
him.
beggar loses by default.
Exactly. Like, I mean, it would be more respectable to just come out and say, yeah, I'm e-begging. You know? I'm not proud of it, but I'm desperate. And who knows, people might take pity on you, you know? You don't need to put up this whole... Like, that's what homeless people do, you know? And most people do take pity on them. They can understand, you know? Things are complicated, you know? People can chuck $1 here and there, you know? It's no skin off their back.
Edrus Rex.
You don't need...
He wants to get him on a video call and T-pose at him to assert dominance.
Pretty much. Pretty much. But yeah, you don't need to fucking dress this shit up because it just comes off as more fucking scumbaggy. Because not only are you an e-beggar, but you don't even have neither the respect for yourself nor the respect for the person you're begging from to just be honest with them.
One.
Okay, guys. Unexpected development here. But already this particular person has admitted defeat. Now, how did he do this? He fell into a very classic trap. There's a reason why I mentioned no names in my previous video.
Yeah, it's true. He set the trap up, and that retard walked straight into it. Because if he says, like, I know this guy who's e-begging, but I'm not going to name him, and then you come up and say, you're talking about me! And it's just like, yeah, well, thanks. You just walked straight into that one. Like, how do I say this? It's like the, fuck, I can't think of the example, but yeah. Hang on. Nah, I'm too lazy to think. My brain fucking hurts. Let's just go watch this guy. He'll explain it.
Because the guilty party will always point themselves out.
Exactly.
What I say could be applied to a lot of people.
It's true.
But this one particular person personally came to my video and was talking trash. For some reason, my account's getting flagged down by Flaggets was relevant, and he called me a leech. Evidently, the comment about the leech is that I'm trying to gain views and subscribers and such by, I guess, going after him, even though in that video I didn't mention his name, and nowhere in my tags was his username either. In the suggested videos, he's not there. So obviously, I wasn't looking for the guy to come to this video. It was just a little comment for my video for those who were watching me. That's all. But as I said before, the offended are the offenders. No one is going to get offended if they're not an offender. You exposed yourself. Well, I'll be live on Ustream. Not Ustream, but Twitch TV. At 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. And if you want to come out and Skype me and debate like you say you do, that's fine. Just bear in mind that I know everything that you have said for the past few months. And I know plenty of things, plenty of questions to ask you, which you're going to goof up on. Just like in our last debate, how I led you by the hand like a child encountering your own points. That's what's going to happen again. I'm just letting you know now. I'm just being nice and letting you know now exactly what I'm going to do. I at least have to give you a handicap. I at least got to tell you what's going to happen, because otherwise it'd be a slaughter. It'd be a downright slaughter. There'd be no fight back. Anyway, Twitch TV, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. I have to start a little bit early because I have to go to work tomorrow. I get up at 5 a.m. to go to work.
Damn, eh? Having to wake up at 5 a.m. He must be in an industry job. Well, I mean, all jobs are in an industry, but like, was it I don't think he'll be a laborer. I think he'll be like an administration, sort of management around that sort of position. If you're getting up that early for work.
Around 4 o'clock.
I have no idea. Taking a shot in the dark.
And they are _near.
Not counting the times
Day shift is bullshit.
when I work overtime. Because I'm a hard worker. I don't accept handouts.
Man, that nap sure screwed me up before. I'm sure I'm tired. Let me just randomly pan across my desk for no particular...
Edru's Rex.
Oh!
Overnights are the superior
Look at this.
shift.
It's a Sony camcorder.
Day shifts, man.
Hmm.
I like working during the day. I hate working at night. Well, it depends on the whatchamacallit. The job, but for the most part, I like working during the day. I like being out in the sun, man. I like photosynthesizing. Probably because the most of the work I've done is fucking laboring shit out in the day. Just used to it.
Man, I could have swore that I sold this for a Canon
Edru's
T3i,
Rex.
but I didn't.
I have to tell
It's right
myself I
here.
like this, or I'll
I wonder
cry.
who this video is for. I don't know. Get a clue before you talk about me. Toodles.
There's a reason why he didn't go through with the debate. A very good reason. And he heard a lot of it.
_near.
It's amazing how... It's really amazing how the cancellation of the debate came about while I was talking a little bit of what I was going to say in a live stream. Maybe he didn't like what he was going to hear. Maybe he had no response to the things that I was going to say. For example, instead of e-begging, by getting a lump sum of cash by e-begging, you could simply go to errands or rent a center and just periodically pay off rent to own a camera. Now, you guys gave him a lump sum of money, enough to buy a camera, but he's donating that money he got for the camera periodically to a charity. So, why couldn't he periodically just put the money aside to buy a camera? Any response to that, fanboys?
Whoa, that's hectic. It's almost as if this guy knows how to manage money. It's almost as if he's been involved in some level of saving to afford something expensive. It's almost as if the guy has a real job.
That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? The same thing that he's doing for the charity,
BBC
he could have done for the camera. But these sort of thoughts, this sort of logic goes right over your heads, doesn't it? Just right over your heads, doesn't it? Because you guys aren't trying to see the truth. You guys aren't trying to see the illogical fallacies, the illogical thoughts, just the mess that was created by your YouTuber. And he has no one to blame but himself. He has seen it happen before. He has mentioned previous people who have had the same issue.
Edru's Rex.
He mentioned 3 kilobytes and what happened to them. So he knows how people react to it. He knows how it is when these things happen. Yet he still went through with it. Because he had everything to gain.
Edru's Rex.
He got a camera.
That's right.
He got a tax write-off for the camera. And then you guys gave him a tax write-off for the charity. There's a reason why he didn't debate me. A very good reason. Because I am lovable.
Edru's Rex. Is the DOS right one not working yet?
No, the DOS right should be
I put
working.
the facts before me. I gather information.
Ah, you spelt it wrong. Hang on.
It wouldn't have gone over well. The best
Like
thing
this.
to do, finally,
Chili
after
Bite
nearly a
117.
month,
That's right.
Finally, he decides to let it go.
That's right! That's right! That's
Do not let this.
Edru's Rex. Sorry.
I have nothing
I was
against
spelling
you.
it
I
wrong.
never have.
Someone clearly
Have I
isn't
said
woke.
anything about your character? Yes. I think you're lazy. You didn't put in the extra work to get the things you wanted. Instead, you took the easy way out. You begged for cash. You made a video called I Need Your Help. The thumbnail was
Edru's
of
Rex.
PayPal.
I'm not urban.
That's an
enough.
e-begging video. No other way about that.
Didn't scam anybody.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It's Rich, at the Cupcake Factory right now. There's a video that NextGen 720 get it in again because he's looking to get views. He's concerned about my finances, so I'm going to explain how things work. When I said I was losing money at the job I'm currently at right now, that's actually a factual thing. See, when you work at something, when you're actually there, you make money. When you're not, you don't make money. I did the math and sat down for probably a couple weeks and looked at numbers and things like that, and it would be more worthwhile to do the YouTube thing. Secondly, for everyone out there who keeps on bringing up, he's doing the charity as a business write-off. If I had the money up front, you could say it was for business too, even if you don't actually officially own a business, and you could write off what you purchased.
Edru's Rex.
Done it before,
took you weeks to
so
crunch numbers.
that one's null and void. Saw a Blackbuster Critics video where he bought the same camera I bought. I hope to God he didn't just do that just to troll. It was an indirect trolling video. I'll admit he's the one he was talking about. I'm paying the payments back. Actually, I've been doing it, like I said, once every 2 weeks when I get my check. I have my last one on my phone. I screen capped it because that's how I paid my last payment. I didn't scam anybody. I know he's trolling videos. I know, but for people to go around, I saw like More Games Jay commented, and he doesn't know the other side of it. Jay, if you follow me on Facebook, you go to Review Tech USA, you'll be seeing I've been making the payments back. So, Hulkmaster Flex, everyone out there who's deeply concerned about what I'm doing, you need to, don't go into the whole thing, I'm trolling, I'm just mind messing with you. You personally messaged me, told me to calm down. And I haven't had time to respond back, and I see you acting like a tough guy under NextGen 720's video. It's flattering, bro, it really is. I'm glad, just make a video once in a while proving that you have a life and put a woman in your thumbnail, and we'll all be impressed by what you do. People are funny, man. I guess this is going to happen inevitably, eventually with something else anyway. So, you want to see I'm making the payments, follow me on Facebook, facebook.com/ReviewTechUSA, and you'll see that I'm actually paying the thing back. And whether I had the money or not, either way, it could be written off as a business expense, which wasn't my intention. Thanks, though. I appreciate the shout out. Hope you guys get some views off of talking shit about me. Hope it works out for you. See ya.
Yeah, boy.
I am so sick and tired of these e-beggars here on YouTube acting like they're victims. Now, before we get into the main e-beggar that we're going to talk about, who lives in the USA, let's talk about a few other examples of e-begging and e-beggars and why e-begging in general is just plain wrong. Firstly and foremost, as an e-beggar, when you e-beg, you know what that does? That shows your work ethic. That shows your dedication and your diligence to what you are doing. If it meant that much to you, you would put in the extra hours, you would work hard to make that happen.
I'd say another point, I don't know if he's going to bat to bring this up in a bit, but I'll point this out. If you're e-begging, what it demonstrates is you have no marketable skills. You are fucking useless to society. Because here's the thing. Even in the real world, even if you have no skills, you still have your body, You can go work on a farm, you can do some labouring job, you can get some really shitty office job, you know? Go work at Macca's. No, it's nothing glamorous. But you can at least sell the skill of, yes, I have at least the bare minimum physical ability to at least do something, even if it doesn't require any advanced skills. And then obviously, you learn more skills from that. You know? If you go work at Macca's, you can go talk to the manager and you can slowly make your way
Begging
up to a
overall
Macca's.
shows how shit you are at holding money.
Yeah. But I mean, to give credit to real life beggars, they don't have anything to work with, you know? And so you can there's more sympathy in their regard. Because yeah, they don't have you could argue they're more bad with money, who knows? There could be circumstances out of their control, you just don't know. But there's more sympathy for them. Because they have nothing. They really have nothing to their name. But if you're an e-beggar, you obviously have access to some level of technology. You have access to at least a phone, or at least a computer, and you would have access to at least the internet. So you have some level of assets at your disposal that you're not making use of. And I mean, even then, the fact that you can make a video to go e-beg shows that you at least have some level of skill to create content, so why can't you monetize that? I mean, if you go around the internet, man, you don't need exactly high quality skills to make money. You should see some of the furry artists on fucking DeviantArt, man. People draw like fucking 3-year-olds, and people still pay for it. So just, like, if you have a skill, you can sell it. I think, I don't know whose quote this is, but there's a quote that goes, for every skill you learn, that's another market at your disposal. Any skill can be sold in the market. And if you can't even do that, then, you know, you better be legitimately homeless. You better have literally nothing to your name. Otherwise, what's your excuse?
That's what I did. Look at this crappy camera I used to work with. Look at this thing. It's a JVC HD camcorder called a Pixio. This thing is garbage. It's garbage. I didn't like using that thing. There was so much feedback. I didn't like the microphone. I didn't like the quality. I wanted to get a new piece of equipment so that I could bring my fans a higher level of quality and entertainment than I usually would give. So you know what I did? I bought this Sony camera. The same one that one of our e-beggar friends got. And you know how I did it? Come here. It's a secret. I worked hard. I worked a lot of hours. And I put a lot of work into my home business. I didn't have a YouTube paycheck with extra cash that I could use. I didn't have that. So I had to put in extra hours of work. And you know what? This $400 camcorder wasn't the only thing that I bought. I also bought this power tower, a really nice piece of exercising equipment. I bought a 3 terabyte external hard drive all at the same time. But for some strange reason, this e-begging individual over here had to ask his fans for the money to buy a camcorder. We've had e-beggars here on YouTube who begged to have their bills paid for, who begged to have gaming PCs made for them, and all kinds of other stuff. But one thing that I've said before that I just really, really can't stand is when these people act like they're a victim. They're not a victim. The only people who are hurting you is yourselves. Like this e-beggar in particular that we're talking about. For months. 4 months. He has been damage controlling himself, defending himself, and lately he made a new video where he's comparing himself to someone who abused Kickstarter. Yes, he compared himself to someone on Kickstarter that got a bunch of donations and didn't do much with it. I made a comment saying that they're very alike, seeing how they made promises to their fans they didn't keep even though they got the money they wanted. But for some strange reason, he sets himself apart from this guy. He stated in his video, see, this is why people like me who needed donations, this is why we get such a bad rap. No, you get a bad rap because it's e-begging, because it's your equipment that you're going to get, so it should be your responsibility. And the best part is, you lied. You lied to all your fans. Let's go over a few details here. Now, all this information I'm about to state was given to us by the said e-beggar. And he's done this on Twitter, on Facebook, and YouTube. And all of these things that he's done have been attempts to damage Control. So by defending himself and by trying to give us all these reasons why what he's doing is okay, he's only giving us further proof that he lied to every single one of his fans. First and foremost, guess what you said during this whole e-begging debacle on YouTube? You didn't like how it was turning out. You didn't like all the negative feedback, so you know what you said you were going to do? You said you were going to return the camcorder and refund all the money. That's what you said you were going to do. That's what you said you were going to do to fix everything. And just get this just swept off the board. But guess what? You didn't do that. You also told your fans that you were gonna do skits and all these other hilarious things with this camcorder. But guess what? To this very day, you have not fulfilled that promise. Just like the Kickstarter guy, who you say that you're not within the same league as him. You guys are nothing alike. You guys lie to people that donate money to you. You're nothing alike. But guess what? You told your fans that you needed their help. Remember the title of your video? I need your help. Thumbnail was just PayPal logo. Description, email to your PayPal. Remember that video you made? It was only up for about a day. But guess what? Guess what? When you told your fans that you couldn't begin to save up for a camcorder, which is why you need their help, that was a lie. Because you, over the course of before and after the camcorder, you proved that you had enough money to do this on your own. But guess what happened? 5 days. 5 days after you got the camcorder, you spent over $400 on newegg.com. And you showed that in your video. So here you are claiming that you don't have the money to get a camcorder, and 5 days after you ordered the camcorder, you spent $40 on Newegg. And then shortly thereafter, you buy another Wii U. In your own video, you show that you purchased another Wii U. It's not making sense, is it? All this money that was flowing all of a sudden, right after the camcorder after he got the camcorder, all of a sudden, here's all this money. And then after he got the camcorder, guess what? All of a sudden, he calculates that he can leave his job and live off of the money he makes on YouTube. This tech guy sold the camcorder that his fans purchased for him. Now, if my fans purchase me a camcorder, you know what?
It'd be sacred.
Keep it.
Yeah, yeah. If I got something, even if I got something that was fully funded by you guys, even if I didn't need it, I'd probably just hang it in the background. It's a sacred artifact as far as I'm concerned.
I would always keep it. That's something special that my fans would have done for me. But he just showed how much he appreciates his fans by selling that piece of equipment that they bought him for another piece of equipment that was useless. But just like I said, a word of advice, do not respond. Do not. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
What's up, guys? Just wanted to make a quick video thanking everybody. There's been a ton of support for
Review Tech USA's Patreon.
Hope this doesn't upset you. Hope you don't fucking die of a stroke or have a fucking heart attack, you fat fuck. You don't have to diet. Jesus Christ, you fucking retard.
And I also want to thank the patrons for Patreon. I'm over $1,000 a month on Patreon, and that definitely helps with the office. It helps with the cable bill there.
I think Patreons are stupid for YouTubers that make a ton of money. All right, if you're making a ton of money and then you have a Patreon on top of it, I mean, you're really just milking this fucking thing for everything you can possibly.
I would argue against that. Ad revenue on YouTube is extremely unreliable. I think most people have figured that out with the numerous number of ad apocalypse that have gone on. I think it's actually probably safest to go for crowdfunding rather than ad revenue. And besides, you know, Patreons have other bonuses and shit like that attached. That's my opinion.
You know, and if you think I'm hypocritical because I have a donate button on my stream, you can suck my fucking dick. So fuck off.
It's not really a counterpoint, is it, King?
I beg people, I beg corporations, I beg everybody.
Deadpool_1985. I Chili. What are we watching?
We're watching Making an E-Beggar, the Review Tech USA documentary. And how are you going, Deadpool? We just watched him get lectured by let's call him urban gentleman about the basics
And
of
everyone out there
manly
who thought I was
management.
just trying to scam people, look at these screen caps and shove them up your ass. Have a good one. So some of you may have noticed, because I posted a update on Facebook, I took down the Patreon account. And many of you were going to wonder why. Some of you think I was trying to sweep it under the rug, which is another reason why I wanted to make this video, because no. Here, this video is staying up, and people will know that I had a Patreon campaign posted temporarily.
I'm okay.
I had already in a day got about 141 bucks. You know, 30 times 100. If I had it up for a month, more than likely I would have at least gotten close, if maybe not a little over what the goal of the campaign was, which was 3,000. Many people, first and foremost, were saying that I was doing it to be greedy. No. Basically, that once I hit that goal, I would have gotten rid of my third-party sponsors. So it wasn't that I was just looking to get extra money. That it wasn't me looking for just extra bucks to get extra toys and all that crap. Whether it be trolls or whether it be people that really feel that you shouldn't make a dime off of creating videos for online websites, whether it be YouTube or whatever, I don't get it. So I'm going to end my video with this statement to all the people out there who constantly keep telling me to get a real job. I don't need a quote-unquote real job because my bills are being paid just fine. The whole point of the Patreon account, again, was to get rid of third-party advertisers. It wasn't that I was strapped for cash. And secondly, why are you so concerned about how I make my living? Am I selling crack? Am I doing a sex trafficking ring of underage girls? No. I do a YouTube commentary channel where I comment on news and talk about my opinions and have a fucking blast doing it. And if that pisses you off, that either means one of two things. You're delusional.
I'm having a blast doing this. That's why I constantly need to justify what I'm doing, and I'm extremely bitter about everyone around me.
Or you're jealous. And if you are jealous,
You need to get out of the house more. And the reason why you're probably not happy with your life and jealous with what I'm doing is because you're sitting behind the computer hating on someone else instead of applying yourself to actually do something with your life. Yes, my job is not physically demanding, and yes, I'm not doing something like construction or working for the post office. But if you think it's easy, by all means, start up a YouTube channel, put years of work in, and hope, because it's not guaranteed, that enough people will watch that you can make a living off of it. Doesn't sound that easy, does it? Because it isn't. Now shut the fuck up and sit in the corner. Have a good one.
The fuck you mean getting out of the house?
By the way, I'm pretty sure this guy hasn't even left his parents' house. Well, he left his parents' house for a little while when he had a wife, and then his wife left him and took the kids, and now he's back in his parents' house. So yeah, that's the guy who's lecturing you about sorting out your life. The guy who still lives with his fucking parents at like age 40-something. He's doing worse than Cyrax, man.
If you're a YouTuber and you're making like at least $10,000 a month, and you have a Patreon, I find that scummy. I do. Like, why would you ask your fans for money when you could give money back to your fans? I mean, you're the one that's blessed.
I mean,
and to clarify,
if you're getting $10,000 a month, yeah, there should be more than enough money to well, you should be expanding your business. You know, if you've got that much money, you could be expanding. I'd say. If I had $10,000 a month, well, I'd have a team of I'd have a full animation team to keep pumping shit out. So I'd be making more videos at a higher rate, you know. So that would create more revenue because I'd be able to keep an audience's attention a lot longer. So that'd create more fucking revenue. And as I create more fucking revenue, I'd get into merchandising, you know? Go make some fucking t-shirts. Quite frankly, my ultimate goal, I'll admit, in terms of a business, is I want to make body pillows and I want to make hentai figures. That's my ultimate goal in terms of a business on YouTube. And then, I don't know where I'd go after that. I guess I'd expand into other industries. Get a podcast or some shit going, you know? I'd start looking for new talent, you know? Other people I can bring on board. You know, see if I can find some animators. Actually, one thing I have always wanted to do is pretty much start what is more or less my own little TV channel on the internet. I want to have a stream that can be run for 24 hours and then just hire a bunch of people or like pay a bunch of people commission so I can show their animations on the channel.
Chili will one day be producing degenerate anime in the near future.
Yeah, boy. Especially since it's all getting banned from Japan, so we have to have our own homegrown hentai market. All right. If there's a gap in the market, if there's a hole in the market, you stick your dick in it.
I know some people are like trying to raise money to do like bigger projects. I guess, like, I understand that, and I understand streaming, like, you're doing a live show. If people want to tip you, that's fine.
Before everyone freaks out, I have no ill will against Keemstar. This isn't going to turn into some stupid thing. I guess I'm just pissed off and tired of, like, the double standard everyone has on the internet. Keemstar, I don't dislike you. I have no beef with you.
Good idea. We can call it Sunset Productions.
We have a different standpoint on
this,
and I still think it's hypocritical that you take donations.
At NAR_near, I highly doubt Rich could fit through the bedroom door, let alone leave the house XD.
Rich, I mean, 2 hours ago I said that, you know, live streaming is different than YouTube, all right? You know, I'm talking about YouTubers that make $10,000 a month and then have a Patreon for their YouTube, all right? It's not the same as a live stream. YouTube and live streaming is completely different, all right? Most of the money on YouTube comes from ads, right? On streaming, most of the income that comes in to support that entertainment is from donations. They are not the same thing, and I clearly said that 2 hours ago, and now you're saying I'm being hypocritical. It's just stupid.
And I mean, I think the other thing is why I'm, in theory, more forgiving on Patreon is that, yeah, you have different tiers, so as people invest more and more into you, you give back to the community, you know? Obviously, there's basic stuff like admin rights on Discord servers and shit like that. For me, if I was to add if I got a Patreon and I added tiers and shit like that, basically it'd be the higher up you go on tiers, you know, I'd put discounts to commissions and shit like that.
At Deadpool_1985, how much is it to rent a forklift?
I guess that's relative. But yeah, yeah, I'd have shit like if you went to like one of the higher tiers, you get like I'll do one commission, you get your first commission free, you know, something like that. Or I give you like, you know, a discount on all commissions and shit like that. You know, and I think by that point, hopefully I'd have some level of money so you could give away free merchandise and shit like that. You know, just something to compensate. And like I said, with business, you know, for most people the illusion's good enough. People are happy, even if like the reward the customer would receive back is nothing compared to the money they put into a company. The fact that they've gotten something back is more than enough for them, you know, because they feel like the company gives a shit. They don't feel like they're just a fucking money farm, you know. I'll say that actually, one thing I would love to do if I did make a Patreon, and if like I don't know how high the price tier would be, but you know, I don't think I don't know. You see why I'm kind of iffy on the price range, but basically what I want to do is that if you got to like a certain Patreon tier, donate like it would say like was it $10 a month or whatever. I wanted to do like a full-on anime style opening or outro for the end of my videos, and then in the outro,
ZXBO.
It's gonna be fucking animated versions.
I am very happy with dating my GF virtually,
Smithers.
even if she lives with Tyrone and bears his children.
Tyrone. But yeah, I'd love to do that. Just a fucking like a community-centered anime style ender to put at the end of videos. You know, get the community involved, because I see a lot of animators do that. Where if you donate so amount of money or you add a certain tier in a Patreon level, they'll like throw in they'll put little references to the fans and shit like that, or the Patreons in the backgrounds. They'll put in like their characters and shit like that. I know this one guy. Hang on, he's on YouTube. Hang on, I'll show you. He's popular on Newgrounds. I don't think he's too popular on YouTube. Chutney Glaze. Yeah, this guy. Fuck yeah, this guy's blown up. Yeah, nice.
Deadpool_1985. At NAR_near LOL, what do I look like, a fucking Home Depot? Haha.
Hang on. I don't know if he has it on this or it's just on the Newgrounds one. Oh no, this anyway. You've seen the one. But I recommend this guy. This guy's great. Oh no, he's just got fan art sort of stuff. Hang on, we'll go to his Newgrounds because he has it there. He's got like, yeah, he's got a little animated credits for everyone's character who's a fucking whatchamacallit. Patreon. Chutney Glaze.
NAR_near. At Deadpool_1985, but it is a pressing issue with there being a whale stuck inside a house.
Oh no, this just has fan art. I want the little animated thingy at the end.
Deadpool_1985. Oh, that's awesome.
He's got ones that are full on animated credit. Come on, cepat lah. We'll lower the quality. Yeah, see? Hang on. When it fucking loads! See? Little animated credits. See how good's that, you know? And I'm pretty sure the he also sends a copy to all the little animation loops to the Patreons themselves, so they can use it if they want. Because I think a couple guys using them as DPs and shit like that.
No, Keemstar, I'm not stupid. I saw this. So you're doing the internet logic thing again. So you get tips, which I've seen you get some pretty good ones.
Sorry.
On your stream. That's
But lag
different
pisses
than
me
having
off.
a Patreon account. Last time I checked, money's green all around. And last time I checked, that's still getting donations, quote unquote, from people that follow you.
Deadpool_1985.
So there is no difference. I'm not stupid.
At
You're still getting money from people
NAR_near
that
whom.
follow you.
Probably
So,
have
yeah,
to bulldoze
it
a
still
wall
falls
and
to
use a crane to get
Patreons
rich
are
out,
stupid
haha.
for YouTubers that make a ton of money. All right, if you're making a ton of money and then you have a Patreon on top of it, I mean, you're really just milking this fucking thing for everything you could possibly get, you know? And if you think I'm hypocritical because I have a donate button on my stream, you can suck my fucking dick, all right? Because I feel blessed that I make this much money. I feel blessed that I get to do this for a living. And that's why I've given out over $30,000 of stuff to my fans this year. So fuck off.
So wait. Hold on one second. Now, Keemstar just had a video up where he was saying that people who have Patreons who make so-and-so amount of money are scumbags. But Keemstar, who is pretty much a self-proclaimed millionaire, who I know makes way more than $10,000 a month, on his Stream Me page, as soon as you click on it, he has this. Only on the internet can you accuse someone for doing something but be a hypocrite and do it yourself.
NAR_near.
God bless.
Let's crowdfund getting Rich back to the ocean where he belongs.
We'll call, what's it called?
I
Sea
still
Shepherd.
on a somewhat regular
Oh,
basis
yeah,
get people
boy.
saying, hey Rich, I want to donate to the show, help you out, blah, 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 blah. So I put up a tally or whatever it is on Twitter. I put up a survey to see if people want
Should I create a Patreon page? No.
to donate or not. Then from there I said, how is someone wanting to give money towards something they like, and a homeless person shaking a cup in the street is the same thing, and so on and so forth. And it went back and forth between that. Then finally later on, Keemstar did come out and say, hey Rich, it wasn't directed towards you, and I did apologize. Then admittedly I took it back because something pinged in my brain, and I remember Keemstar is on stream.me. I've seen him get donations on there, and I know that he has some kind of sponsorship through them. So what is the difference? He's calling people who have Patreons who make decent money on YouTube scumbags, and it's kind of the same thing that he's doing.
I mean, the fact that the guy goes through such lengths to justify what he's doing is, it's kind of an admission of guilt, because he knows he's not doing the right thing. That's why he needs to justify it. Good deeds need no justification. If the guy really didn't believe he was scamming anybody, he'd put out his one video and then move on. Why would you need to justify yourself to some random guy on the internet?
I made a tweet where I basically said, I think it's kind of scummy that
Edrew's Rex.
People,
If
YouTubers that are making
Edrew's/Edie
at
ever
least
end up in an animated
$10,000
ending,
a month,
it's
at least
definitely going to be
$10,000 a
one
month
of them
on
holding open the
YouTube
overcoat to
have
sell bootleg
Patreons
hentai.
for their YouTube,
NAR_near.
I'm not talking
If
about
he
live
shut his
streaming.
fucking
Live
mouth,
streaming
people
is
would
something
forget.
completely different. Okay.
Exactly.
And I said I'm not talking about YouTubers that have a Patreon for.
It's what is it? No, it's not the Streisand effect. Streisand effect is the more you try to hide something, the more interested people are in it. This is, I guess, kind of a similar core mechanic, where the more you try to justify what you've done as the right thing, the more people believe you've done the wrong thing. You shouldn't need to constantly justify it. I mean, if you want a perfect case in point, ever consider the fact that we go through such lengths to glorify war? We go to such lengths to say how the war was totally worth it, the war was very important, We don't, we build giant memorials to the people that died in war. We don't build memorials to doctors who get killed during pandemics. We don't build...
Deadpool_1985.
Because when it comes to, like, a pandemic,
I can join stream Chili Sama.
Yeah, right. Yeah, with, like, a pandemic, you don't really need to justify it.
NAR_near.
Just generally
Which war?
saving... Pretty much all of them. Like, usually, the more retarded the war, the more glorified it gets. If you want some good ones, go check out British history. They have a lot of military fuck-ups that they glorify the living shit out of. Because they don't want anyone to know that, yeah, it was a complete fuck-up. But yeah, we don't bother justifying the things that, yeah, most people would universally agree, yeah, that's just the right thing to do. But obviously with war, there's a big question. Was it worth it?
NAR_near.
More often than not, in reality, not
but
really.
That one war, that war, that was totally worth it.
What is that? The US war against Grenada. Totally worth it.
Like a bigger project.
Was it Grenada? Hang on. US versus Grenada. Yeah, Grenada. The invasion of Grenada. Pretty one-sided war, man.
NAR_near. No, that other one.
Oh, I know what you mean. 1776. Where you shot a bunch of British people, and I can agree with that.
Alright, so...
Deadpool_1985.
Okay?
Nicaragua.
And I'm responding back to him.
NAR_near.
I have no
Hey,
idea
yes.
that he tweeted about him having a Patreon. I had no idea. So after he apologizes to me, 2 hours go by, right? And he comes out and says, "Got him."
Yeah, not
right?
too bad, eh?
Look at Keemstar.
Just animating and listening to
back. Well,
well,
first of all, you
learning more about the
apologized
lore of
because you
Review
thought
Tech USA.
I was talking about you, okay? That's why you apologized, all right?
Oh my
Then
God!
you took my
Punish
apology
Norwegian.
back because you found that
That
I have a
video.
donate button
Oh
on my stream.
my
That doesn't
God!
make any sense. All
What
right?
one's
Did you
this?
see
At
that?
this point, I
The
call
Silence
you
of the
EXO.
Lambs
I
one
go,
with the
okay,
Chili
I know
Willy
it's
Chili
about-
Willy.
Oh, yeah.
Hillbillies,
I saw that one.
Chili
That
Willy
was
Hillbillies.
fucking great.
Creating a Patreon. And
Yes.
he wants to talk about this issue, and he wants to make a video about this issue so he doesn't have to beg, right? Because when Rich put out this poll, because I looked at it after he thought that I
my
was talking
God.
about him, right? When Rich put out this poll, there was a bunch of people talking shit to Rich. They were like, fuck you, get a job, like all this other stuff. That poll, 55% of the people told him not to have a Patreon. Only 45% supported it, right? So Rich is thinking in his mind, all right, well, let me make this a thing. Let me use this controversy so I don't have to. Hey, this is. I know exactly
you know what?
you were fucking doing,
We could
Rich.
use,
You're a
Chris
manipulator.
Chan
You're a
as a
liar,
wrecking
and that's
ball.
exactly where you were going with this. Because this
To
should have
get,
been dropped as soon
Rich
as you
out
knew
of
I
his,
wasn't talking about you. But somehow 2
parents'
hours later,
basement.
you're like, oh, I'm going back in there
Actually, I
and
think
expose him
it's
to
an
be a
attic.
hypocrite. When the first thing, one of the first
Oh, it
things I
is?
said on this topic was,
Yeah.
I'm not talking
Well,
about
then.
streamers.
Yeah.
I'm gonna block you if you talk about this one more
And
time.
besides,
Like,
Chris
obviously
Chan
you're
is
trying to
above
make a
Review
video
Tech
out of it.
USA,
That's
alright?
exactly
He has
what I
far
said.
more important
And he
things
tweets
to do
back
right
at
now.
me.
We're gonna prepare for the dimensional verge.
He tweets back at me, I'm not going to be making a video about this.
Alright.
Now, we all know what happened, right? Rich made a fucking video.
I mean, Chris
alright?
Chan's,
He made a video
Chris Chan's a
calling
far
me
more
a
important
hypocrite.
person to society.
NAR_near.
He's the mayor of an
But
entire
how do we
town.
get Chris out of prison?
Now, we don't need to get Chris out of prison, man. Dude, have you seen the Quickville military, man? They're not gonna let this shit fly. You're gonna team up with the goddesses of game industry, man?
What, Sarkeesian, Quinn, and,
No, those they're fucking irrelevant. No one cares about them anymore. I'm talking about the anime girls from
Yeah.
Hyperdimension Neptuna.
Oh, okay. Well, how am I supposed to know? God damn it!
Well, I thought you were actually interested in the dimensional merge, but clearly you've been. I was going to say something about brainwashed by the government, but I was too lazy to string it all together. Look, you're a smart man, Deadpool. You come up with your own insults for yourself.
Nah.
Right? When he tells me that he's not trying to make a video, but then makes a fucking video. What the fuck? What are we dealing with here? So, he made it seem like streaming is the same thing as fucking YouTube. But it's not. It just isn't. It's not the same platform. It's not the same style of videos. It's not the same thing. These are different things.
Well, I didn't use it as an excuse because I had that survey up before I saw Keem's tweet that he had. The thing that was interesting, though, is that when Keemstar had a video, when he puts up those like 20-second or 30-second videos on Twitter, and he goes, "Rich, I think you're stupid." And under that, he's in the video, he said,
dimensional merge
on streams,
going to happen?
Pardon?
When do you think the dimensional merge is actually going to happen?
Fuck, I don't know. Only the mayor does. He's the one that predicted it. All right. Well, I can do it. All I can do is prepare for it and wait. You know.
Prepare your anus.
Exactly. All right. I don't know about the type of characters you prepare, but the type of shit that's going to be coming from my dimension, my alternative dimension. Look, you don't want to deal with.
I thought it already happened.
Oh, you have no idea what my dimension will look like. My dimension makes what's his name, Chin Chin, look like a fucking saint.
Chin?
Virtually all the money only comes from donations. But that's where the caveat comes in, is that Keemstar has some kind of deal with Stream.me, and he's still getting donations.
Yeah.
So that's the same thing, just in a different website, as if you have a Patreon and you have a YouTube. What is the difference between... And the thing is, Keemstar, I don't care if like 10 people here right now go, you know what, you could buy a small fucking island, but I'm still going to empty out my bank accounts and give them to you. That's not the point. I don't care about that. But what you're doing here is the same exact thing as if a quote-unquote successful YouTuber who makes 10 grand a month and has a Patreon, because you're making money from Stream.me before the donate button, and you're getting donations. It's really simple. It's just...
When you do a live show, you're doing a live show for a certain amount of people, all right? If I thought that streaming was the same as YouTube and a Patreon, I would have said it. No, I clarified my point at the very beginning before you even responded to me that I don't think that streaming is the same thing as YouTube. All right, if people want to do streams and have donate buttons, I don't have a problem with it. That was my opinion that I voiced from the beginning, okay? And 2 hours later, after I make this statement, all right, Rich comes out and calls me a hypocrite, okay? It doesn't make sense.
Because it's true.
Also, on top of that, Rich, you manipulated this whole situation to promote your Patreon. And honestly, Rich,
stop,
if you were going through financial problems, you could have DM'd me and said, "Keem,
Yo, Keem,
give me some money."
Yo, that's not the point.
He
That's
could have
not the
reached
point.
out to me. If
That's
he's
not the
going
point.
through
Keemstar does love to do this. I don't know why he does it. He was just like, bro, if you need money, you could have given me. You could have asked me. And then you get like $1 off him. And he's just like, dude, I thought we were friends.
Stay on topic. Stay on topic. Stay on topic.
I'm going to stay on
like,
topic.
personal
Rich,
insults are not staying on topic.
Rich, if you are going through money problems, you could have reached out to me and I would have helped you like I've helped so many other people.
Dude, come on.
You could
have
DM'd me and said, look, I'm
I
going
don't
through
need your
financial
money.
problems
I
right
don't
now.
need your
I would
money.
have helped him. I would have
I
helped
don't
him.
need your
But
money.
No one
what
doubts
he did
your
is he tried to
altruism.
make this a thing. Rich wanted to make this a thing so we could talk about his Patreon. And we're here right now talking about his Patreon. You saw an opportunity for a debate, and you pounced on it, right? You started tweeting at me. Then I respond to you, and I say, look, man, I'm not even talking about you. And then you have this. Then 2 hours later, you're like, Got him! Fucking hypocrite. He's got a donate button. What? Rich, I thought we already settled this. Why are you coming back, right? And I tell you, hey, look, I know what you're doing.
This is part of the debate you can watch in full. NAR_near. Chili needs to hit up Keem to start his degenerate anime studio.
Having a bag. And if you can create some controversy here,
Keem?
and you can upload a video
No, I
saying,
prefer
"Oh,
not to.
Keemstar's a hypocrite,"
I don't want to end
then
up
you can
in fucking
promote your
Keemstar's
Patreon
pocket.
without.
Yeah.
How could I have even, if anything?
It's not that I have any concerns against Keemstar. I just think it's gonna be he's very annoying.
This quote unquote drama surrounding this, and if I opened up a Patreon now, would fucking destroy it. It would fucking destroy it. It would not make people donate to me. Trust me. If there's anyone from my subs watching right now, they could vouch for me that I would get my ass metaphorically pounded.
Chili
and not in a
doesn't want to
good
contract
financial
terminal
way
Islam from
this.
Keem.
It would have the exact opposite effect. As a matter of fact, before I got into the Twitter spat with you, there was more thumbs up on me starting a Patreon than thumbs down. As soon as I started going at it with you, it went to there was more no's than yes. So it wouldn't have worked in my favor.
I seen it the minute you tweeted at me.
G33K.
I went to look to see what you were talking
Bogan
about.
Quia, how's it going?
Hey, look in the chat. This is me right
Not
now.
in favor of you doing a Patreon.
No, it wasn't.
That's
It was
just
there
not
was
true.
more yeses than no's. Yes, it was.
That's not true. Rich.
Okay.
We're talking about a fucking liar, a manipulator, a fucking
I'm not,
hypocrite.
because it was a clip proving the fact that he gets paid from Stream.me before he even gets donation.
Rich, look it. You said just a little while ago that you're not going to be making a Patreon.
Yeah,
Are you 100% you're not going to be making a Patreon?
pretty much, yes.
All right. Well, there it is. He's not making a Patreon.
What does that have to do with anything?
No, because I know that you brought this up to basically promote a Patreon. But now that I put you in that corner, you said that you're not going to make one, so I win. Like, I'm happy. But all I know is that
Rich, you're not
going
gonna win. Come on, bro.
Patreon, and now that you're backed in a corner,
Well, no, I'm not backed in a
You
corner.
have publicly
I'm not
stated that
backed
you
in a
are not making a Patreon.
It would have not helped it.
I don't know why
It wouldn't have.
Rich
They're- like, they're-
Yeah,
Scream was
Okay.
the best.
But see, that's speculation, though. You
Oh,
can't
my-
say that you're right. And you know what I mean? Like,
Hey man, you speculated that I was talking about you. Listen, Eddie, when me and him were debating about this on Twitter, all right, I knew exactly what he was doing. I tweeted at him and I said, obviously you are going to try to make a video on this, because I knew where he was going with this. I knew why he wasn't dropping it. I knew why he kept bringing
and I
it back
wasn't
up.
going to make a video until you blocked me. That's an opinion. If you're getting paid from Stream.me and you're getting donations, I don't care if you're buying a yacht for kids in a third world country. You're still doing the same thing that someone with a donate button or a Patreon account is doing on YouTube.
This is what I said to you, all right, once I realized what the fuck you were doing. Once I realized you were manipulating the situation to promote a Patreon and you were trying to make a video out of this is what I said to you.
I swear to God, I wasn't.
that's
God
conjecture,
strike me dead
This
if
is
I
what
did
I
this
said to
to
you.
promote
I go,
my Patreon.
this
But
is
okay.
2 hours after I explained my point in full. So then he responds by saying, I'm not taking offense. I'm just stating my opinion as well.
G33K.
So I respond to him.
Are you
I
drawing
respond to him by
henchas,
saying
sir?
this. That's not true.
Are you drawing
You
hentai, sir?
You were clearly offended.
Unfortunately not.
and are clearly still
Just,
trying to talk about
just,
this
Corona.
and will likely make a video on it. And then, Rich, didn't you respond by saying, there's no way I'm going to make a video on this?
Yeah, and then I put up, it's time to stop from Filthy Frank. And then, like, 10 seconds after that, I was blocked. And I'm like,
Yeah,
this
because
is ridiculous. Why is he blocking me? So, yeah, it pissed me off, and I made a video, to be honest
Well,
with you.
listen, guys, I knew from the beginning that this is what Rich was doing. He was trying to create a thing out of this, right? He was being passive-aggressive and said, hey, guys, you know, I don't want this to turn into a
Stop
thing.
trying to be Alex Jones. He doesn't have a beard. You don't know that. And I wasn't. I'm not that smart. I wasn't trying to manipulate it. If anything, it would have...
He
yes.
was. So, you know, I knew what he was doing. I knew that he was trying to create this into a thing so he could promote his Patreon.
But that's not true, because that thing would have done nothing
G33K.
but fuck me in the ass.
I don't know.
It
It looks
wouldn't
a
have
lot
helped
like
me.
hentai.
Because I know my subscribers. They would have turned
Mate, I
on
know
me.
hentai when I
Maybe
see
that
it,
doesn't
mate.
say
This
too
ain't
much
no
about how
hentai.
much people feel about me, but they would have fucking turned on me, and that the Patreon would have been a disaster. It would have not. This whole thing would have not helped the Patreon.
It wouldn't have.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, it would have.
No, it wouldn't have.
Oh, he's not going to make a Patreon. Just like he said he wasn't going to make a video. Just like he apologized to me and took it back.
God,
look at.
If
In
I
this
made
situation,
a Patreon now.
in this situation alone, all right, there are 3 things that fucking Rich did that contradicts his first action, okay? And we're going to talk about them right now, okay? 1, he tells me he's not going to make a YouTube video about this, and does. He apologizes to me once he realizes that I'm not talking about him. Then 2 hours later, without being any conversation between me and him, he takes his apology back and uploads a video calling me a hypocrite, okay? The third one, he uploads a video, and in the video he says, I'm not going to show any footage of Keemstar, and again, this is the evidence where I define that streaming YouTube is different from
You are in hentai denial, sir.
He says he's not going to show any footage because he might get flagged, but then later in the video,
if I was making hentai, I would have been banned on Twitch by now.
Right? Those are 3 examples.
You know how puritanical they get.
Situation where this dude
unless you're sending them,
right?
used underwear.
A complete hypocrite. All right. I don't trust him. I don't trust him. I think that he's a manipulator. I think he's a liar.
Okay. First off,
making it into something much bigger than what
you made a fucking video.
Hold on. No.
I'm not yelling.
Chill. Yeah, chill.
I can't hear you over the blood sports.
First of all, can we get 420 in the chat for that excellent British accent from Keem? I thought he did a very good example of me.
Did he just say that I'm making this bigger than it has to be? I fucking solved this with you. You apologized to me. I told you this wasn't about you, and that was the end of it.
It doesn't matter if it was about me or not. What bothered me, what pissed me off is that
just accused me of making this bigger than it has to be. Just accused me of making it bigger than it has to be. Rich, this was solved. This was done and over 2 hours ago. Or 2 hours after this was solved and done and over with, you brought it back up.
Because it wasn't about who you were directing it towards. It was the fact you have a double standard towards it. That's what bothered me.
Then, Rich, I
420.
You saying, look, I know what you're doing. I'm going to block you because obviously you're trying to make a video about this. And then you make a fucking video about it. All right? So the reason why this got fucking big is because of you. To a point where I have to defend myself and give you even more attention by doing this live event, which you said, hey, I have no problem, I'm going to show up to.
Think about it from my perspective. I posted that poll, and literally, I don't even think it was 10 minutes after you typed that tweet. If the shoe was on the other foot, I guarantee you would have thought the same thing.
Rich, how could I be talking about you? You don't make 10 grand a month. You don't make
Oh my god.
Okay. I don't. Okay.
Do you? Because you
This
get
is actually hilarious.
NAR_near. Rich should have just shut the fuck
I barely
up.
posted, dude. All right. I'm not going into how much I
That's
make.
pretty much the story of
Do
his
you
life,
make
really.
$10,000 a month? Yes or no? Because I don't think you do. I don't think you have.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Well, I disagree. I don't think that's an honest.
Okay.
statement.
I mean, I'm not going to tell you. I'm not allowed to tell you. But all I'm saying is that you called out YouTubers who are having Patreons or donate.
We already know how this ends. It ends with him still in his mother's
if they're
house,
making a
being
certain
divorced
amount of
with
money,
his wife and losing
that
custody of his
it's scummy.
kids.
And you said just say.
Oh.
Okay, you have a stream.
Get like mundane math bad.
Okay, Patreon. Who gives a shit?
Oh god.
How many times are you gonna change what I have to say to fit your look? You manipulated the situation. You lied 3 times. We've already went over this 100 times. And you know what? Now I've backed you in a corner, and you're not making a Patreon. So I'll take it as a win.
Dude, don't
Anyone
even try.
else can say whatever the fuck they want. I'll take it as a win.
Yeah, of course you're going to take it as a win. You're like making these things and putting them in there to make it as a win. The bottom line is this.
You're not making a Patreon.
Hold on.
No, you're not making. I'm not making a Patreon because of you. I wasn't making a Patreon before this. So calm down.
This is a long time ago. This would be a good long while ago.
He said that he wasn't going to make a Patreon because of this situation earlier in this debate, and now he's saying that he wasn't going to do one from the beginning. I mean, you just lied again. God damn it.
You're trying to make it that I'm lying about things.
Next time you have money problems, don't use me. Don't manipulate me for your own agenda. You can just DM me.
Dude, stop with the money problems. You don't know. I don't have a financial situation. That's just like
dude.
That's a low. That's an immature, low blow thing to say.
I would have helped him. How's that immature? How's it low? I would have helped you.
Because you're trying to make it seem like I'm broke,
Eddie,
bro.
am I a generous
You're
person?
trying to make it seem like I'm broke, bro, and that has nothing to do with.
Guys, for the next hour, all donations will go to Rich.
Wow.
All right, guys. Thanks.
Rich, if you're having money problems, I feel bad for you, son. I got 99 problems, but views ain't one. Hit me.
I beg people.
You know you're
I
fucked
beg
when
corporations.
Monday
I
Matt is
beg
better off than
everybody.
you.
The only tier I have is 1, and it's $1 a month. My content is worthwhile enough to support me on Patreon, and it'll
G33K.
definitely help.
And
Scream
this fat
Scream was
cheeseburger
over a
eating greasy
couple years
motherfucker,
ago.
Rich.
Give $1 a month, so I cannot fear talking about things like that, and I can become the old Review Tech USA again, where I don't have to worry about what words come out of my mouth.
To begin with, so the patrons essentially are panhandling, Rich, just like fucking people like myself say they are.
My content is worth supporting, and it's phenomenal. I was very transparent in my Patreon video. It's not that I'm not making money on YouTube. My Patreon, my Review Tech USA Patreon, is now at $872 a month.
Hope it doesn't upset you. Hope you don't fucking die of a stroke or have a fucking heart attack, you fat fuck.
But for that one tier, I'm only asking for $1 a month. So for $12 a year, you could help my channel.
If you love what you do, the money will eventually come, but it's all about the money. But it's all about the money. But it's all about the money.
No, I'm not setting up a Patreon. I'm not.
Rich, look it. You said just a little while ago that you're not going to be making a Patreon.
Yeah,
Are you 100% you're not going to be making a Patreon?
pretty much, yes.
All right. Well, there it is. He's not making a Patreon.
Because I'm not in a financial position I need to make a Patreon. That wouldn't be right to do. So what am I doing with my Patreon? I'm not doing anything extravagant. I physically would not have the time to do that. The only tier I have is 1, and it's $1 a month. And what I'm hoping to see happen is that people give $1 a month. This is a video that I'm sure is going to have a wide range of responses, but it's one that needed to be made, and this Patreon campaign that I'm doing is something that I probably should have started and stuck to years ago, but I was afraid to. But ever since Adpocalypse, that has changed. There has been a fundamental shift in my channel, and I'm sure many of you have noticed it, where the topics I cover have
So how
been
big
much
of an
more
L
benign.
did
Now, luckily for
VTech
me,
take?
What?
Said how big of an L did Review Tech end up taking?
I don't care. His life's fucked. I don't know how well his channel's doing. I think he's got like 600,000 subscribers, but I don't know how the viewership's going. Now, what should we do? Social Blade Review Tech USA. Total subscribers hasn't really gone anywhere. Total video views, weekly has been a bit stagnant. Total subscribers. Oh, he pissed off people there. Negative 2,000. It's not going anywhere at the moment. I don't know, meh.
Yeah. Oh well.
Not bad, but not good. Just stagnant. I've got just under 1 million subscribers. Let's go to the old vtuber. I guess he's actually going back to making his original content. Actually reviewing tech. I assume the biggest shit show was when he started doing political stuff.
Oh,
yeah.
Not a good idea. I mean, really, unless you know what you're talking about, then just stay the fuck out of that.
Well, his idea of politics was everyone is wrong except me.
Of course.
About just under 100K on your average video. So tech shit and petty drama here and there. I mean, he's getting about 1/10 of his current engagement. So I'd assume the majority of those subs, I assume they popped up during the fucking political crap or some kind of drama. So just sub and then just wait. But nothing ever pops up for them to interest it, so it doesn't really go anywhere.
Yeah.
You know
what? I wasn't as hard hit as other channels, but it still hurt a lot, not only financially, but partially in terms of the growth of my channel too. Now, what made me want to attempt Patreon again is because recently I made a video talking about Wolfenstein 2, and what happened? The video was had limited monetization. It was manually reviewed, and limited ads were placed on it permanently. So what am I doing with my Patreon? I'm not doing anything extravagant. I physically would not have the time to do that. The only tier I have is one, and it's $1 a month. And what I'm hoping to see happen is that people have enough faith in my show and want to see me cover those controversial topics again enough to give $1 a month, so I cannot fear talking about things like that, and I can become the old Review Tech USA again, where I don't have to worry about what words come out of my mouth. And that's why I only have one tier, and for that one tier I'm only asking for $1 a month. So for $12 a year, you could help my channel expand and grow and become what it was before, where I don't have to fear what I talk about, and I don't have to fear about holding my tongue. We'll see what happens, and for those of you that want to support me through this Patreon, thank you so damn much. You have no idea how much it means.
Hey, what's up, guys? You could have spent money to prevent acute malnutrition through large-scale emergency feeding programs, but instead you are supporting my Patreon, so thank you. Why provide sustenance to millions of children when millions of children can provide me a Big Mac and large fries? For reading them video game articles, who knew? Don't be fooled by children in the grips of famines and hunger crisis. Donate money to people that think effort is adjusting a camera. Woo, that was hard. Donate money to YouTubers that think hard work is searching the internet for the latest and greatest video game article to reread. I won't give any of my Patreon royalties to anyone that wrote the original video game articles, okay? Seriously, who knew plagiarism and Patreon would make a fantastic bedfellow? Plagiarism, Patreon, and YouTube revenue. It's like a love triangle, or at least a wet dream for me. Guys, I can't get a job. Do you see how much time and effort I'm putting into regurgitating these video game articles? I mean, seriously. Donate to my Patreon. Oh, no, wait, this is a thank you video. Thanks for giving me some money on Patreon. Do you think just every Joe Blow can turn on a camera in their mother's basement and regurgitate a video game article and tack on their opinion?
Asterisk, it's in the attic, not the basement.
Come on, this is hard work, people. Could you imagine if I had to stress out and think about getting a job? Thank God I have no kids, because if I did, I sure would feel fucking irresponsible. Just depending on YouTube revenue and Patreon. Completely irresponsible, that's how I'd feel. So remember, kids, ask Mom and Dad for more money this Christmas so you can support me. Yes, your favorite YouTuber that rereads you video game articles. Or Santa won't let me read you Kotaku articles!
This is a shout out to a very, very dedicated man who says that he is just criticism and parody. I've actually heard that line before. Yeah, he's definitely, I don't know what happened to. He thinks, I'm pretty sure he thinks that I flagged his old channel. I never flagged his old channel. I never once flagged his channel and never told anyone to. Okay.
You know when someone gets your channel flagged down, it tells you who did it.
I don't know who did. I know he's like, oh, because you made videos on me. Yeah, dude, I made a video refuting what you said. Fuck you, tough shit. I don't care. Yeah. As a matter of fact, in that video, I told people to leave you the hell alone. If people did it at that point, I don't know what to tell you, but I've never once told anyone to go after you.
Isn't this exactly the same mundane Matt tactic where he's just like, hey guys, don't go after so-and-so, and it just went fucking, didn't flagged it, pretty much using his own audience as a fucking meat shield?
If you don't like the fact that I have an opinion about you back, you could fuck off. But I'm sitting here, and I'm just like, he just made a video, I didn't even watch the whole thing, where he says that he's not obsessed with me. So like, you know what? Let me take like literally 3 to 5 minutes of my time and just look through his channel. And the reason why, like I said, this bothers me is just, it brings negative shit to my channel. It's really, dude, you're not let me just say something to you right now, Joe. Yeah, because I'm sure you're going to watch this because you get mad that I post videos on here. One, yeah, once in a while I'm going to make a video coming back at you. If you don't like it, fuck off. I'm not going to stop, just like you don't stop.
Sure.
But you can't be on the offensive like he is constantly, and being, he doesn't stop, he's relentless, and think that no one, what are you going to say? Oh, but I could come after you and attack the living shit out of you, but if you come after me, you know, how dare you? I'm very sensitive. Fuck off, man. You can't be the way you are and expect no one to come at you and hide behind the veil of, I have issues, and it's parody. Am I saying you can't have an opinion on me? No, you can have an opinion on me all the fuck you want to. But this is an extreme, Joe. This is extreme. This is extreme. And if you don't see that this is extreme, you have issues, which, no shit. So, it is what it is, man. Hey, Joe, you want to keep doing this? People are going to come back at you. And if that pisses you off, you get the fuck off YouTube then. It is what it is, Joe. Hey, look, man, you keep doing what you're doing. But I'll let you know right now, if I want to come back at you and give my opinions on some of the stuff that you're doing, I'm going to do it. And if you don't like that, too fucking bad. Yeah, I haven't talked about him in a long time. Whatever, man. Joe, at this point, if you're going to say that you don't have some kind of clear either obsession or maybe you are dick riding my channel, dude. Maybe you are. I don't know. But if this, you know, makes your ass hurt a little bit, tough fucking shit. You know, don't come at me that you're a delicate snowflake after the offensive prick of an asshole that you are constantly all the time. And then you say you can't take it back. Cry me a fucking river, dude. Deal with it or get the fuck off YouTube. So the topic I'm going to discuss in this video is Patreon and how people, for some reason, when other people with their own money choose to support a Patreon or choose to support a Kickstarter, whatever the...
Why is he recording his screen like that? I don't know. To take a shot in the dark, he obviously got very emotional. He grabbed his phone and then just started filming. And then pretty much just had a brain vomit. And then decided to upload it. No editing, no nothing. I assume it just went straight onto Twitter or some shit like that. I don't know. I think that's more of an American thing. You see something and they just whip out their phone and start filming it.
case may be, they lose their minds
Maybe it's supposed to be
and
like a hot
they
take.
write Bibles on Facebook or Twitter or whatever social media platform you're on, sitting there lecturing people about how horrible they are that they're supporting a Patreon while there's children starving around the world. But anyway, these are like the 4 or 5 typical talking points that I hear when people go anti-Patreon. And the first one I hear is that supporting someone on Patreon, or someone opening up a Patreon, I should say, is them panhandling. And when you support someone on Patreon, you're basically supporting them panhandling, which is 100% wrong. Okay? When someone opens up a Patreon, they're offering a product or service. You may like their content. Oh, you know, there's even Patreons open for emulators. The Wii U emulator has a Patreon. It has over $30,000 on it. Someone is offering you a good service, whether it be videos, whether it be an emulator, a piece of software, whatever the case may be, and you're willing to support it. But the thing that I hear all the time is that if you support someone on Patreon, you're supporting someone panhandling. You're supporting them e-begging, which again, people think about Patreon this way because it's a new way to support people that create content for you, and therefore they have to shoot it down. But let me compare Patreon to something else that most of these people are too simple to think about this way. Okay, Howard Stern is worth over $500 million. He is on Sirius XM. People pay monthly, maybe not just for him, but for, you know, the service as a whole, to listen to Howard Stern and other shows on there. Are the people on Sirius XM that have talk shows, are they panhandlers?
Oh, God.
It's the people who are paying that monthly fee that are supporting them. It's the same thing, but you're too dumb to think it's the same thing because, oh, it's going through a corporation and I've been conditioned all these years to think that's different. It's not different. It's not different, you simple, dumb morons. What's the difference? There is no difference. You're just dumb and we're conditioned to think there is a difference. But Rich, oh, it's Howard Stern. What's the difference with what Howard Stern's doing? Why? Because he's super mega famous? He's doing the same thing my fat ass is doing right now. He's sitting in front of a microphone talking. He's not doing anything different. You're just conditioned to think that way because he's on a conventional format, and that's why you think the way he gets paid is different than the way someone on Patreon gets paid, and that's why you consider someone on Patreon a panhandler, and it's okay for Howard Stern to do it. So by you calling out people who choose to support people on Patreon because they like their content and they enjoy it, makes you the biggest goddamn hypocrites on the planet. I am so tired of all these people who stand on soapboxes trying to make other people feel terrible. Until what other people spend their money on affects your wallet, you need to sit down and shut up and stop worrying about what other people are doing with their lives.
So, Rich from Review Tech USA just made a video talking about how people who talk shit about those who use Patreons are old.
Honestly, I thought he was going to go with OnlyFans.
Where he does take his shirt off and suck on pickles in a rather sexual manner.
And this fat eating greasy motherfucker, Rich, equated YouTube Patreon
well, it's your grave. You jumped in it.
Satellite subscriptions of XM/FM. And said, like, there's somebody called Howard Stern who makes about $100 million a year, and people pay a subscription to listen to him, and that's the same thing. Well, actually, no, it's not, you fucking retard. It's not anywhere near the same thing. The YouTube goddamn Patreons are unnecessary for content creators to produce content because Google is what pays the fees to YouTube content creators with ad revenue. Unlike XM/FM radio, which almost solely relies on fucking people that pay a subscription to help pay for what it costs to run the shows with the ads that the people pay to be on those shows for XM/FM radio. And in fact,
I'll also point out another thing about why. I don't think it's. I think it's generally a kind of hollow argument to say that you shouldn't be able to have a Patreon if you're also making content on YouTube. What about animators? Because the minimum amount of time you need for a video to be monetized is, I think, 10 minutes. You can't, and if you're a talk show, or you're a gamer, or like that sort of thing, like PewDiePie or whatever, it's very easy to have daily videos that go on for more than 10 minutes. But if you're an animator, that's far more difficult to do. Most animators rely almost entirely on Patreon. And animators also get fucked over, again, by showing how unreliable ad revenue from YouTube is. Animators get shit on because they can easily get lumped in with fucking kids programming, which is none of it's allowed to be monetized.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah.
I had no idea.
The animation community on YouTube, any change that has happened to anything related to revenue, any changes to that's happened on YouTube has always been to the detriment of animators. Animators have just been getting screwed over since day one. Their videos aren't long enough to be monetized. They can't pump out content frequently enough to actually make it profitable. And even then, they can get their shit taken down at a moment's notice because it can be, if it's considered for all ages. Or, and yeah, the YouTube guidelines are so fucking vague that they think that all animation can be classified as unless it's explicitly for adults, like there's fucking gore and borderline porn. It can easily be classified in children's content and yet immediately get demonetized.
Actually, if I'm not fucking mistaken, I don't think XMF Radio even has commercials. Do they even have commercials? I don't know. I don't fucking listen to XMF Radio. Howard Stern can suck my dick. He's not my goddamn style. Yes. And these Patreons, unlike actually, XMF Radio, who I just talked shit about, which, some of those channels when I had it free when I first bought my new Ford truck, they gave it for 6 months free and they want me to pay for it afterwards. Actually has some good content. They have good comedy, they have music, they have all kinds of good stuff, unlike 99% of content creators, which are fucking straight trash. But besides the point around tangent there.
And how many seconds
NAR_near.
in 10 minutes?
You see, Chili, that is a smart argument,
600
but Rich is too
seconds?
fucking stupid to try to defend Patreon from
So
that
600
angle.
times 24?
Well, I mean, put things into perspective. Where's one of my videos? So to do...
So you gotta pump...
So to do, not birthday, the excursion part 3. That was about... Actually, no, that was a little longer. Excursion... What did I say? It was so long. The excursion ones, they take about 2 weeks, of animation.
Holy shit.
Including working on weekends as well. So 2 weeks for just under 4 minutes of animation. And even then, in the grand scheme of things, there is not really that much animation going on. A lot of them are stills. There's very little animation, like just enough animation for general sort of illusion of movement. I cut a lot of corners naturally. I don't do proper lip syncing and shit like that.
Lily, honey, it's 8 o'clock.
So I'm doing a lot of corner cutting in this. So you're looking at I pretty much need to do on average dedicate a whole month to make an animation that goes on for more than 10 minutes.
Jesus. And even then, there's the very, very high probability that you won't even make a fucking dime off of it.
Yeah, and it's obviously it's not frequent enough content to
ZXVO.
really build a
this drama is near a decade old, so keep that in mind.
Yeah. Oh, still fun to talk about. But so a month's turnover for new content. A lot of people will lose interest.
Anime is degenerate.
Exactly. Like,
it's much easier for a person that puts out content every day. But to go a mile back to your other point, Narnia is saying that yes, that's a smart argument, and Rich is too fucking stupid to try and defend Patreon from that angle. Here's the thing: Rich doesn't even need to defend Patreon.
Closer to 5 years old.
If Rich wants to use Patreon, then just fucking use Patreon. Why do you need to justify yourself to other people? If you think that there's nothing wrong with it, then what do you care? But here's the thing. I think Rich deep down knows he's being scum. I think deep down he knows he's how would I say this? He knows he's set up a one-sided Patreon where you're pretty much just. It is basically just a charity case. I don't think he's giving anything in return to his patrons. So there seems to be this, morally speaking, vacuum going on here. Or perhaps just Rich as a whole is just an extremely insensitive person and can't handle any criticism. You know, one of those type of guys where he has to win every fucking battle he comes across.
NAR_near.
What a dumbass.
He doesn't need to defend it, but he keeps trying to defend his use of it.
Yeah.
G33K. I am working on a manga.
Ooh. What kind of manga? Is it hentai? This guy comes in, and he's like, Boshi, I am a washing machine repairman desu. And then this girl is just like, ooh, I cannot pay for a washing machine repair. Whatever will I do? And he's like, oh, I see what you do now. And then he pulls out the wakizashi and he's like, no, you must commit a seppuku. And she's like, oh, I bring a great dishonor. And then she disembowels himself. And then the guy's like, ooh, I can work out with this. And then he whips his dick out and he starts fucking the open wound.
Oh.
Oh, you didn't see that one coming.
No.
Call YouTube.
That's what she said.
The rewards that people get from them are negligible garbage, and you get a follow back on Twitter. Oh,
yeah, this guy exactly brings up. There's no real.
You are a Susie Baka.
Yeah, this guy just immediately said it there. Yeah, it's a one-way deal. He's not giving anything back to his Patreons, not really. Like, yeah, you get a follow back on Twitter. Ooh, great. I mean, most people would have, like, behind-the-scenes stuff, or you get to watch things early. They'll give you a copy of the video so you can download it and shit like that. You don't have to do it through other retarded means. Yeah, they'll also have development logs and shit like that. So it's kind of like getting a collector's edition of a game, you know? Well, not nowadays, but back in the old days when, you know, collector's edition actually
True.
Gave you something useful, you know? They showed you all the behind-the-scenes stuff. Like, I still remember having the collector's edition of Halo 2, man, and I watched the documentary on how they made Halo 2, like, so many times, man, because it was great. You got to see the inner workings of how they fucking built the game. And here's the hectic thing. Halo 2 is, like, in terms of this, like, structural integrity of how the development process was, Halo 2 is actually pretty dodgy. It's a pretty shit game on that level. But they did games design so well. And, like, if you watch the game, like the original Halo 2, you can see where they've cut a lot of corners. There's a lot of corners that were cut. They were really pressed for time with it. And a lot of, the whole level they showed at the demo was completely cut from the game. And there was a bunch of other shit that was cut from the game as well. But they got the core gameplay good. The multiplayer was still good. And the story was good enough on its own. You didn't notice all the other shit. And so they just did a good enough job that all the fucking corner cutting, all the fucking mistakes they put in that got through, like, it wasn't polished. But it was still good enough on its own without the polish. That people still loved it. Like, dude, there were so many glitches in that game, man. Like, like, if you watch the the behind the scenes, it actually was a real ramshackle fucking job. Like, crudely held together with duct tape. But it still worked. It was still, and yeah, it's still one of the greatest games. Like, my favorite Halo game of all time. Like, that's the definitive Halo game for me.
I mean, Halo 5 is not even, like, oh my god, do they even know who the main character of the series is?
I don't think, they just wanted to be Call of Duty.
I don't think it could even be called Halo 5. It's just like, meh, kinda Halo.
Yeah, it's like Halo Oni, or some shit like that. I would like to see them do fucking ODST 2, that'd be fucking cool. Because I liked ODST, I know a lot of... It's a very polarizing game, and I understand why. It's quite the far cry from the original Halo style, but I loved it, man. I thought it was great train to base, and I've always thought the ODST hunts were fucking cool.
You'll get some early access to some of my videos. They're all just garbage. They're all bullshit because there's nothing that any YouTube content creator can provide.
Did I ever tell you what my brother used to do on when we played Halo multiplayer?
Nah.
We would play Headlong. Remember that level, Headlong?
It sounds very familiar. Can you describe the map?
It's kind of a small map, but it's kind of a tall map.
Headlong Halo 2. Oh, yeah. The one in fucking New Mombasa. Yeah, this one's fucking classic.
So, what my fucking brother would do is grab a Banshee and do that trick where he would, like, be able to get off the map.
Oh, yeah?
Just fucking snipe me like a little bitch.
Oh, look, there's a Garry's Mod version of the map. Nice.
Really?
Well, let's be honest, everything's on Garry's Mod.
Yeah, true.
What were the other ones? There was a DLC map. Hang on, Halo 2 DLC.
Oh yeah.
Maps. There was this one map. Hang on, which one was it? Is this the one? Yeah, this is the one. Fuck, I don't know what it's called. But in this map, I remember a glitch you could. There was a glitch you could do with the fake reload trick. Basically, if you reload and then you go to melee and then you hit reload again, you negate the melee and you restart the reload. But you could also do it with the energy sword. So if you target a player and you lunge at him and then you hit reload, you still have all the momentum from the lunge, but the lunge doesn't count as an attack.
Hi Chili, should I take back my ex-girlfriend or die alone?
That depends on the quality of the girlfriend, I guess.
What?
ZX says, should he take back his ex-girlfriend or die alone? Depends on the girlfriend. But yeah, you could, so what you could do is if you had a person standing slightly above you, you looked up to them and then you used the lunge cancel, you could just go flying into the air pretty much.
Oh god.
And what you could do is another way you could glitch out of the map. If you have one person standing on top of you and you're underneath them, you get the person to jump up.
ZXVO. She is a big fatty.
And you do that.
I don't know, is that actually you into that? I mean, hey, bit of cushion for pushing, something to hold on to. But yeah, so basically if you had the person on the top, they would jump up, and then the guy at the bottom does, instead of a lunge, he does a regular attack and cancels that. I'll draw it. So you got the guy on the top, and the guy on the bottom with the energy sword. So, when this guy would, when the guy on the top, so he's standing on the other dude's head, he would jump up, and as he jumps up, this guy at the bottom would attack cancel, so it'd attack and lunge slightly, and then it would cancel it. And then the guy on the top could jump again off the other guy's head, and he would go up, and then the other guy could jump cancel again. And you could pretty much just infinitely go to the top of the skybox in the map.
Holy shit.
And in this map, this specific map, I remember there's a hole in the map boundary that they obviously didn't expect people to get to, so they didn't bother plugging it. And if you get past that hole, you can get outside the map. And you can run around in the skybox. And here's the funniest part of all, which is a programming thing. Outside of the map, the skybox, which is like the whole background of the map itself, is actually a tiny little asset at the very corner of the map. You could go to that tiny corner of the asset, and if you died on it, a gigantic corpse would fall from the heavens. Because your corpse is on the normal size skybox, but it's relaying that skybox into the map. So there's just a gigantic dead guy on the fucking map.
ZXVO.
Oh my god.
If taking her back bothers me, I could just call everyone else on YouTube a kook.
Wow.
And there was another funny glitch called the what was it called? I think they called it the candy carbine. So with the when you had the carbine rifle that the elites had, when you started the reload, the magazine will pop out, and it has all this little, it has like the green smoke effect as it comes out from the gas. And then you do the reload cancel, and if you spam that really fast, you keep shitting out magazines with all the little thingy, and it was just like all these magazines would go everywhere, and all these particle effects would go off, so they always called it the candy carbine.
Free anyways, they didn't even fucking want to begin with, so the patrons essentially are panhandling rich, just like fucking people like myself say they are, because people don't get shit for them, and if that's the way it is, then I'm sorry. Hope it doesn't upset you. Hope you don't fucking die of a stroke or have a fucking heart attack, you fat fuck. Christ. Get on a diet. Jesus Christ.
Hello?
You fucking retard.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh shit, sorry, I don't know, it was weird. I couldn't hear you really.
What's up, guys? Just wanted to make a quick video thanking everybody. There's been a ton of support for Review Tech USA's Patreon, and it's because of you guys now that the Patreon has grown to the point that I am now getting enough to support this office where I work out of, and that's a huge deal. It's amazing to see that people feel that my content is worthwhile enough to support me on Patreon, and it'll definitely help. Because doing all this and getting this studio up and running and getting this office to where I needed to be was a huge financial investment. And now that I know that you guys deem it worthwhile to support me and help pay the rent for this office to keep it going, is phenomenal. I also want to thank everybody too. I was very transparent in my Patreon video. It's not that I'm not making money on YouTube, but due to YouTube's new policies, due to how sensitive advertisers have been, it limits what I could talk about. But again, for everyone who supported me on the Patreon, you're awesome. And everyone who just watches my channel, it's because people actually want to watch the videos that I put up that I'm even here doing this in this office right now. Thank you so much.
This is just a thank you video for everyone who's been supporting me through Patreon. It is over $1,000 a month. It kind of went back and forth. It was a little under 1,000, over 1,000, a little under 1,000, over 1,000, but now it's over 1,000. And it continues to grow. And obviously, it's not completely supplementing what I get on YouTube, but it has made me more daring to talk about topics that I kind of shied away from for, like, honestly, the past year and a half. Slowly but steadily, I see it growing almost every day to, at one point, say that Patreon campaign that I have, I'm supported by the community, and the YouTube income that I get is secondary because that would give me so much damn freedom on my channel. And that's really all it's about, is having freedom to talk about what I want to talk about on YouTube. What's up, everybody? It's your favorite fat YouTuber here, Review Tech USA. And this is a positive video. I see a lot of people making certain videos like this, and they're always negative and urgent, and oh my god, I need you to support my crowdfunding, or, you know, that's the only time they actually talk about crowdfunding, and the only time they actually thank people that support them via crowdfunding is when they have an urgent negative message to give to people, and I don't want to do that. I wanted to make a positive video thanking you guys, because it's been for a while now, but it's still going great. My Patreon, my Review Tech USA Patreon, is now at $872 a month, which pays for the rent here and some of the internet bill. And that is a huge, huge relief. I'm still doing okay on YouTube, but things are stressful. They must have changed their algorithm now where videos have been flip-flopping back and forth. I'm so glad to see, too, that the investment in this office was worthwhile. 99% of the comments I get about the format change are positive. All the other format changes did not have the same reception, so things are looking really good right now. So if you're supporting me on Patreon, thank you. Even if you're not and you're just supporting me by, you know, going to the live streams I do or watching my YouTube videos, everything combined is helping this channel, you know, and I'm looking forward to seeing where things go. And I also want to thank the patrons for Patreon. I'm over $1,000 a month on Patreon, and that definitely helps with the office. It helps with the cable bill there. That's a big thing, and I'm very, very humble to see that much support relatively quickly on my Patreon. There's people with double the subscribers of me who don't get that kind of support that quick. So this is fun. It's always exciting to see 8 hours worth of work be totally shot down the drain. So I've been working on this video all day. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? What are you talking about now? The video was fully monetized when I made it live. What are you talking about? And then I see this. The following content has been identified by the YouTube community as inappropriate or offensive to some audiences. My entire day of work, even beyond the video being monetized, is now shot down the drain. It's dead. The video is dead in the water. This is what it's like now uploading news stories, whether it be tech news stories or political news stories, to YouTube. It's a roll of a dice if you're going to make money now. And in some ways, it's gotten worse. And I don't know if I could do this anymore. I don't know if I could play this game anymore because it's just not supporting my channel. This is not a way I can make a living. So something is going to have to change, or I don't know. I'm kind of flabbergasted at this point because I can't roll the dice like this all the time. I can't. It's just not working. And this kind of nonsense that I'm dealing with isn't going to pay the bills. So something's got to give. So I'm going to do a litmus test right now. If you want to continue to see news stories like the one I uploaded today, I have a Patreon. I'll have a link to it below in the description. I ask for no more than $1 a month. If I see growth on my Patreon from making this video, I will continue to make videos like this. But if you guys do want to continue to see this content, then you will support the Patreon, and I don't have to worry about this nonsense anymore. I can upload what I want to and not think about what I'm uploading.
You know, I saw a bum on the street today, and he had the audacity to ask me for money. You know what I told him? I said, get a YouTube channel and contribute to society, you degenerate.
Fuck you, Review Tech USA.
All right, I'm not going into how much I make.
My affiliation with Rich and Review Tech USA. He's an emotional victim from past sponsorships that had dropped him because of his unprofessionalism. He's unprofessional. He doesn't do business well. If it involves money, he doesn't want to do anything with it. He will use his numbers as far as YouTube to try and walk his way out of money, because when it came to money, he didn't want to pay up.
Do you make $10,000 a month, yes or no? Because I don't think you do. I don't think you have.
Yes, I have.
I beg people.
I'm getting paid.
Southern Blue Spruce, I just started a tech gaming channel. Any advice? Do it for fun. Do it for fun. If you love what you do, the money will eventually come, but it's all about the money. It's all about the money. Oh, God. I didn't mean that. It's all about loving what you do. Wow, thank you for donating. Hope this helps in painting that room already.
Freudian slip.
Review Tech USA is a fat, shameless, a beggar.
Yes.
Hello, my Ukrainian queen.
I didn't mean that. It's all about loving what you do. Wow, thank you for donating.
I don't know
Hope
if
this helps
she's
in painting that
Ukrainian,
room already.
but something Slavic from the sound.
Review Teach USA is a fat, shameless, a beggar.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, nice.
Yes, I am asking for donations. Yes, I know I'm going to be called an e-beggar. So what I'm asking for,
I need to get the Bernie clip. That's what I need for the
donations.
fucking
If you
little
give
camera.
5
I get the
cents,
Bernie
if you
one.
give $2
I am once again asking you
Review
for
Bank
donations.
USA.
Yeah.
I didn't scam anybody.
Rich, if you're having money problems, I feel bad for you, son. I got 99 problems, but views ain't one.
Just wanted to.
Oh my god.
Chili Bite 117. Willie.
Have from the very beginning.
Ooh, chat behind paywall. All right, let's go see some other one we got.
NAR_near. Sorry.
Yeah, boy, let's get some more fucking dark side feel on here.
Oh god.
The undying champion.
So people used to make fun of him for begging before.
Now the begging has reached next level. Now look, I stream. I'm self-aware. I have the meme donation that if you want to see me whip out the man nips, you have to donate $50. And the reason why I have a $50 dono, one of
That's.
Hey, I got a question for you.
What?
What?
What? What's
All right.
the question?
Who's got a bigger gunt? Darkseid? No. Sorry. Rich, Review Tech, or Ethan Ralph?
I think Ralph. 'Cause I think Ralph is mostly alcoholic. I think Review Tech's just fucking eats too much macas, so his fat is more evenly distributed across his body, whereas Ethan's an alcoholic, so it's all concentrated on his gut. I don't know. We'll have to get the two side by side. Hang on, we'll go Review Tech USA. See if we can get a full body, a profile shot. You know.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Hang on, we'll go body. No. Full body. No. Can't find any of that. See if we could go standing. Ooh, that's a big boy.
Woo!
NAR_near.
Yeah, we'll go
Compare how many chins each of them have.
Ethan, Ralph, standing. God, look at that gunt. Fuck, it looks like a big boy in that one. I guess going up these.
Oh my god.
Fun. Oh,
Jesus,
so
Murphy.
good. Oh, so good. Alright, alright.
Oof.
So I think that, just going up these two pictures, I'd say, Review Tech looks like the larger person between the two. But specifically, the gut, I think Ethan Ralph is the champion of that one.
Yeah.
That's what you get from fucking alcohol abuse.
Yeah. Sheesh.
started as a meme.
$5 for chest hair.
$5, man. I'll take my shirt off.
How much can you give me for some back hair?
If someone donates $100, I will take my shirt off and do the rest of this stream shirtless.
Or as Cartman would say,
Gotta be $100 in one shot.
You have to donate $50, and the reason why I have a $50 dono, one, it started as a meme,
sure, yeah,
and two, if it was, oh, if we reach $50, I'll take my shirt off, I would be review shirtless streams all the time, USA. But I appreciate when my audience supports the show. I don't have any kind of tips goal. I don't have any kind of paywalls. I don't have anything. Maybe I will do members only if it's an incentive to become a member. Andrew Bink, Lord.
The guy's a fucking stripper. Like, you're exposing your body for profit. It's a stripper. You're one step above prostitution.
Yeah, we got a lot of members coming in. I don't have any kind of paywalls. I mean, if I get, let's see how many members I have. Let's see if we can hit a member goal tonight. If we hit this member goal, maybe I will stick to it. I don't have any kind of tips goal. Memberships. How many memberships does Dad have? I have 360. I would like to hit 600 members tonight. If we could hit 600 members, then I'll keep it.
Only thing paywall that I have is if you want the nips out, you want to see the hairy mozzarella chest, you got to whip out the 50 and you get a half an hour of the nips. But I don't ever guilt my audience into supporting financially. I don't even ask anything. There's nothing even on the screen.
Called Rich a whore long before
yes,
this LOL.
I am asking for donations. Yes, I know I'm going to be called an e-beggar no matter what I say. So what I'm asking for is donations. If you could give 5 cents, if you could give $2, I want to try to raise $500 to get a camcorder.
I don't even ask anything. There's nothing even on the screen.
So what am I doing with my Patreon? I'm not doing anything extravagant. I physically would not have the time to do that. The only tier I have is one, and it's $1 a month. And what I'm hoping to see happen is that people have enough faith in my show and want to see me cover those controversial topics and enough to give $1 a month. And for that one tier, I'm only asking for $1 a month. So for $12 a year, you could help my channel.
But I don't ever
you'll have the legal rights to it to see it whenever you want.
Supporting financially.
And I don't know if I could do this anymore. I don't know if I could play this game anymore because it's just not supporting my channel. This is not a way I can make a living. So something is going to have to change. And this kind of nonsense that I'm dealing with isn't going to pay the bills. So something's got to give. If you want to continue to see news stories like the one I uploaded today, I have a Patreon. I'll have a link to it below in the description. I ask for no more than $1 a month. If I see growth on my Patreon from making this video, I will continue to make videos like this. But if you guys do want to continue to see this content, then you will support the Patreon.
But I don't ever guilt my audience into supporting financially. I don't even ask anything. There's nothing even on the screen. I feel that's why my streams do well and they're a good revenue stream, because no one feels slighted. Phil, on the other hand, and you're going to see some clips here as evidence, is now making it that if you want to watch his streams, he's going to guilt you into donating the entire time. Phil guilting his audience and basically almost forcing them to donate.
But if you guys do want to continue to see this content, then you will support the Patreon.
What I don't have any empathy for him at all for...
I guess we're on the topic of shilling. Oi, hang on, where's me fucking, hop on over to the oldie Twitch. So, I just want to get, if you got a Twitch account, or if you can be bothered, go make a Twitch account, go follow my channel on Twitch, and go keep it running in the background while I stream, because all I want is to just get the fucking custom emotes, but in order to get that I have to get affiliate status. Alright, and the minimum you need is 50 followers and an average of 3 viewers, or some shit like that. Yeah, I'm gonna be shameless about this shit, boy. I don't give a fuck. I just want some goddamn custom emotes. After that, I don't give a shit.
VC. Catched my ex cheating with her boss. 8 years of my life to the bin. Life feels empty. Don't know what to do. Feel worthless.
Catch my ex cheating with her boss. 8 years of my life in the bin. Life feels empty. Don't know what to do. Feel worthless. Well, I mean, there's nothing you can do. Obviously, I don't know the context of the full situation.
I'll fill up your status.
But, I don't know, mate. I guess reinvest your time elsewhere. That's the crudest thing we could do.
ZXVO. Take your ex back like me, bro.
Sorry, I wasn't laughing at the person with the ex-wife cheating with their boss. That is ouch. Wow.
NAR_near. Well, look on the bright side, my dude.
My deepest
Don't know what the bright side is, but look on it when you find it.
Yeah, well, it's a tough one, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, there's no easy way out of it. All I can say is, don't pick at the wound. As long as you don't pick at the wound, it's going to heal eventually. Alright? But if you keep picking at it, it's never going to heal.
Yep.
look, I don't know enough about your context to give you any real sound advice. Or the only real advice I can give you is just reinvest your time into something else.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
Probably hentai.
VC.
something productive.
Checkmate.
But, not porn. Don't listen to Deadpool. Do it something productive.
ZXVO. This is why I hate women and always will. I bet she cheated because he was too good to her.
But I mean, hey. There's a shitload of skills you could possibly be earning right now. Or could be learning. Pick one. Anyone. I mean, surely during your time with her, there was something you wanted to do that you had to reinvest your time into her.
True. Very true.
NAR_near.
But try and go pause that out.
Pour your heart out to us random strangers.
Yeah, well, there's nothing wrong with pouring your heart out to strangers. In fact, that'd sometimes be the best thing because we don't give a shit. So we're not gonna. I mean, we're not gonna lie to you. We don't, because we have no interest in that. We don't really give a shit. Just no personal information. That's just a generally bad thing. Come, hang on. Come, sit VC, get cushy. Let's go laugh at fucking idiots on the internet.
Oh God.
Is guilting it to his subscribers or his followers to give him money. I have none. It infuriates me seeing this, Phil, because it makes everyone who's a streamer look bad. I don't ask for donations.
Chili Willy is right. If you can't cry anonymously, when can you?
For that one tier, I'm only asking for $1 a month. I have a Patreon. I'll have a link to it below in the description. I ask for no more than $1 a month.
Oh, actually, hang on. Wait, VC, do you play Warhammer? I can't quite tell from the image. It looks like something Warhammer related, but I can't see because it's too low a resolution.
I don't ask for donations. I don't have tip goals.
We have 16 new members tonight. Let's see. You know what? Let's make the goal more realistic. Let's see if we get to 50 new members tonight.
I don't have tip goals, which I don't really see anything wrong with those. It's just not my MO. Okay, I don't have tip goals. I don't sit there saying, you need to become a member on my YouTube channel.
So, unfortunately, unless you're a member for now...
Actually, fuck it. I don't care if you play Warhammer or not. I would have said this out.
VC. No, brother. Not invested in it.
Alright, regardless. Obviously, I am. Big Warhammer 40k fan. And I am currently I was working on the script of a video where it's basically just me shitting all over Games Workshop. And I had it structured. There's 13 parts to it, so it's gonna be like a full documentary, pretty much. And it's gonna start from. It starts from the customer, and then it goes to the It goes from the customers to the fans to the games and the models to the employees, and then to Games Workshop itself, and then it goes to the top of the food chain. And here's the thing. As I've been reading through it, and I'm trying to get information on Inside Games Workshop, and it's very awkward to find any information about the inner workings of the core of Games Workshop. The only thing you can get information on, I found, is the bottom boots on the ground guys. The guys who are on the stores, not the guys who are inside in the boardrooms and shit like that. So you had to go really fucking digging to find that. To the point where I was pretty much digging through, like, legal and business files and shit like that.
ZXVO.
Here's the hectic thing.
Wasn't Elliot Roger into that? Let's not get him too far off track, lol.
But no. Here's the hectic thing. So as I was following the money, like with all things. If you want to know where things have gone wrong, follow the money. So I followed money up to the chain of command in Games Workshop, all the way to the top with the CEOs and executives and that. But at the end of the day, they're not the ones who call the shots. The real people who call the shots are the majority shareholders. So I looked up the majority shareholders. And holy fucking shit. Like, almost all...
Time to make the Emperor proud.
Oh, yeah, boy. Thank you very much. For the hell of... Guess what's about... Yeah, oh man, you're going to want to hear this. pretty much nearly all of the majority shareholders of Games Workshop are owned by fucking banks, man. By the investment companies, JP Morgan, Vanguard, BlackRock. These are the fucking companies, man, that are responsible for... They're the guys spearheading pretty much the destruction of the environment, and they fucking know it, they just don't care. These are, like, JP Morgan is responsible for the fucking deforestation of the Amazon rainforest. These are the guys that are responsible for, these were the guys who were quote-unquote paid to rebuild Afghanistan after the war, and look how well that's fucking gone. These are the guys who've been set up the whole fucking offshore tax havens and shit like that. And, yeah, dude. Like... Dude, all I can say is...
AR_near. Bank CEO looking to become Space Marine.
Yeah, boy, dude, and yeah, it all stems back to this whole fucking, well, I want to say corporate conspiracy, but it's not really conspiracy, it's out in the open, really, it's just that no one really cares. Of how pretty much, BlackRock, JP Morgan, and Vanguard pretty much practically control the world economy. If nothing else, they definitely control the American economy. And so these guns are calling the shots over at Games Workshop. They have the majority voting right, as they are the majority shareholders. Or, if you want me to put it like this, Games Workshop is fucking dead. There is no going back. That thing is going to get driven into the fucking ground until it dies, and then JP Morgan and those cunts, they're going to do what they always do. They're going to drive it into the ground, and then they're just going to go find a new business to leech off.
Yep.
Or if I can put it in more Warhammer terms, wake up, loyalists. The Emperor has been dead for 10,000 years. All the brothers who have fallen, all the citizens who have been sacrificed, all the worlds you have exterminated. It was all in the name of a fucking corpse. He's dead, and he's never coming back.
Nope.
And so yes, I am very keen to make that video, because I'm about to shit all over everyone's hopes and dreams, man. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. But yeah, that's over in that market. So yeah.
NAR_near. Shut up, you filthy heretic.
Mate. The war was lost. The war was lost the second Horus listened to chaos, alright? You think you're in a last stand for survival?
ZXVO.
No, loyalist.
Wait, so Elliot
The
Roger
war-
isn't coming back to save us? Funny comedy fun. God bless.
How's it going, Jules?
NAR_near. The Empire is still strong.
Nah, mate. You're long dead. What all the Imperium is at this point is just that all you're doing is just that twitching, the last few spasms before you finally die.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, to the actual point, yeah, Games Workshop is fucked. It's just a money farm at this point. That's all it is. It's never going to improve. Because there's no reason for it to improve. Because the people who call the shots, the ultimate boots that everyone has to lick, are the fucking banks. And, you know, Games Workshop makes like what? The revenue of like $100 million or some shit? These banks are earning several trillion dollars, man. They don't fucking care. It's a drop in the fucking ocean, and there's plenty more where that came from. Games Workshop is fucked.
Take it off
Yep.
slowly, Rich. Oh, Jesus.
Funny comedy fun. You could call the chili bite a sex move.
Hey,
a
Chili,
very
I think
literal
I'm
one where
going
you
to,
put chili on your
head
penis
out now,
and then a
but,
girl sucks it and bites on your
Hope
penis
you have
when
a
it's
great
too
stream
spicy
and
for her.
stay safe, chat. You too, Chili.
Yeah, well, fuck, especially the US audience, because they are currently re-going through the Delta wave. It's hitting hard. I don't know about Canada. Nothing interesting ever happens in Canada.
Fuck off, eh? I'm sorry.
Well, that's true. When's the last big international news story that came out of Canada? Yeah, exactly.
Shut up.
It's like nothing bad happens in there, but nothing good happens in there. You just kind of chug along. You're basically just a larger New Zealand, you know?
Oh, ha ha. No, you're right. You're right.
I mean, the last time I heard Canada making international news was when your fucking cunts, the JTF, were doing fucking war crimes in Afghanistan.
Oh, God.
I don't know what it is with you Canadians and war, man. But, Jesus fucking Christ.
Well, we gotta get our...
something snaps, man.
BC.
Something snaps,
The
bud.
native roses under churches was Canada,
Yeah.
wasn't
Well, we're
it?
sick of... Well, I guess when
funny
we get
comedy,
sick of
fun,
people
fun.
calling us nice.
Canada and NZ are equally cooped, but Australia is
snap
a
like-
bend-over bitch for the USA,
Holy
and we're not
Jesus.
even actually their neighbor.
Mary and Joseph.
I don't think Canada or New Zealand would be classified as cucked. They're just...
Oh, wait, who said that?
Fucking fun, comedy, fun. But, yeah, Canada and New Zealand are just kind of...
Fun. You just made my fucking list.
I got a list and I'm checking it twice. But yeah, I mean, well, I guess they're your average first world nation, you know. They're not superpowers.
NAR_near.
But
Canada is full of kooks. Funny comedy fun. Comedy fun bomb Canada.
Nothing goes, like, they're not poor enough, or they're not powerful enough for people to be watching their every move and having people fuck with them, and so there's constantly big international fuck-ups. But they're not weak enough where their country is just, like, having fuck-ups in its own right. It's just your average first world democracy. I mean, most Scandinavian countries are the same. You know, they just kind of chug along, rarely making international news, except for little bits of technology they pop up, or whenever, you know, Britain or America or something wants to complain about them, and they're just like, why are you bringing us into this? What have we done?
All right. I'm heading out, but take care, brother.
Yeah, you too, man. Have a good one, eh?
You too. Bye.
I don't sit there saying, you need to become a member on my YouTube channel. If people become members, great. You know, members do trickle in, and I appreciate it. But if they don't, and they just want to come stream and watch me talk to a fake porcelain rooster or a chicken, then so be it. I want people to be comfortable and have fun.
Comedy fun.
People always look at the village idiot and make that the stereotype for everyone in the streaming community, and it drives me insane. Secondly, they owe you nothing, and for you to sit there to your subscribers or followers, I should say. You can't have subscribers or members, whatever the hell they're called on Twitch now, because you lost your partnership.
Guarantee she's faithful. Think again, disappointed face.
That must be exhausting for you. It's no one else's fault but yours. And you're going to sit there in your streams and be a virtual panhandler?
So what I'm asking for is donations. If you could give 5 cents, if you could give $2. Okay. Yes, I am asking for donations.
For that one tier, I'm only asking for $1 a month. So I ask for no more than $1 a month. And you're going to sit there in your streams and be a virtual panhandler and borderline just like say, look, if you even want to comment, I'm going to block you from commenting if you don't donate to me. It's insane. It's absolutely insane.
So let's see. Members only mode is on.
One, it's not fun for your audience. And you already did it before you lost your partnership, and now it's even worse. And two, it can't be fun for you. It must be mentally and even physically exhausting to sit there and try to milk every single penny out of your audience humanly possible.
VTech USA. I am only kidding, of course. She was never female.
Wait. ZX, is your ex-girlfriend Gator? Were you going out with Gator?
Oh, that actually hurts. Oh, that actually hurts. Oh, that actually hurts. You guys know I'm on it. How does it feel? Does it feel cheap? Not at all, as a matter of fact.
What I'm asking for is your donation. Yes, I know I'm going to be called an e-beggar.
VC. My ex is
E-begging
female.
piece of shit Review Tech USA.
But Jewish. I guess there's a toll there too. Funny comedy fun. Don't let women cook you, show that you care less than them, they should be hoping for your time because it's valuable, not wasting yours because somebody else showed some interest. ZXVO. LMAO. Well, I am a hot blonde Puerto Rican, but no, if I was with Gator he would never cheat on me.
Well, he never cheated on Ralph.
ZXVO.
Let's see what we
Jewish
watch.
girls are hot.
About 150 degrees Fahrenheit hot, from what I've heard. Oh, well, what's your views? Ooh.
Funny comedy fun. Luke play Jewish Princess
Hey everyone,
by Frank
so
Zappa.
as of late I've been debunking a variety of pseudoscience in the realm of astrophysics. This comes in the form of critics and con men who gain traction.
But if there's any racial shit, I'm gonna have to fucking cut it.
ZXVO.
Is this
Now wait
copyrighted?
a minute, Chili New. VC. 150 F ain't that hot.
Yeah, I might be thinking Celsius. I don't know Fahrenheits. Yeah, I can't play this. This is fucking copyrighted by YouTube.
With a select audience of lay people who exhibit a bias.
Look, if we play anything racist or explicit, I'm gonna get banned on Twitch.
Funny,
and if
funny
I play
comedy,
anything
fun
copyrighted, I'm gonna get
Do
fucking
it.
banned on YouTube. No, I don't have any copyright strikes to spare on YouTube.
Anti-establishment narratives. Given what I've debunked so far, whether it's the Velikovskian nonsense of the Thunderbolts project, the cold fusion investment scam that is the Sapphire project, or the doomsday cult of suspicious observers, the flavors may vary, but the central theme is always the same. All of the mainstream physicists in the world are wrong, blind, and dogmatic, while this brave, spectacularly unqualified non-physicist is right. This type of narrative exists in other areas of science as well, but it is oddly prevalent in astrophysics and cosmology, attracting those who simply like the idea that all of physics is wrong, and will therefore implicitly trust anyone who tells them so, provided they use enough technical jargon so as to appear as though they know what they're talking about. Today I'd like to add one more person to this list of unqualified hacks, due to the frequency with which his channel is cited in the comments section of my debunks. That is Pierre-Marie Robitaille, whose channel is named Sky Scholar. Who is this guy? What does he say? And why is all of it so painfully wrong? Let's take a closer look now. First, a bit of background. Again, everyone who falls for these narratives seems to believe that authorities on astrophysics should somehow include engineers, computer salesmen, or even lawyers. And true to form,
Funny
Pierre also
comedy
is
fun
not
fun.
an astrophysicist.
I want a nasty little Jewish princess,
To give him the
la la
only
la,
credit he will
with
receive
long
in
phony
this
nails
video,
and a
he
hairdo
was
that
actually
rinses.
a good
We are
radiologist and
a
was
horny
involved
little
in
Jewish
major
princess with a
advancements
garlic
in
aroma
magnetic
that could
resonance
level
imaging,
Tacoma,
or MRI,
PHH,
conducting
lonely
research
inside
at
well.
Ohio State
She can
University
swallow
until the
my
year
pride. I
2000.
need a hairy
But
little
then he
Jewish
suddenly went off
princess,
the deep end
la la
and
la,
started
with
publicly
a brand new
promoting
nose.
indefensible
Who
views
knows
on
where it goes?
cosmology and
We are.
astrophysics,
I
in
want
which
a
he
steamy
has
little
zero
Jewish
training.
princess,
For just a taste of how
SHH,
ridiculous
with overworked
these views
gums,
are, which will
who
be
squeaks when she
dissected at
comes. I
great
don't
length
want
in a
no
moment,
troll, I
he
just
thinks
want a
that the
Yemenite
cosmic
hole.
microwave background radiation
ZXVO.
is not a remnant of
Junk
the
Media Rich
recombination era,
reacts
which
50
is part
reasons.
of the Big Bang cosmological
Is a really
model,
good
but
VID.
rather is just radiation reflecting off.
Alright, let's see we go.
All right, boys and girls, are you ready? He doesn't have an afro, so why is he called Afro Gamer Dude?
Is that VC's girlfriend's boss who just said all that?
Or he does the melodramatic drink thing to start.
I don't know.
Okay.
Is it VC?
Tried before. So let's see. Oh God, is he like going the 13-16 killer route? Is that what he's doing here? Or is this an ASMR video?
VC. Nope.
Review Tech USA.
Oh, dude, if you're gonna rip into someone, you got to get to the point. You're gonna lose people.
You're next. Let's waste no time, shall we? I'm gonna sip on my
Let's waste. You've wasted plenty so far, but let's keep going.
wine here on this lovely evening, and I'm going to walk you through 50 reasons why Review Tech USA is a phony. Number 1. He regurgitates news articles for money. Yes, I think we all saw this one coming.
You got me.
Yeah, so this Review Tech USA, he has the audacity to read news articles that real journalists have wrote.
Even though 99% of the time those articles will be like, hey, thanks, IGN. Hey, thanks. And IGN will thank the other person as they're getting it from another source just like I am.
Recycle the information from these articles that he finds on Google or on the internet, repeats them.
Oh, come on, dude. I use a news aggregate called Feedly. At least give me that much credit.
In his video and gives you just a shitty little uninformed spin or uninformed opinion about this story at...
That's,
Edrus Rex.
That's exactly what...
What's up, Chilltronic?
Hey, how's it going, Rex? Yeah, pretty much so. Basically, Review Tech USA is, well, basically Sargon. Just reads other people's headlines and then gives his own dumb opinion on it.
The end, after he finishes literally reading the article that somebody else wrote, and he considers this to...
Yeah, he doesn't seem that passionate about this. For a guy who makes a 50-minute video, I don't see the passion. Where's the passion?
Be a job.
Yeah, that's an ad hominem. Accusing...
Edrus Rex.
Attacking someone's
Read a headline.
character.
Give a dumb opinion. I'm wet.
Yeah, ad hominem is attacking someone's character instead of their argument. Mainly because you can't attack their argument.
Pretty pathetic. Number 2. He shielded Final Fantasy XIV and failed to disclose sponsorship. Yes, I don't know.
That's not true. In the slightest. That is not true at all.
I don't know if anyone remembers this. He reviewed Final Fantasy XIV back in the day.
He doesn't even explain why it's not true. He just claims it's not true.
He gave it this glowing, just kiss-ass review.
Never reviewed it. Ever. I never reviewed that game. I've heard that a few times, too. He does realize that the Federal Trade Commission would have fucked me over about 1,000 times by now if that was the case, right?
No, the Federal Trade Commission... Like, the reason why the Federal Trade Commission hasn't fucked you over is because you're so fucking insignificant they're not even gonna go through the effort. It's like, are you really gonna squash a little sugar ant? You know? What's even the point, you know? Just not worth the effort.
Praising the ever-living fuck out of this game, just saying all this cheesy shit like, I actually enjoy playing a Final Fantasy game again. And yeah, he failed to disclose sponsorship in the video. You're supposed to do it in the video, but he only did it in the description, not in the actual video, like in the description where nobody would ever notice it. Naughty, naughty. You're not supposed to do that. Number 3. He takes off his shirt in exchange for money on live streams. You know,
Well, that is true.
when women do this, it's considered a form of prostitution, but when a middle-aged man, obese...
A woman taking off her shirt is considered a form of prostitution?
Yeah, that's the definition right there.
If this dude, I mean, okay, strip clubs, I get it, but if this guy's just paying money to have women take their shirts off, he's doing life wrong.
This man does the same thing. It's not. And yeah, he incentivizes his viewers to donate him money in exchange for this. I believe it used to be if you donated him $100, he would take off his shirt. Now it seems...
It was 200, bro.
If someone donates $100, I will take my shirt off and do the rest of the stream shirtless.
It was 200, bro.
I think he lowered it to 50. A troll told me that, actually. A troll informed me of that on my channel. So, that's something. Yeah, so I guess these losers out there, they just have nothing going on in their life. They have no aspirations. They have nothing better to spend their money on than some
Yeah, we got about another minute and a half if this guy doesn't get to it.
Regurgitating news articles from his home. He's getting drunk and high on live streams and taking off his shirt. That just makes their week. That just makes it all worth it, doesn't it? Number 4. He needs his father's help to build a gaming PC. Yeah, so
That has been debunked in video form multiple times.
once upon a time, Review Tech USA got really butthurt because a lot of people were giving him shit in the comment sections, I suppose, and telling him that he's not a real tech reviewer and whatnot, and they were claiming that he was not able to build a gaming PC. Well, wouldn't you know it? Yeah.
He's just fucking sitting there simmering in his rage.
She decided to own us all and decided to build a PC on live stream, I believe.
There was a screw on Periscope. That's what he's referring
With the help
to.
of his father. Yes, okay, yeah. Oh my god, you owned us, yeah.
Hey, someone told me to watch it, but I'm going to end it here.
Oh god, yo. Yeah,
Oh, wrecked. Oof. Oof. That cut's a little too deep, does it?
Richie can build a PC with the help of his father. Yeah, what the fuck are you trying to prove there? And it's funny too, because in the video, his father looks younger than he does. Dude, Rich is only 38 years old. I should have added that to the list. He looks like a 50-year-old man when he's 38. No, because he just takes that shitty care of himself, but his father seriously looks the same age as him and is likely 20 years older. And yeah, he was in better shape. I think he even made a snide, sarcastic comment at Rich's expense too, and he had to bend over. He had to bend down, I guess, under the desk to like configure a couple of screws on this computer, and he was like huffing and puffing, like I think his dad even gave him some shit over that too, live on camera. So you know that's nice.
Yeah, all right. This is at this point, which that's all factually not true. See, this is why you have to ignore this shit, even though this one time I didn't. Is what happens is he sees a video that's a troll supercut video of another video that's another video which is taken out of context from another thing taken out of context. Secondly, he's making this video on March 3rd, 2021 and using an example of a video when I was pretty much 200 pounds heavier than I'm like. Okay, that was fun. That's why I don't do this usually. And I'm sure the rest of the shit there is weak at best. So that guy got his 13 seconds of fame. But see, that's the like, dude, that's like right there. Now I guarantee you, some people here probably went to sub to him. You know, like that's why you don't do it. The reason that people make videos, like in most cases, look, he could be just.
And now now we're up to the mental gymnastics. He's now trying to bend reality, trying to build the walls between his fantasy and reality. Because he wants to keep reality out. Because reality is scary. You want to know why reality is so scary? Because reality is what reality is. You can't control reality. You can only play its game. You can only adapt.
The shit he was saying there wasn't really healthy criticism. But a lot of times they do it for the exact reason that I just did. So that I'm thinking it's like I'm thinking that was a video where someone was talking about like, oh, he doesn't like the PS5 and they were going to have some stupid takes on it. No, that was literally just like the typical person that until this one time I always ignore. I get sent videos like that all the time. I don't give a shit. You know, do you think that's the first time I've seen shit like that on the planet? You know? So I did the exact opposite. Here I'm thinking like, okay, maybe he's going to talk about my take. That would have been interesting if he had disagreed with one of my takes on something. That's cool. That's cool. That I would be okay with, and see like, okay, he disagreed with my like my PlayStation 5 was half-baked video. But leave him alone. The best thing you could do, and I wish I didn't even, if I knew the guy was that kind of, I mean, when I saw the sub count and the way he was doing the video, I should have just bailed then, but
you were too stupid to see it coming. Oh, no, that's not what we want. I want to see what it said at the end.
He was doing the video.
Don't leave him alone. I highly recommend you watch the whole video and sub. And for a gamer dude. Let's see, we can take note of how confident and critical Rich is of this video right until after gamer dude starts making his points, then the truth starts to hit. Let's go to for a gamer dude. Ooh. Ooh! A lot of 50 reasons, eh? I don't know though. The video's going for a while. Maybe another time. Maybe another time.
ZXVO. His 50 reasons why for Rich would be good for you to get backstory.
Yeah. But it's heading to 1 o'clock now. I'm pretty good. Just gonna start packing up. But I reckon we'll go one more for the road, eh?
ZXVO. His channel is okay.
We'll do one more of these for the road.
Edrus Rex. I'm gonna make an attempt to sleep, so I'll catch you guys later. /
Yeah, no worries, bud. Yeah, we'll be packing up. We'll go one more video and then we'll pack this shit up. There we go, deadbeat dad. And his wife left him.
Videos got up was because of him. Yeah, what's going on? I'm on stream. What's up?
I did.
You did what?
Took a massage.
Okay.
Am I alright?
Yes, you're fine. All right, goodbye. Go away.
Bye.
Respect women, everybody.
Anyway,
8 milligram THC capsules. Yes.
That's a edible indica mint. So I'll be streaming live tonight. Stoned. Should be interesting. Only 5 milligrams though.
Drug dependency here.
was intro guy, who's my roommate. No, we're not lovers. I rented a room to him from my house because he ended up getting job local. So, since, I mean, intro guy takes it seriously. He social distance the whole time he's there. If he has to use the bathroom, he disinfects the whole toilet before he goes. I just set up my kids' bunk beds here. So when they stay over, it's all whatever.
Play the
Not
chicken
going into
suit
personal
VID.
stuff. My kids are going to start staying with me on the weekend.
All right, hang on.
This was supposed to be their first weekend. Now it's official. They'll be staying with me.
Good chicken suit. 5,000.
Skip it a button.
$5,000 a month to dress like a chicken.
Fucking loser faggot.
So people used to make fun of him for begging before. Now the begging has reached next level. Now look, I stream. I'm self-aware. I appreciate when my audience supports the show. I don't have any kind of tips goal. I don't have any kind of paywalls. I don't have anything. I don't even ask anything. There's nothing even on the screen. I don't even show like top tips or anything like that. I don't ask for donations. I don't have tip goals, which I don't really see anything wrong with those. It's just not my MO. Okay, I don't have tip goals. I don't sit there saying, you need to become a member on my YouTube channel. It must be mentally and even physically exhausting to sit there and try to milk every single penny out of your audience humanly possible.
VC.
So,
Send
I am
trad
doing
Japanese waifu.
a drive to get members. And what is the incentive, you may ask? Excuse me, I need some coffee to announce this. If I reach the goal of 1,000 members, I will, for a month, an entire 30 days, wear a chicken costume to every single stream.
Send trad Japanese waifu. You don't want that, VC. You don't want that. I don't think you appreciate how absolutely insane Asian women get when they start a family.
That's not an exaggeration. I'm not kidding. I already have the costume ordered. It's not something I'm going to back down on. So if we reach the goal of 1,000 members, it's a tall order, I know. I will wear a chicken costume for every stream for 30 days. I don't ask for donations. I don't have tip goals. I don't sit there saying, you need to become a member on my YouTube channel. But right now.
Well, if you want a traditional Japanese traditional Japanese waifu, well, you're expected to do everything, and she's just expected to take care of the kids. That's how the typical Asian family is. The guy is basically just there to make the money. And the wife is just there to raise the child and keep the house clean. And if you can't provide that, she's gonna be fucking pissed. She will grind you into the man she wants you to be.
VC. Fantastic. And the problem is?
The problem is it's not your choice. That's the problem.
We're at $3.95. Darth Fancy, we already got a new member. There we go. Boom. Or we got Seiko as a new member. Mr. McPizza as a new member.
There we go.
There we go. Now it updated. Now we see it. We see it. 398. We're watching this. Holy shit. We may reach this sooner than I think. Brian Hennies, thank you for becoming a member. My live streams, holy shit. This may end up Yo, this may end up happening quicker. Oh my god. I don't even ask anything. There's nothing even on the screen. I don't even show like top tips or anything like that. So here's the announcement I'm making. You're seeing a bar in the bottom left corner of the screen showing members. Here is why. I made an announcement. If I hit 1,000 members, once I reach that goal,
VC.
I mean, if I'm
Too
away on
tired
vacation,
of modern
I'll start
women
it when
and
I
their
come
selfish
back. But
goals.
I already bought the chicken suit. If I reach 1,000 members,
It's fucking, well, you know, traditional women are really the same. Basically, if you want a traditional Asian woman, you're basically saying, I want to be a tool.
VC. Man, you didn't make a counter argument. You got me excited.
Well, alright.
For a month, every time I stream, I will stream wearing a
Hey
chicken
man, if that's
suit.
what you want to sign
I
up
already
for,
have it ordered.
that's what you want.
If I reach that goal, you will see me in a chicken suit during live streams. Thank you for Marvelous Geek. We are now one step closer to getting me to wearing a chicken suit in live streams for an entire month. Thank you. 26 members tonight, ladies and gentlemen. 26.
ZXVO.
That is a lot of fucking people.
I
That's
enjoy
more people,
knowing
I
my
think, that
GF
became
has had
members in,
sex
like,
with
the past,
multiple
3
men
months.
just like Ralph in his coupon.
26 members tonight. Thank you so much. Holy shit. That is absolutely amazing. And again, if you want to see me in a chicken costume, let's see if we can hit 1,000 members. I will wear a chicken costume in the live streams that I do for an entire month, 30 days, if I hit 1,000 members.
Only 30 days after his video on DSP taking e-begging to the next level, it seems Rich took inspiration from Phil. The main difference is Rich is a much better manipulator. Notice he never mentions the word money at all, despite effectively asking for $5,000 per month. Rich had 395 members originally. This equals around $2,000. So what Rich is really saying is $2,000 per month free money isn't enough. He wants $5,000 every month
ZXVO.
into his bank
Voice is too
account.
funny.
But it goes deeper. Rich knows he will never hit the 1,000 member goal, as his average stream audience is around 800 viewers. So what Rich is doing here is just grabbing as many new members as possible with the unattainable goal of him wearing a dumb costume. In other words, a massive scam.
Alright. Well, that's it from me tonight. I'm gonna go get cushy and head to bed. Oh, here's the button I'm looking for. And that's the South Australian variant of the coronavirus done. And, in theory, if I've done this right, then the next one should be able to be done very quickly and very efficiently.
XVO. Thanks Chilly Willy Big and Silly.
Aye, anytime, my friend. And so, hopefully over the next, hopefully just over the weekend, in fact, I should be able to get the rest of the the animation's done, and I can start putting together for the big video. And then hopefully I can get that out in a week, within the next week. And then after that, hopefully I can finish the script of the Games Workshop one. And oh boy, I just want to shit all over Games Workshop because I'm a spiteful little cunt and I don't really give a shit.
NAR_near. Later, chilly dude.
Yeah, you too, mate. Have a good one, eh? Stay safe. I spent several $1,000s on fucking Games Workshop. Fucking Warhammer. And I don't feel like I've got my money's worth from playing the game. Maybe up to about 5th, 6th edition. No, I think about 5th edition. I'd say I got my money's worth. But after 6th edition, no. No, I think I've paid too much. I think Games Workshop still owes me a couple $100. That's how I feel. And if they don't like it, well, too fucking bad. Unlike the rest of the 40k community, I actually bother to read my fucking laws and I know how copyright fucking works. So fuck them. Fuck the whole community. Fuck each and every one of them. Except the Outer Circle. If you want to watch a good Warhammer channel, go watch the Outer Circle. Yeah, boy. And he's Australian. Fuck yeah. But, otherwise, that's it from me. That's all I have to offer. We played some... I lost all of my games of Age of Empires. We watched some funny shit. And we did some animation. It was pretty chill, you know? Pretty lax. Not too much going on, but hey. You know? Nothing always needs to be fun and excitement. Sometimes you just need a vibe, you know? Just kind of go with the flow. Well, I'm off to bed. I'm gonna go get cushy. Probably go watch some Grubby. His beautiful, boring voice. Sends me to sleep every time. And Warcraft 3 is just fun to watch. And as for the rest of you, stay safe. Especially now, the Delta wave is going through, and that is so far the most dangerous variant that's popped up. If you're in a high-risk area, well, actually at any opportunity, really try to get yourself vaccinated. Trust me, you want to do it. It greatly decreases the odds of severe infection, and moderately decreases the chances of regular infection. Hell, even a cheap Chinese Sinovac still fucking works. Not effectively, but it still works. And any protection's better than nothing, eh? And besides, it's free. Unless you have to pay for it. If you have to pay for it, then yeah, I don't know. It's all relative. But for the most part, it's free, you know? Best things in life